Ugh. Sorry.
Rise and grind, gamers. We are so back for the regional championship. Calgary here. We started day one, 386 players, and 300 of them have been left by the wayside here on day two. 86 players, whittling down to 8 at the end of this day. My name is Julian Pastry Time Car. Joining me once again is Mason Clark. And we have 5 more rounds of Modern to bring you before winning in, and top 8 is going to be handled by our other very established, esteemed commentators. But Mason, how are you doing this fine Sunday morning?
I am doing great. I am so excited to see who is going to punch their ticket to the Pro Tour. It is a dream for so many players. And we've also got a Worlds invite on the line as well, which is just something that's even hard to comprehend doing. You know what I mean? It's like the Pro Tour is a dream, but the Worlds is almost like a fantasy. But for one of our players today, that fantasy is going to become a reality.
Wait, the Worlds in 2 weeks? Worlds?
I believe this Worlds is next year's Worlds.
Okay,
if
that
I
would
am
make
correct.
way more sense to me. I was going to say that would be quite exciting, but even next year, the World Championships obviously a big Apex event for many. So we'll see. 12 Pro Tour invites are on the line here, depending on how our players finish. And obviously, easiest way to do that is make sure you get yourself in the top 8, which is where everybody wants to be in a Magic tournament. You want to be the last player standing as best you can. So we'll see what happens here. Round 10 is going to be coming up shortly. Things were pretty spicy in our first half of rounds yesterday, and I imagine the second half of the day was also quite nice.
Yeah, a lot of Simic Ritual on the stream as we saw there. That deck's doing quite well. As we see here, yesterday it was at the bottom of a representation when it comes to, decks that don't hit the other category. Today, it's jumped all the way to second place. Jeskai Blink still in first place. It was the most played deck yesterday. It didn't have the best conversion rate. That does go to Simic Ritual. But we see Boros Energy and Is It Affinity still holding strong in the somewhat the places they were kind of knocked down a peg. And then Amulet Titan refuses to move from the 5th place deck representation. It stands strong here, sort of converting a lot of the players into day 2.
Yeah, we're in Canada, of course. Titan's still sticking around here. Looking good here on day 2. I imagine we'll see that quite late into the rounds. Definitely be looking at some of those players to potentially be making top 8. Also, fun to see Neoform and Belcher, 2 big decks from the Pro Tour, finally make their way onto the metagame breakdown. Obviously, they were around yesterday, but not in such high numbers that we saw them. And then the other notable thing for me, Izzet Prowess is just not on the metagame breakdown anymore. That was the other Izzet deck we had as we jump into our feature match here. It's going to be Red Steel on Izzet Affinity. That is quite the last name to be playing this deck versus Arik Chalk on Ruby Storm.
Yeah, and it looks like, speaking of Brett had quite a good start this game, as it looks like he has a ton of permanents in play. I think there might be some question about the Saga trigger and maybe wanting to fetch and response before you can make mana here. But I mean, this is sort of what you're wanting with Affinity a lot of the time, is to very quickly put a lot on the board and then play 1 or 2 things and sort of go the distance. And we've seen from a lot of players recently, Kappa Cannoneer has been the default sort of thing to go the distance. And while Brett has access to that, I do believe in this deck. The more exciting card that Brett's rocking this weekend is Arcbound Ravager. Something we saw missing from the PT list that is a classic of these decks.
Yeah, that is, I mean, it's funny because that doesn't have Affinity on it, but that is, I think, the card people think of most when they think of a deck like Affinity. Other than that, it's that Saga you mentioned, Shivan Reef in the lands. Mox Opal back in Modern after a stint on the boundless for a while, and then Ornithopter in the middle, if you're not too familiar. That is a very old Ornithopter alongside a Memnite. So plenty of permanents, as you mentioned, for our Affinity player. A Surveyor land there is Elegant Parlor, gives Arik an extra look. We'll have to consider. This is definitely some sort of race. Both decks can be quite explosive, arguably the combo deck a little bit more so. But again, both players want to set up, and there's a Ral. Good turn 2 there for the Ruby Storm player.
Yeah, as the Ruby Storm player, this is sort of like you want a Ral or a Ruby Medallion on turn 2 basically every time. It's one of those things where it's like, yeah, there are things that isn't the case, but for the most part, you're really happy just this always being your turn 2 and sort of just being like, okay, can you stop it? If not, I can probably kill you in the next 2 turns, if not the next turn for sure. It looks like Brett didn't have a whole lot to do, maybe representing something like Metallic Rebuke here.
Yeah. That was the first thing that came to mind as soon as I was like, wait a second, Affinity passing, but nothing else does feel like a counterspell. These are, of course, in blue and red. Very popular color combination across a number of different decks this weekend, and there are some potential counters. As you pointed out yesterday, and as we'll reiterate today, players do have access to open deck lists when they sit down, so they will know, Eric will know all the disruption available in main deck in game number one. Have to imagine there is less than there would be potential sideboard games. So this is a pretty important game for Ruby Storm to try and take, given that typically for the combo decks, game one is the easier one to win, and then the other two and three can be a bit more challenging. As Manamorpho is going to be put on the stack, Rouch is going to trigger. We're going to make some mana and draw a card. This is one of the best rituals they've ever printed, as long as you have a cost reducer.
Yeah, and you know what? I was actually looking at the deck list here because I hadn't had a ton of time to look at Brett's deck beyond the Arcbound Ravager. He's actually deviating a lot here. I think to make room for these Ravagers, he actually put all his Metallic Rebukes in the sideboard. So we
Hmm.
have 2 Sink in the Stupor. That's our only counter magic in the main deck. We're tapping out a lot more, so pardon us on that one. But this deck, it is a lot more explosive than the other ones, but cannot defend and sort of play that tempo-y, delvery game as much. So this might be sort of chalked up here for steal as long as we don't fizzle on these Ruby Storm draws. As you do sort of see, he sort of just put his hand down. He's kind of like, yeah, if I had a sink, I probably would have done it by now.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, Brett knows that Eric knows what the deck is in, so we're going to be flipping over a couple cards here and bottling their Ren's Resolve. Actually, I think it's back-to-back Reckless Impulses that got resolved, but all kind of the same in the wash here for Rel. All the Manamorphous mana is gone, but we'll be back with more. And I believe, based on what I've seen already with the life pad, it is evens for no flip and tails for flip. Sorry, tails would be odd in this case. Tails never fails, as we say back home. We'll see how Eric does with his potential Rel flip, as he's played quite a few spells already this turn.
Yeah, and it looks kind of like Eric's hand is pretty set up to win it all. We have the wish. I believe that's the Doctor Who Past in Flames as well. So I think it's just a matter of making sure we, have all our mana and we don't miss sequence. And this is like a really important thing, as silly as it sounds. When you kind of have the game wrapped up, quote unquote, just take a second and make sure you're not missequencing and accidentally putting yourself in a position where you could lose, right? Win
Yep.
the games you're supposed to win.
Yep, I think especially when you're not playing an A plus B combo deck, where maybe things are a little bit more straightforward, as Ra's going to flip with a number higher than 8. In fact, it's exactly 8, which is where you want to be whenever you flip this Planeswalker.
Yeah, so if we had a sink, this would have been the last spot where it would have been at its best because there was a spell in the stack we couldn't ultimate the Ral. So at this point, if you weren't sure, you're 100% sure that there is nothing to stop you at this point. So it's just academic at this point.
As you said, though, go through the motions, flip the cards over. There are with rates, not anymore. Brad decides to wrap it up as Eric flips over, 8 pretty good cards. I think 6 of those at least were spells. One of those was a wish. That's going to be more than enough for Affinity to pack it in. That's a turn 3 kill on the play for Eric. Pretty nice way to start. Here's day 2 of RC Calgary.
Yeah, and this is why you play Storm, right? We talked a little bit about yesterday at the start of the broadcast that Storm is a deck that hit or miss, right? Sometimes you're just winning on turn 2 even, lots of times turn 3, but sometimes you go off like that and you actually whiff, right? You don't have the Past in Flames in hand. You hit a bunch more rituals and things don't really work out. Pretty cool to see Heroes Hangout from the Spider-Man set in this deck. It's a pretty good little mini version of the draw spell, a nice innovation here. But this deck, it has these extreme confidence intervals. Every time you look at the Frank Carson data, it's basically to the top and the bottom, because it is so wild the difference you can have with these games and the matchups. Sometimes your good matchups just look bad.
Yeah, I mean, I do like the call of Heroes Hangout. To me, that's kind of Red's preordained, which is a nice little printing,
Mhm.
especially for a deck that wants to play off the top. So often, in some cases, doesn't want to draw cards. We saw yesterday a Ruby Stone player having to kind of work through Narset, which is a pretty nasty card. And thankfully, exiling cards you can play off the top of your library is not the same as drawing them. So you can get some edges here and there. We'll take a look, though, at the Is It Affinity side and see what's in the sideboard. That's always the question we have. We have Ashok, an extremely popular option this weekend. But looking through, Damping Sphere, not for this matchup. Grafdigger's Cage, I mean, maybe Bloodmoon probably not doing much. There's not a lot apart from those rebukes that can really stop this combo deck.
Yeah, so I think your CDH got you a little bit there. Damping Sphere is gonna be
That one's good.
pretty okay-ish against the
Nice.
Storm deck, because each a spell will be one more. Now, if you notice in that Ruby Storm sideboard, which we'll get back to in a second, there are a lot of things that can answer artifacts and enchantments. So those are gonna kind of come in because they're just sort of doom blades against this deck, but they're also gonna hit the sphere. So it's a thing where if left unchecked, the sphere will make life really awkward. The odds that it's left unchecked for the whole game pretty unlikely, I would say.
Yeah, I probably should have used Magic's like longest heuristic, which is if it is sphere shaped and has sphere in the name, it is probably good against Storm. Because for the most part, that is true, right?
Yeah,
Sphere resistance, that card's pretty good. We've got
mhm.
Trinisphere.
Yeah, lineage is important. It's
Yeah,
important that we learn from
absolutely.
our history and stuff like that. But yeah, I'm expecting kind of this deck to sort of be very similar in its goal, just to have more interaction this time. You do as Affinity sort of want to get out to these blistering fast starts, kind of kick your opponent in the shin, and then hope to win before they get up. That's kind of how I like to think of Affinity, and we saw part of that in the last game. But I think also maybe what we saw is, hey, I know I'm kind of dead in this first game. I don't have a ton, so I'm going to keep a hand that can potentially top deck something that could maybe win. As Tormod Script is, a main deck piece of interaction for these
Mhm.
cards, you try to go for a Passive Flames win. That is going to be a lot harder against these builds. So curious to see what game two looks like from that. If we jump over to Storm, though, oh, excuse me, we're gonna jump over to these players. Looks like they're finishing sideboarding, but the Storm sideboard had like Wear, Tear, Prismatic Ending,
Yep.
those sort of cards.
Yep. All the stuff we've seen a lot of that. The white splash has been pretty valuable for the Storm decks, even Chant and Silence in the board as well. Not for this matchup, but certainly matchups where you expect interaction on the stack. Those cards are all things you're happy to have. And you can access many of these with the Wish as well from the main. Only two, which is usually used to fetch your win conditions or get your engines going if you're kind of missing a piece in the middle of your combo turn. But otherwise, yeah, we've seen Storm be able to answer many problematic permanents in a row. They're certainly playing enough efficient answers for Prismatic ending fully there in the board to make sure we can take out a number of different problematic permanents and enough colors in our mana base to go up to 3 as far as the color requirements for that spell goes. So plenty of fun
Yeah,
to look here.
oh, we're gonna jump into this other matchup here. A Simic Birthing Ritual. This
Oh
is a
boy,
deck
Ice
I
Fang Quaddle's in
really
play.
like. Yeah, that's Icewind Coatl is one of my favorite Magic cards.
Legacy players are rejoicing everywhere. All right, so Simic Breathing Ritual. We did see 5-color ritual today, and I believe that same player is actually doing pretty well in the standings. But Oculus, Terror of Standard formats past, and I guess still technically now too. Sometimes is going to hit the board, and if you've never seen this one before, it's pretty good. Taking over games in very very quick succession.
Yeah, Oculus, I think, is the thing that really kind of pushed this deck to the point where it's like very consistent, because a lot of these cards have actually been in modern now for about a year. But when you were birthing ritualing into something, it was kind of like, well, what are you going like what is the win condition, right? Because you just can't keep accruing value, value, value. And there are like some cards, but I think Oculus is the thing that pushes this over the line, and the metagame moving to be much more, have a lot more combo decks, excuse me, means this deck gets a lot better. And the more people try to ride one or two threats to victory and cast cards like, let's say, I don't know, Quantum Brittler as a random example,
Hmm.
then this deck where it's like, oh, I have a bunch of counter spells, makes that a lot harder of a proposition to win with.
Is that the most played card this weekend? Certainly could be up there. Riddler's been quite good. I think Quadra's going to be given a read. Only 2 snow permanents. I can tell because I don't believe Quaddle counts itself, but if I'm misremembering, Quaddle is online. Not that I think it's particularly relevant right now. The Oculus and the Manifest, the big problem that Jesco Blink is going to have to deal with here. Owen's in a spot of bother, but there's plenty of spells for Blink to play. We're going to start with this one. That is Fable of the Mirror Breaker.
Yeah, and this is, I think, just a good example of what I was trying to highlight there. Oh, we have another Coatl in hand, so we might be trying to redraw into a flare here or a force negation. But when you're tapping out for these big cards, that the plan is they're gonna like let me go the distance. As we did draw a flare there, there's
Oh,
just a
that's
lot
nasty.
of yeah, you just have a lot of agency over what's gonna resolve, and you can eat whole turns basically. And in spots like this too, if you're feeling really good with your Oculus and there's not much that can punish you, as we see a lot of Solitudes already in the graveyard, now your Oculus wins the game incredibly fast. I mean, that's 8 damage on board, and I see a lot of shocks, in Owen's mana base. So I have to assume we're in the low, 13, 14 range at minimum.
Riddler warped in, of course, so it doesn't get to stay on the battlefield. Did draw 2 cards there, but we're back with a vengeance. Affinity off to the races once more. Pithing Needle is the card played there. We have a Nose of Saga once again alongside a Mem Knight, and an Island as Elegant Parlor once more. Found a Surveil, and that's going to be a second Kaplan that's an MDFC flipped over. I think that's Valakut Awakening. The
You
backside.
nailed it. I'm going to assume Pithy Needle is on the Ral. I believe Monsoon Mage is the backside.
Would make sense. Oh, fan favorite Claws of Gix is in play alongside this Mox Opal. And Kappa Cannoneer going to be the big payoff there.
Yeah, and this is one of those cards that when people saw it in the MH3 sort of early previews, they're like, that card's really, really good. And,
Yep.
you know, we just didn't have all the affinity pieces really needed for this card to go out of control. But like you mentioned at the top of this match, Mox Opal recently unbanned. That just gives you so much more speed and as another 0 for your Kappa Cannoneer, right? So it just ends up letting you get more things so you can then get your Kappa out sooner and just have, in general, stronger starts.
Yeah, you mentioned as far as pressure goes, Kappa Cannoneer, absolute house when it comes to dealing damage. Just deals damage in huge, basically unblockable chunks every single turn. You do have to find an artifact in order for that to happen, but in a deck full of artifacts, that's typically pretty easy. In fact, Brett's going to get a free one on the next turn because Urza Saga is about to hit Chapter 3. So Ruby Storm under pressure on the draw. I have to imagine that play versus draw are going to be pretty impactful in this matchup. We'll see how Eric can navigate around what's going to be a pretty quick kill here if left unchecked for the Affinity player.
I think Eric has Ritual into Medallion and is maybe going to try and win this turn.
I don't think if I saw Meltdown in the sideboard, but I had a card that looked like one. I know that is in the format now, but we'll see what happens. There's a Medallion, one floating, and plenty of other rituals behind it and a Prismatic Ending. There is a lot of mana in this hand. Is there a payoff here for the Ruby Stone player? But he's certainly going for it. So wanting to get around the Capaneer, around potential interaction that could be here. Another ritual goes from 1 to 3. We turned that into a dark ritual thanks to Ruby Medallion. And here comes the first little bottle draw. Reckless Impulse going to find 2 off the top. Should be 2 mana floating here. There's another draw spell. That's good. That's usually where you want to start.
Yeah, I mean, you could. So the trick to this Wish in Modern is that it doesn't go to your hand. You play it for the turn. So if that land was untapped, we might have been able to kind of get here this turn. But hitting the Surveil land there, a little awkward for winning here, but could very easily just storm off into more rituals. Rend Resolve. Oh, there's Manamorphose with
Pretty
one
good.
in the pool.
1 more mana, 1 more draw. I see a Past in Flames. And the middle card, I can't quite tell. Not a Meltdown, though, I'll tell you that much. So we are going to go again. 2 mana and a card. Better be a good one. Didn't see it.
I think it
The
was a
land?
Scolding Torn.
Yeah. I mean, can play land. Oh, no, can't play land. You're on the draw here. You've already played your 2 lands.
Oh, no. This is turn 3. Brett missed a land drop last turn.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Yeah, because we went tap land, at Storm.
Makes a lot of sense. So there is the land drop that Eric is allowed. Brett tricking me by missing his land drops. Terrible Affinity play with their what? Is there 20 lands in this deck? It might not be 20 lands in this deck.
I think you're barely pushing 20 even with the MDFCs. I think it's like 19 for this build. I'll have to take a check.
Not many lands between either of these players' decks, I have to imagine. As Sacred Foundry going to come into play, going to be untapped. And we still have Prismatic Ending here if we want to take something out of play. But again, not really the turn you set up for yourself. 2 lands, so in exile is not where you want to be. I see an ending in hand. I don't know if I see any other draws. There is, again, that Past in Flames, but I think we don't have enough mana. The other red card is Wish, but we only have 2 mana in the pool. This will be 3. Is unfortunately going to be the big finish. Prismatic Ending, taking out Mox Opal.
Oh, interesting. I thought he was going to get the Pithy Needle to maybe set up for a Ral, but looks like he's going to try and fight over the mana, prevent this Urza Saga from making constructs. That makes a lot of sense here if you're just kind of hoping to have some time. Just remove as much pressure, even though you have to answer the Pithy Needle eventually. If with that Past in Flames you mentioned, we can then Prismatic Ending the needle later. So heads up play there from Eric. Also, as a check-in here, we got 11 lands, and then Urza Saga and Sink into Stupor, which Melee likes to think are not lands, puts us up to a whopping 17.
There we go. What a beautiful game Magic is sometimes. Hey, there's some deck that plays 0 on the Pro Tour. Ever heard of
That's
it?
true.
So speaking of heads up play, I wonder if Brett's going to get a Tormod's Crypt here. Because doesn't know about the Past in Flames, but with Ral shut off, presumably, thanks to that Pithing Needle, can get a little bit of extra insurance against the deck's other engines. That one also pretty good against graveyard strategies. Gravedigger's Cage going to come into play.
Okay. Yeah, this makes sense. Pull the one out of your deck that costs mana, and then leave the 0 drop in your deck so you can draw and maybe weave it in on a turn.
Also works. Players can't cast spells from their graveyards or libraries. Doesn't work against everything the old Gravedigger's Cage. Always have to read it twice, depending on the deck you're playing, but it does work against Past in Flames, which is exactly what Brett needs. And as you mentioned, as a Saga, just has this great little luxury of also, I don't know, paying for your artifact for some reason. Pretty good land. As cards come in, Cannoneer is a 6, I think. If I'm reading correctly. Mendmite's, of course, famous 1, so it's going to be in for 7, and it should be 2 turns or less, depending on what Affinity can produce. Don't think there is. Oh my goodness, I've forgotten the name of the card that killed me when I was 12 years old over and over again for an entire season.
Galvanic Blast?
No. Way older. It equips for black.
Oh, Cranial Plating.
That's the one.
Yeah. I don't think there's any platings in this list,
Yeah,
although it was a card we've seen a little bit.
Yeah, but if there are blasts, if there's reach, obviously Brett's going to have a way. As Rebuke is going to find a spell to counter there. Again, Brett at this point kind of just want to disrupt as much as he can. Not a lot left in the take for Ruby Stone with only 2 cards and a bunch of draw spells, quote unquote, already burnt through. Going to play a land. Again, very diligent, making sure we use everything we have in front of us, but it may not be enough from this point with the Grafdigger's Cage in play. Are going to need. Well, if you didn't draw an answer this turn, I'm not sure it's actually possible, but yeah, just doing some math here. Ruby Storm deciding, do I want a few more minutes on my clock while we shuffle up for game 3? Not yet. Gonna keep tapping mana. That's a wish. Do it meltdown? That'd be pretty good. You do have to play it this turn, though, I will say. That is different from the wishes of the past. It doesn't put it in your hand like the wishes of judgment do. It's you may play that card this turn. So it's use it or lose it on the spell you get.
Yeah.
Ending on the cage.
I think we're in a tough spot here beyond just what's going on, because I think there's a Gal Blast in hand, which means we're at 1. Yeah. Oopsies.
Yeah. Any artifact's going to do it from that point. If Mason's math was correct, it often is, folks. I have to say, Mason doesn't miss too often. Certainly hasn't missed when I've been here in the booth with him. As we'll shuffle up for game 3 here. Kind of as expected on the play. Players looking good. Big draw for Ruby Storm, getting a kill on turn 3. And basically the same story here for Affinity. Finally finding a payoff for all those little artifacts. And big difference in the deck when you play a bunch of zeros that do nothing versus a bunch of zeros and then something. And this something was a Kappa Cannoneer. As we jump on back, more shuffling between Simic Ritual and Jeskai Bleak. Wonder who won the last bout between these two. We'll find out. Those who take a look at the deck list once again, just checking in, see if there's anything else in the sideboards or maybe the main decks that catch our eye for game 3.
Yeah, the one thing that we didn't get to talk about last time that's a little hit or miss is Brotherhood's End. So, it deals 3 damage to all creatures or destroys all artifacts with mana value 3 or less. That obviously, some of the time, is just absolutely backbreaking, right? I mean, imagine that last draw, even with just the Kappa left behind, though, you would have had room to maybe maneuver. There wouldn't be all these problematic stuff, and it would just be the Kappa. That being said, this deck also plays weapon manufacturing, which makes a bunch of munitions. So when munitions die, you take 2. So there's a little bit of, do you want this Wrath or not? I lean towards you probably want it, especially on the play. Just even going Ritual into, Brotherhood's End to get rid of the turn 1 setup, I think is worth the risk. But I am curious to see sort of, do we want to just have both in the main deck, 1 and 1, and be able to wish for the other one? It's going to be a little interesting to see how we're going to go about setting ourselves up, here on the play for game number 3.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you on certainly wanting that card in some capacity. I think especially on the play, I probably want both of them in my main. If I'm wishing for Brotherhood's End in the middle of a turn, I feel like that costs us 6 mana. I mean, 4, I suppose, if I have a cost reducer, which I'm hopefully going to as a Ruby Stone player. But I feel like if I have access to that much mana, I'm probably maybe going to win. And I can just wish for a different answer if there's a problematic permanent. Tough to say, but I certainly think there's at least one in the main deck you have to imagine on the play. And card that I have access to. I did mention Meltdown, which of course is a legal modern card these days, thanks to the blessings of Modern Horizons 3. But most players have opted for Brotherhood's End, a little more flexible in the sideboard for this Storm deck. Kind of gets rid of, hate bears and hate artifacts, of which, there are many when you're playing Storm decks, often in games 2 and 3.
Yeah, it's one of those moments where it's like, do you want to have the more flexible card in the case of Brotherhood's End that's maybe a little bit clunkier, or do you want to have kind of the hammer card in the case of Meltdown that's like, I beat these cheap artifacts. That is what I do, but I only do that, right? And a lot of times, too, Brotherhood's End, as we're kind of talking about here, basically does that as well, right? Like, especially when your deck has these rituals, it's, you're 2 for winning yourself. But if I told you, that you were sort of, discard 2 cards to beat your opponent, you'd probably be pretty okay with that.
Yeah, I think so. Not a bad trade. My pitch
Ooh.
spell for your game is land Lava Spur Boots. Spy Bluff Canal coming down, not necessarily the turn one on the draw that Affinity was looking for, and it's land. Those Veil land, notably, been very popular for so many decks this weekend. So no additional minor selection for Arik, but do we have a 2-drop? Yes, we do. Which one is it? They're all pretty good.
So this is a moment when you're Eric, you really need to lock in. And for those at home wanting to kind of take that next step as we do play Ral towards playing at the highest level, your opponent kept a Star's Affinity that did almost nothing on turn one. There has to be something good in that hand or some card you think is good in the matchup if you're keeping such a slow draw, quote unquote, right? And we see that here as the hand has both Damping Sphere, Metallic Rebuke, and I believe our Grafdigger's Cage. Makes a lot of sense that Brett sort of led in this way and sort of was like, okay, I'm going to set up, and then going forward, I'll have Rebuke to answer your problems. As now Eric does have to answer this sphere. You theoretically can play through the sphere. In reality, you cannot.
Does have a tear. Gonna take out that Damping Sphere, get a Row trigger. See what happens. Have some fun. Take some damage. Not take some damage, but no flip. Is it going to deal with one permanent? But as you mentioned, there's going to be more where that came from, and I think Arik has to believe that's true as well. Metamorphose, though, gonna at least have a look. 2 mana in the pool. It is possible.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that our zero mana artifact is EE and not Tormund script here, a
Mm.
little awkward. You know, we could die this turn pretty easily.
The prismatic ending as well, so Arik gonna have some outs if the turn doesn't resolve. But you might as well go for it here. At least have a look, see what's on top of the deck, give it a go. I think one of the nice things about this version of Storm is that you just play so many good incremental advantage spells that all hit critical mass. Is your hope is that's one spell, a pretty good one there with Metamorphose on top. Gonna pop that one onto the stack and get a bit more mana and one more card. But if you commit a couple spells, it's not like you're using all your rituals to play ad nauseum, right? Where you only have one spell at the end of your chain. You often have a bunch of extra cards in hand, so you can afford to try have a look at a couple cards. Okay, I whiffed. Maybe just play an interaction spell. Maybe pass the turn. Still have enough cards to maybe go off again. So I do like that these decks are a little less all in. I guess I'll say there's quite a lot of play, quite a lot of grind to these Ruby Storm decks, despite how they appear in some games.
Yeah, I wonder if Eric's thinking about flipping his Ral here. It
I
looks
always
like
want to
we've,
flip my rail.
yeah, I think we won the flip, and we're just thinking about, okay, am I fine just with this being the turn, right? Like I maybe put my Manamorphose on white red or whatever, prismatic ending the Lava Spore Boots, prevent Capicania from coming down and sort of punching me in the face. And then I just take up my Ral, and then next turn I sort of set up, take up Ral, and then the next turn ultimate.
You can do a quick count of how much loyalty. Rail starting loyalty is 2. That could be wrong.
Unfortunately.
I mean that's good. I will say, like as much as I enjoy Rail, I do think it probably shouldn't be any higher than 2.
Oh, I wanted it to be 0. I wanted it to be like if it's the
Oh,
Storm Planeswalker, so you have to flip it. It always starts at 1. I thought that would make life a little easier on players, but I lost that war.
that would be
in
cool.
time.
I can see why they didn't do that. Also,
Yeah.
it's 6 spells, which is
Yeah.
you could say kind of analogous to 6 mana, and it's kind of casting Mind's Desire, which is a 6 mana sorcery. So I can see why they wanted to give Rail somewhere to start. Could have been 1-2, I suppose, if they wanted to make it fun. But
Yeah, I'm
it's
having war
3
flashbacks
instants
right now.
sorceries. Yeah. Yeah. Instants or sorceries. The count is 3. So if Ralph flipped, it would go to 5. Was the math I was trying to do before I traumatized poor Mason. Instead, it's Ren's Resolve. We're going to keep going here. Hope we get a flip a little later in the chain. I have to say, though, if you've decided not to flip at this point, I think you've decided not to flip until you hit 8. Oh, that's bricks. 2 lands on top.
Yeah, not exactly what you're looking for. We had a really good sort of start to the chain. You can just fire off Prismatic Ending, right? Like fetch ending. Or I guess oh yeah, the Manamorphous was maybe on the white as well.
Okay,
This
Rail
could flip
trigger.
your Ral.
Yeah, it certainly could, and would be happy with the loyalty that's built up. No, I think it would be 7 if the math works out. Shake of the head. You know what that means? Ral is not flipping anymore. Or just the lava split boots going away. Looks like land is going to be the play here.
I
That
want to see an
possibly.
attack for 1.
Nah.
Oh, maybe we played it this turn. Maybe I forgot.
No, you're right. Ral did get played this turn. I'm
Okay.
sure it would have happened if Ral had been played the last turn here. As the saga coming down a little late on turn 3, but better late than never. Pass back. Smells like a metallic rebuke. Is we're going to go get a surveil land here for the Ruby Stone player.
And this is one of those things where you mentioned a little late there in the saga, even just swapping it in like the Shivan Reef on the turns they were played, being able to sort of hold up, make an artifact here and a counter spell would be so powerful, and would really put Eric in an awkward spot as we used so much of our gas the last turn to try to, maybe or high roll get there or sort of set up with these draw spells, but just hit one too many lands.
Yeah, kind of to your point though, you can see why the consideration to flipping Ral was there. Because if it is a whiff, which it was effectively, you would much rather have a planeswalker with, I don't know, any number of loyalty other than 0
Mhm.
than this Ral Monsoon mage right now. You're still going to tick up. You're still going to get the reduction for this next turn. So all the things you get out of Ral on the front side are there. You just have a bit more opportunity to build up towards that ultimate, which is the thing these Ruby Storm decks are always looking to engage. And Harrick shaking the head, surveilling, I think deciding there to keep it on top. And we're going to put a Scalding Tarn into play. We are going to exile this Gemstone Caverns forever. It is now no longer going to be playable because Eric will not get a second land drop, but that hand looks to be full of things that aren't instants or sorceries. Attack!
Oh yeah, no points missed.
Important. Grape Shot does 1, so every extra ones you can get, it's basically a Grape Shot you just cast there.
Yeah, very awkward for Brett here. Looks like the hand is actually 2 Metallic Rebukes, and we're 1 permanent short of sort of being able to use both of them.
Monkey, I suppose. Not enough objects to improvise with. Added 1 more artifact to your point, as you can tap those alongside your lands to make mana for them. Good news for Brett, you can make a construct this turn, now that Saga has ticked up to chapter 2. So if Eric has another somewhat anemic turn of just drawing a card and passing back, you'll feel pretty good. Also, I think if your Storm opponent is passing back and you're holding up 1 counter, you're pretty happy to counter the first spell that looks somewhat dangerous. So Eric's going to have to draw probably a few hits in a row here as he takes another look off the top commercial district. That's the real land of choice. And into the bin goes the land. Pretty easy choice, I'd have to say.
Yeah, one of the weird things about this situation is with Past in Flames being, a spell you can flash back, and I do believe that's Past in Flames, I could be mistaken. But if it is, you can run that into the Rebuke right now, and as long as the Tormod's, I mean, I guess it kind of forces the Tormod's Crypt, which is going to maybe get searched either way. You then remove the construct from being on the board, which buys you more time, right? So you're sort of in this bizarre position where it's like, yeah, I don't want my spell to get countered, but maybe I relieve enough pressure on myself that I can actually sort of fight through this. And with the ritual in hand, we can actually just also ritual in response to pay for the rebuke and maybe trick Brett here.
Be a pretty sweet one. Plenty of good spells to cast in the bin. A lot of mana in play as well. Often these Storm decks are playing rituals to generate mana, but if you just happen to play 5 lands naturally throughout the course of the turn, each of those lands represents a spell you can cast with a cost reducer in play. Pretty much all of your spells cost 2. And when they get reduced by 1, they, of course, cost 1. That's how math checks out. So if Eric does have a Piff in hand, does feel like a good spot to go. I think I spotted a Wish as well, so potential lines there. That's a Pyretic Ritual for sure. That's a Wish. That's a Metamorphosis is the other hand. Now we're trying to think if we can play around Rebuke.
Yeah, I wonder if we're thinking about like wishing for Orm's Chant and then just chanting.
8 it. 3 mana line, of course. 1 white for the chant, 2 for the Wish currently. Roll of the die and no flip of the Rowl, but cards in graveyard is a valuable place for them to be. You have to imagine Eric has access in the board to a Past in Flames, if that's the line you want to go for. Metamorphose definitely signaling to Brett that something spicy is happening this turn. Rowl triggers again, Metamorphose on the stack, and Brett's going to consider.
Oh, that's Past in Flames on the stack.
Oh, it is.
That's the Doctor Who one. That's the Targus exploding.
That looks shockingly like Metamorphose, but that is a much different card.
Yeah, at least I'm pretty sure that's what this one is.
We'll find out in a moment. I can tell you that much. Because if he doesn't draw a card, it's Past in Flames.
Yeah, the Rowl flip's resolved, and now I have to imagine we wouldn't be thinking of countering Metamorphose with all the mana up. So I think we're in a very awkward spot. And yeah, this is one of the things.
It looks suspiciously close to what you're describing, and here comes something. Nope, never mind.
Yeah, and this is what I was mentioning before. Like, if our EE was Tormod's Crypt, then we would be so sort of set up here. Be like, okay, perfect. I'll pop this. Eric tries to rebuild. I'll rebuke that. We're set. But unfortunately, we hit the EE as our 0. Sometimes that's life.
It was Past in Flames, by the way. If it wasn't obvious from Eric moving his entire graveyard into the red zone, it was in fact Doctor Who Past in Flames. Good eye mason as always. Also, you have to think that that ritual on the far left of your screen, that is basically what's going to pay for Metallic Rebuke at this point. So going to start by putting that one on the stack and seeing where we go from there. Again, we're going to be flipping around. We've got plenty of chances to flip old buddy.
This is
Like
one of those
even
things.
is the fail.
Yeah, this is one of those spots where like maybe your day one, round one, you maybe just scoop here because you're like, listen, I'm dead. I'm gonna go chill, hang out. You're 8-1 right now.
Hmm.
You need to kind of bank on Eric fizzling, right? Like I don't blame anyone round one from scooping in this spot. You're in round 10. You're so close to the top eight, the Pro Tour Worlds. Just hope Eric fizzles is your best bet as the Affinity player. And let me tell you, I've gotten lucky before. You can too.
Absolutely. Looks like one more card in Eric's hand, but maybe not going to need it. There are so many good spells in this graveyard. Even a tear to add to the stack. You could actually wear and tear and get the saga too for the absolute maximum rub-ins.
Oh yeah, a little two
Metamorphosis.
for one.
Gonna resolve, draw a card. This one's actually Metamorphosis for real, for real. The original one, opposed to the Double Masters art that mind tricked me just earlier. And is that a wish in hand? I can't quite make it out, but if it is, that's going to be good news for the end of this combo. Again, have to be keeping Rebuke in mind, but there's so much mana you can reasonably make. These spells are pretty cheap. If you find one more ritual, especially, I think you're out of the woods. But even with the lands Eric has right now, it's pretty safe, and that is indeed Wish with all the mana floating, or at least most of it. I have to imagine. Could be one more because Wish only costs 2 from the spot. But we are going to go looking in the sideboard for a card. We are going to try and flip Rel. We are going to hit the wrong number on the die because we're looking for odds, as even has been 1 point of life every time so far, and I can't imagine Eric's changing right now. So we're going to tap a mana, look for a card, and I think it might be the Arms Chant you were looking for.
Yeah, Chant makes life super easy from here. I also
Okay,
think,
it's silence, whatever.
yeah, same card. I think this is a spot too where Eric just needs to flip just needs to win the coin flip
Yes.
because I think our hand doesn't actually do anything.
Yeah, you might be right. Did we trigger for, okay, that was the first one for, but did we trigger for Wish as well?
Yeah, we did. We lost that
Okay.
flip too, I think.
All right, well, no more rebukes in sight, so you can tap the rest of your remaining lands, use all your remaining mana. But like you said, it is really just about this one flip. There's a bunch of redraws. There's finally what we're looking for. And that has to be enough spells at this point. Instants and sorceries have been cast many, many times throughout this turn. And Ral is just going to dump a bunch of cards over. I like the players don't even bother putting the die on. They just go for it. I never mind. We're casting Resolve. We're being responsible. Here we go again. Two,
Yeah, gotta
three,
finish the
four.
range resolve before we can do it.
Ooh.
Okay.
That's that's probably enough, but it's not the best hit ever. We do have
Well,
Passive Flame still in the graveyard, to be fair. So if we can make enough mana, we can get the Wish again and go for it. But Arik again, going to make sure it goes through the motions, does it correctly.
yeah, this is interesting. So I don't know how much mana is floating, but we have this round. Like you said, we have the Passive Flames in the yard. So we have definitely 6 mana with the rituals. But if there's not any mana floating, is that it's like kind
It,
of weirdly awkward, right? Because like
yeah, yeah, it is.
okay,
I
and
don't think there's any mana floating because Arik tapped a land, cast that first Reckless Impulse. So I think we used most of it for the Wish and the Chant. So not a lot left. Ral's going to come in. I guess if we have another Wish, it costs 1 mana now. That's kind of fun. But these spells, thankfully, are free off the far right-hand side of the screen. And this one's going to make 3 mana. We go again. Oh, I guess we're actually just going again. We're going to try and make a new copy of Ral.
yeah, I think we're in a spot where you maybe can win with Passive Flames, casting Wish and stuff. But I think we're maybe a little tight on mana. So just playing the Ral because it's going to discount either way makes sense. And then if you flip your Ral, it just almost assuredly guarantees the win. Obviously, you could lose because of Ral. You could never flip and then take a bunch of damage. But I think this is sort of a safe bet.
So much more exciting to try and do this as well. Also,
Yeah.
apparently, thank you, production. It's the 40k plus Flames, not Doctor Who. They've apparently reprinted this card 15 times or so. But good to know for the future. Again, always on our toes with arts these days. It looks like we do have another Ral. If you're wondering why a Ral just went straight to the bin, it flipped over. He chose the new one. Now we're flipping again. Don't worry about it. It's totally fine. There's no loyalty counters on this Planeswalker. It doesn't matter. And Brett is dead. Arik gonna go to 9-1. Gonna win this game. Took a lot to get there, but the engine did keep on chugging. And Ruby Storm gonna pick up yet another victory on camera.
Yeah, and we kind of saw there a little bit why some players are hesitant to pick the deck up, right? Obviously, Eric did get there, but you imagine a little bit more interaction from Brett, maybe a little bit more pressure. Suddenly, you might actually lose from that spot, right? We also saw how the flip, it was good, but almost not good enough. So the Storm deck is very, very strong, and it is going to lead to some very, disparate game states and sort of how easily it is comes to winning. As we're gonna go check out our backup future matches, it looks like they're probably in game 3.
I have to imagine so, and I am blessed to report to you all that that creature on the bottom of your screen on the Civic side, that is Fibblethip, which is quite the banger hit off of Birthing Ritual.
Yeah, Fibblethip is my arch nemesis when it comes to this deck. Players love Fibblethip. They draw 2 cards. I'm a big Wan Shi Tong fan in the Fibblethip spot, but I can't deny when you turn your Cooling Oracle into a Fibblethip, it is extreme dopamine.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, look, like I said, I'm the kind of player that would happily register Storm and just, I would enjoy the fact that I might lose the game every time I look to go off. Fibblethip has the same amount of Birthing Ritual dopamine for me. I just want to hit, I just want to draw 2 cards. A Shardless Agent going to get shot down by Flage, who has not escaped the graveyard just yet, but usually not too far away. Solitude in play. Endurance as 2 pitch elementals battle in the middle of the board, and Fibblethip just big chillin', wondering if it's maybe time to get in front. Instead, Ice Fang Caudal, much better blocker here from Theo.
Yeah, this is gonna be interesting. It looks like we may have an ephemerate here for Owen, so we could, in response to this draw trigger, ephemerate our Solitude because it's obviously gonna get blocked by this Ice Fang Coatl.
Shut it off. Yep, indeed. Ephemerate. Counterspell? One time? Not
Yeah.
this time. Goodbye, Endurance.
By the way, look at Theo's graveyard. I mean, maybe it's just like, perspective. It looks to be significantly bigger than that deck. And we've got like a good amount of lands and some cards in the exile, cards in hand. We might be like dangerously close to decking, which this deck does do. And against a deck like Jeskai Blink, they actually gain a lot of life.
Especially when Solitude sticks in play for so long. Shardless Agent going to do it again. We'll see just how many cards maybe are in this deck as we flip for yet another Birthing Ritual. Oh, never mind. We can hit more bangers. Ice Fang Caudal and Fibblethip, I realize. Now both hits. This is a very different deck than the 5-color one we saw. A little bit more value-oriented, perhaps.
Yeah, and with the 5-color one we saw, they were really leaning into Cascade being the joke that's like, hee hee, it's random, not really. This deck really is playing it the way they intended. It's like, I've got some cards and I want to go up a card.
Incredible. If we hit Punishing Fire, I'm actually gonna lose it. Of course, it's Simic, so probably not. But I'm getting wonderful flashbacks to a different time in Legacy. This Birthing Ritual is here on the stack, and the end of the turn is beginning. So that trigger is gonna now get resolved, and we're gonna look at the top 7 cards here and see if we can upgrade Fibblethip into something else.
It looks like we found an Endurance. That's going to win the board when it comes to combat and answer that Flage. There's also a Coiling Oracle. So if you're not in love with your hand,
It's true. Can I answer your decking problem too? If
there's
it comes to
there's
that.
no way it's sacrifice. Thank you, Thea. Thank you for being an adult in these trying times.
That
That
does
goes.
not exile. It gets shuffled in.
Yeah, there we go. Is
I
my
know it
Flage?
feels like that, but that's not how
Yeah.
that goes. You have to shuffle. Shuffle your library. I'm remembering Endurance correctly. Or does it go on the bottom? That's quite a powerful magic card.
It goes to the bottom, yeah.
Wow.
And
What a
normally
good
you see a
card.
little shuffling because players have more than one card in their graveyard, so people do
Mm.
often like shuffle it in. As someone who's played a lot of endurance, I've had to stop a lot of people before we had to have a crazy judge interaction. Where
Mm.
it's like,
Love that.
no way. Oh
Hey,
my
look.
goodness. Speaking of no,
Oh no. Wrath of the Skies. Haven't seen it actually cast yet on camera. At least we haven't in our rounds. But certainly a pretty powerful sweeper that we've expected to see in a number of different games. It looks pretty good in this spot. Good by board state, including your enchantment. And Solitude's still going to be sticking around. And back into the. Oh, decides to pass it back. Didn't want to swing. Maybe it was sick. Don't know.
well, we ephemerated, I think, at the start of the turn.
That would
Is what
make
happened.
sense.
Yeah.
So yes, it would be summoning sick then. Mason keeping me honest, which is tough to do, but one man's got to do it, I suppose.
I've
Solitude now
played a
going to roll on
lot
in.
of Solitude Ephemerate. I've definitely been there where I'm like attack, like, oh, that's cheating. Wait, can't do
Mm-mm.
that.
Mm-mm. I remember playing it last turn. Surely I can attack now as Quantum Riddler with a suspiciously 1 card in hand. Flare, straight up cast like cancel. Gonna put that Riddler into the bin.
Yeah. Great decision there from Theo. Counter the unbeatable card.
And play more lands and hopefully find another threat. Instead, pass back. Plenty of interaction potentially lurking in the hand. A couple cards left for Theo. Only one, as we know from Owen, was going to turn into two more, but Riddler did go away. Thankfully for the Jeskai, Blink player is the one with a threat still in play. And look at that. We just draw another one. We have another counter spell. It's only fair. And Sink into Stupor is going to do an impression. It's not quite enough. There's one more blue land left. So we're going to go again.
I think we have Dispute as our last card. So Owen, yeah, gonna get got
Ooh.
here.
Very nicely done. Two spells for one, but that's a lot of extra cards that Riddler represented. So Theo going to try and throw him for a loop, and Owen is in fact going to get got. Birthing Ritual with no creatures is not so fancy, but if we find a creature, there's quite a few in our deck. There's plenty still left to play for here, but Solitude continues to rumble on in. Deal damage to Theo, gain life for Owen. It's going to be an uphill battle at this point for Simic Birthing Ritual.
Theo, like we talked about before, has a lot of seemingly like threats and cards in the graveyard. This deck typically plays a lot of endurances, so we could also endurance ourselves if that ends up being a worry. But right now, we've got to figure out some of the solitude first, kind of first things first.
Yeah, blue-green, definitely the colors you think about pretty good on the stack. You know, can bounce things back to hand, as we just saw, in fact, with Sink into Stupor. But dealing with permanents that are on the board already, typically not as easy for these decks. Sink is going to at least maybe be able to do that. Unfortunately, recasting Solitude also happens to be pretty good if it resolves. So you want to be careful with your bounce spells here, but you're going to have to do it at some point because you're running out of life in this game.
Yeah, and I mean, we've seen Theo be attacked 4 times by Solitude, so at least 12 has happened. I'm seeing some, shock lands in play. I've seen some fetch lands in the graveyard. Even with Solitude going off, I have to think we're single digitsy now. For these backup feature matches, we don't have exact life totals for you at home, but I imagine Theo is hitting. Oh, yeah, and if we're playing this subtlety like this, I imagine we're feeling a little desperate.
Yep. Oh, it is okay. Trigger resolves. I saw Quantum Riddler. That was the first card ripped off the top of this birthing ritual, but more than one card in Theo's hand means it's not as good as it would be, but still a 4/6 flyer that draws you a card and does maybe some more stuff on the end of it all. So I imagine Subtlety is going to be transformed into something. It will sublimate into Oculus. Also a good hit.
Yeah, it's weird too. This has happened to me a lot where with this was Riddler, you kind of have to wait for the trigger to resolve because yeah, if you go for something like a Solitude and then they counter to protect it, then they end up drawing two. I've gotten burned a lot. And yeah, and it looks like Solitude's just gonna win the game here for Owen.
Yeah, it was just enough. Probably enough damage. Again, we didn't have the life totals. We have to imagine Theo was low enough that 2 3-power creatures was going to be enough to get it done there. I'll go Oculus would make a blocker, so it must have, of course, with removing the Oculus, meant that you had 0 blockers and then taking 6. I think, yeah, that would have been 6 4 times, and 6 times 4, I believe, it's a number higher than 20.
Okay, it looks like we actually are going towards game 3. I mean, maybe these players are
Wow.
shuffling, just to get the next little random, but I have to imagine that we just had an incredibly long game 1. Remember when we came in, Theo was in sort of what looked like a commanding position, so we kind of assumed that that game had ended right away, but it looks like maybe Owen held out for a long time, and that's why that game looked to be so deep into a third game. But yeah, I mean, if they're shuffling like this, I have to imagine Theo won game 1. Call me an expert.
You are correct, because production has confirmed we're going to game 3. 6 minutes on the clock.
Mm-hmm.
And 2 decks that do, some amount of durdling. I mean, someone has a fiddle tip in their deck. Like that is a statement of intent when you
Yeah.
register that card.
Yeah, and some of the times like chaining the 2 drops that draw a card is what this deck does. I mean, obviously you'd prefer to do that with something like an Oculus and you're sort of just going up cards, right? But it is pretty good just to sort of be like, yep, I'll draw a couple cards, move through some stuff in my deck. Yeah, counter your thing. It is a pretty good strategy, all things considered. And we've seen a lot of strong players choose to play this deck this weekend here. I mean, even in the other RCs across the world too, like in the United States, we saw Jake Beardsley, Pro Tour champion of Modern from a couple years back. He decided to play this deck, and that doesn't strike me as a Jake deck, right? So if
Mm.
he's picking up something like this, it tells me that he thinks it's either very well positioned or very powerful.
Both, which would be even better.
Yeah, why not both?
Certainly looked good so far, but this is going to be a movie. This last game here don't get to see two blue decks that don't do, I would say, particularly unfair things. Everyone just about in Modern is doing something unfair. But definitely some slower decks here with not a lot of time left on the round. So we should see some absolute light speed play, and I can already see the shortcutting has begun. We are fetching as aggressively as we can in our opponent's main phase.
Yeah, these players are X1 and 1. Being X1 and 2, I think is going to probably eliminate these players from making it to the Pro Tour. If not eliminating them, it means they just definitely have to win out for the remainder here. I think X1 and 1 will still be very much live for it and top 8. So along the line here, as a double draw would be disastrous for these players.
All right, last and quarter going to draw a card. Looking pretty good. And again, more surveils happening on both turns here. Thundering Falls, fetch for Owen off that flooded strand. We're going to be looking at cards again. Again, a lot of shuffling in Modern, a lot of triggers, a lot of things to consider, a lot of decisions. And makes for great Magic. Makes for really interesting decision making, but does not make for the fastest game. So players are going to have to make lightning quick decisions here as we go through what's going to be quite a number of turns if we're going to get to a conclusion for this final game.
Yeah, this is a real skill, I think, in Magic is understanding,
Mm-hmm.
hey, I have 3 minutes on the clock. I need to make plays, even if they aren't the best plays, right? It is so much better for me to win this round than it is for me to draw. And honestly, it's better for kind of everybody if we have a decider of this match and not a double draw, as we'll sort of both be eliminated here.
Yeah, for sure. So fetching again after Ice Fang rumbles in. Owen down to 18. Shout out to Flooded Tramp for doing a bit of extra damage. Felia also going to start to get on the O on Owen's side in just a moment. But it's a land found, a deck presented, and a permanent put or spell put onto the stack. You have to think here with 3 mana, and it's Birthing Ritual. We're going to look again. Trigger. Let me look, please. I would like to upgrade this snake into something even bigger than that.
If I was gonna say, if Owen finds an Oculus here, this would be a great way to win in the time allotted. I mean, you just stick an Oculus, right, and then have a counterspell or
Boom.
two. All right, Calling Oracle. It's like an
That's a bit
Oculus.
different. It's so similar. We're gonna look at
Yeah,
the top
it's
card of our library. We're gonna put a land into play. Look at that. That's Oculus. Come on, Manifest Dread my land into play.
oh
Incredible.
yeah,
Oh
that's
yeah.
nice. This also unlocks like an Icewind Kuwaddle coming out of nowhere too, in order to sort of be another body, use your mana. This is, I'm a big believer in Coiling Oracle in this deck. I know some people kind of hate it, but hitting the lands like this is surprisingly really good quite
Oh,
often.
that's really good as well. Warp and Evoke are very different, so we're gonna have to try and answer this. Goodbye, Felia. Get out of here. Dismember the answer for Theo.
Yeah, and you're seeing Owen playing, excuse me, a little quickly here. Left didn't leave up the planes to represent Ephemerate. And so Theo knows, hey, I can go after this Felia, and I know the Riddler won't come back. Where it's sort of a very easy decision, even with the high time pressure going on here. So, this is what happens sometimes, but I'm glad Owen's making quick plays rather than being perfectly precise.
Yep, have to agree here as both players playing very swiftly. Birthing Ritual's still there. And looks like Riddler in the hand, so maybe we're going to try and upgrade that one. We're going to surveil, have a look first, see if we have a target already on top. At least filter one away if we don't have something good. Looks like we do want to draw the card, though, because here's Quantum Riddler straight to the warp zone. We are just like, okay, well, we do have to sacrifice it, so that is actually not how that works. But again, you can see the amount of shortcutting the players are looking for here, as looks like Mystical Dispute is going to cut that one off, and we're going to go looking again. This time, it is only the Oracle that can be upgraded, but is there an Oculus in these top 7?
There's not, there's a Fibblethip, though. That's a draw two
Let's
here.
go!
Yeah, this is why people love the Thip. I mean, Theo a little low on resources, lost the Quantum Riddler in the war there, but now, yeah, just picked up Oculus and a Flare and has an Icewind Coatl. So we're looking really nice here as long as Owen doesn't have anything that can really, take over the game. Yeah, this ending, because you drew the Oculus, just doesn't matter that much. Like, you can fight. I like throwing the Coatl down and sort of get max information. You're going to do this no matter what. Oh, you draw another ritual. Oh, yeah. Let it happen.
We're good. Do you have to exile that one?
Yeah, it's thrown sideways ish.
Yeah. I mean, Theo
Yeah.
does have all his exiled cards under his graveyard, so
Mhm.
that is just how it goes. You have to exile cards for Oculus, which is the reason I was particularly thinking of graveyard count, but don't think it's going to be a big problem here. 3 mana tapped, spell cast. It is Oculus. We have enough.
Yeah, we have exactly enough here. So, whew, lucky-ish spot there for Theo. And that might have been a reason too. Last turn, if we had 5 cards in the graveyard, we might have seen a fight over it just to get the Oculus in play.
I think
As all
Ritual
right,
and
time is
time is going to be
called
called.
on Theo's turn. That makes this turn 0.
Not what you want it to be on 10-0, but do have a flare in hand at least, so plenty of interaction. Double Oculus, we just have to go for it. All of the bodies must swing into our opponent as quickly as we can. This is a way to race in extra turns. This is, I think, maybe a hit that Theo needed if he has any chance of winning this game.
I agree. This is also such a good thing for when it comes to kind of like making sure that there's probably going to be a clearish winner. Obviously, Owen's under no obligation to concede if we hit a spot where there is, but lots of times if players kind of know, like, hey, I would have lost with like 5 more seconds on the clock. I'm just going to concede. It's pretty clear here. This Oculus, at minimum, sort of puts us in that spot, right? Where it's like, okay, I'm gonna have to battle through all this. That's gonna be really hard. And even if I somehow do, I'm probably gonna be on sort of death's door here. So we'll have to see how the turns play out. But Theo here kind of had as close to the fastest draw as he can have that involves a turn 3 Oculus.
Yep, I have to agree there. Is deck's going to get shuffled, land's going to get found, and surveil is going to happen there. Meticulous Archive is through all the books in that land, seeing if he likes the one that's on top of his library.
Theo can also manifest dread something like a Quantum Riddler and then just spin the 5 to sort of upgrade to a 4/6 flyer. That would put us, with just lethal. So kind of looking for those things.
Dread, look at 2, put 1 on the battlefield. Face down, you may flip it over for its mana value. If it's a creature, very fun spin on Manifest/Morph.
Yeah, and I believe Subtlety was the find on the second Oculus here, which would give us 14 in the air. So Owen's going to need to have something that can kind of stabilize us from this point.
Riddler's going to get whooped in. I think you say, yes, this is fine. Although I guess if you're worried about Ephemerate and Co., you want to interact on the stack instead of in battlefield, but we'll just leave it. It's going to get whooped away anyway, so Owen's going to have to commit more spells if he wants to keep the Riddler on the board as a blocker, which, as we've noted, is going to be a pretty important thing in these upcoming turns. Theo, I think, is like, can't wait to flip over this Subtlety. There's a lot of energy here in the Simic Birthing Ritual player. Knows how domineering this board is if it's allowed to stick around. Has a counterspell in hand. Just needs to get over the finish line here. It's going to have one extra combat step maybe, but you don't want to give another turn over to your opponent if you can help it. You get 5 extra turns. Well, 6 really if you count 0, but you don't want to have to use all of them.
Yeah. Here's Flage.
No. I do not like that one. Oh, I'm going to extend the hand. Owen, understanding that the writing is on the wall. Riddler's going to go away to warp. Flage is going to go to the graveyard from being counterspelled. No spells are going to be shot out of the air. And Theo with the double Oculus draw off the Birthing Ritual. 1 natty, 1 off the top. Managing to take game 3 in extra turns. Now 8, 1, and 1.
Yeah, and I think that really displays why a lot of players really like this Birthing Ritual deck, right? You have a lot of interaction, and you still have the ability to sort of get those free quote-unquote wins, right? And we talked a little bit about this yesterday, that in Modern, having free wins is a thing that I don't want to say is like needed, but it's kind of very much appreciated. I mean, even that Jeskai Blink deck as a mid-rangey, grindy deck has free wins, right? You see Felia flicker your Riddler with a bunch of interaction is often, as close as a fair deck's going to get to a free win in the sort of pseudo fair mirror. So having something like those very early Oculuses with lots of counter backup, that often just wins the game here. So well played there by Theo. Still 4 more rounds of Swiss today before our top 8 cut to see who's going to make it to the Pro Tour and later Worlds. What an exciting day.
Yeah, going to be a great day for sure. I did mention it earlier, but I have to agree with you. I think no deck in Modern at this point is doing anything. It's doing everything fairly. There's levels of fair versus unfair, but everyone's doing something fair. Even our most honest deck, Boros Energy, definitely doing some unfair things at times when it assembles particular sets of permanents. So a fun round here, a long one too. Again, I'm sure going to get things repaired up in just a moment and bring us round 11. Anything you're looking forward to for the rest of the day? We have, again, 4 more rounds together here in the booth. So we have both another round and a top 8 for you all to enjoy.
I'm really just looking forward to some high stakes Magic and see some people's dream come true and play the Pro Tour.
I have to enjoy that. Going to a break. So we are going to take a few minutes to, get away, get a drink, go to the bathroom, get some popcorn, whatever you need to do. It's a nice Sunday here in Calgary here for the RC. So take a little break and we'll see you in just a few minutes for more Modern Magic.
All right, I'm here at Regional Championship Calgary with Lyndon Cud, the winner of the previous Regional Championship. Lyndon, I feel like the community has put a burden on you that I don't think has you fully accepted. Before we had all these Grixis piles, and now the community's calling them Lyndon piles. Now tell me, what are you okay with this? And did you in fact register a Lyndon pile?
I mean, the question answers the question. Yes, of course I registered Lyndon pile. I mean, I wouldn't say it's a burden. It's cool to have something that's close to my heart. Like the deck is something I've worked on for months. I know I've played it for a long time, and it's finally in a position that I feel really confident about it being good and trying to spread the good word of Grixis Lyndon pile, I guess. Yeah.
Going to the event, did you test any of the new avatar cards into your list, or were you just pretty much just stuck with what you were testing with before?
So I definitely didn't do much. There wasn't a lot of time,
Yeah,
so
really
I didn't do much testing. So it's mostly just like theory crafting. Of course, I looked at the Wai Shi Tong,
Wang Chi Tong, whatever.
Wang Shi Tong. I just call it Washington. All my friends have just been calling it Washington when I refer to the cards. Like
awesome.
We looked at Washington, and it's like it's okay, but I feel like it's just not better than what we currently have in the deck, and it might be a little clunky. Like sometimes it's okay, and I felt like, especially in an open deck list format, your opponent might be able to play around it just by like not fetching at certain times. And I didn't feel like it was necessary. Maybe in the future, when there's more experience to be had with the card, I could see a world where it's good and playable in some numbers. But it was definitely something that was on my mind. But I just don't think it's better than what we already have, and I didn't want to get too threat intensive in the deck because I think a lot of the power is having the answers, and if you start cutting your answers, and
you lose out on what your impact is.
Yeah, you're gonna lose to some combo decks because you don't have the correct interaction.
100%, 100%. Going to this event, of course, you won the last one. So, is your goal to win this one and top it, or what's the bar? What's the lowest point for you?
I wouldn't say there's a lowest point. Obviously, I want to, but I'm just hoping to have fun and have a good weekend, play the RC. If I win, I hope so. Great, but I wouldn't say there's a low point. Obviously, I would like to at least day 2. That would be a hope.
Very understandable.
And I would like to top 8, and I would like to win. My goal for myself is to try and queue for the next PT. I have a couple opportunities, lucky for me, beyond this RC, like World. I'm going to Worlds in 2 weeks, and that can maybe queue me for the next PT, but maybe I can get it here and then not have to worry about that.
Awesome. Well, I wish you the best of luck in the rest of the event. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Hello and welcome back to Regional Championship Calgary here, hosted by FacetoFace Games. I'm still Julian Pastime Car. Mason Clark has still somehow survived this many rounds of Magic with me as we are here for round 10. Gonna get our feature match rolling up in just a moment.
Yeah, it is going to be an exciting round. We're getting so close to that point where you can actually sort of taste that Pro Tour invite. It's, I think, still like one round away for players can start drawing and things of that nature, but it's in the back of your mind. And when you're in these spots, you just have to keep a level head and be like, okay, I know it's coming, but I got to play this match as well. I've played every other match. Don't get ahead of myself and just put my best self forward. And I'm excited to see our players do that in the feature match area this round.
Yeah, can't imagine the matches of Magic get easier to play as you get ever so closer to top 8 and or qualification. As we can take a look at our decks, is it Affinity on one side of the table here, a deck we've seen already. This one, unfortunately, though, no Ravagers to speak of, but still fan favorite Claws of Gix becoming more and more a standard of this deck, which personally is that's just a treat.
Yeah, it's just a nice little, nod. And it's, a surprisingly nice little card. It's one of those things where it's like you wouldn't expect something like this to be good, but you combine it with weapon manufacturing and the right sort of game states, comes up pretty big. And this deck also, playing one Emery. I kind of like this. We saw sort of some of the players from Sanctum play an Emery Tameo build affinity at the first round of American RCs. I thought that was a really innovative and really powerful strategy. Sort of taking a little bit of that, playing the first Emery, and that's a card that gives you a lot of grind and also is very explosive. You get an Emery Bobble start and you really start moving through your deck.
Yeah, kind of a bit of both. So nice to see that card in the deck. Curious. There's even one more in the sideboard, actually. So in the longer, grindier games, perhaps you want access to something like that. The opponent, though, is on something, I guess we could call it even spicier than this. It is a deck that's been around for a while. 4-color Domain Zoo. Not a deck we've seen all too often. Certainly didn't have that many players at the Pro Tour, but obviously having success here this late into the RC.
Yeah, so this was a deck heading into sort of the Pro Tour metagame I was personally very high on. And that was because it felt like a lot of people might still be pulling the trigger on things like Energy and Belcher. And this deck's really good if you're trying to play against those two types of decks. If you're a combo deck, hey, I've got these consigns, I've got these stubborn denials, that's pretty annoying. And you're trying to play a normal creature game, well, Leyline of the Guild Pack, plus Scion of Draco, that is really hard to beat for a ton of decks. You would be shocked how much like you can just mold a 4 and go, Leyline, land, Draco, and the games are at minimum close. So, when that's the sort of thing you can mulligan to and you have those kind of matchups, it makes sense that with Energy being our second most played deck here on this weekend, that this Zoo player is doing quite well. And Doorkeeper Thrall, really strong in our own deck with Flage. That's sort of, end of turn Thrall, our turn play a Flage pass. Sort of, okay, this is sticking around. But also, Amulet Titan, like we talked about before, considered one of the most powerful decks in Modern right now. This is a sideboard card in your main deck along with the consigns. And against Jeskai Blink, this is also just a sideboard card in your main deck with Warping not working the same way as Escape. So when they cheat the Riddlers in, I do believe they still leave at the end of turn.
Very nice to see. Again, definitely a card that if you can play it in your main, pretty powerful. Even has flash because again they've just made the hate bears real good these days. Even though this one doesn't have 2 power, as just about everything else. But shades of Phyrexian Dreadnought, Stifle, and or Dress Down with that Doorkeeper Thrall Phage package. Of course, is occupying it. Ragavan, of course, at the front and center of any aggro deck. Really, little Kavu in the 2 slot, Draco in the 0 slot. Hopefully, if the Leyline comes down early, just a bunch of a mix of good spells that don't cost very much mana. Back in the days, there was a deck very similar to this, also called Domain Zoo, that looked very different, but kind of the the general want to play all of the colors and play the most efficient things in those colors aggressively has been around in Extended and of course Modern for a very long time.
Yep. And this deck, when the matchups are good for this deck, it is so good. So I'm excited to see this in our future match area. I believe both these players are X and 1, if I'm not mistaken. So, getting very close to that sort of, we're winning and then we're talking about can I draw situation.
Yeah, depending on, of course, where the standings fall, things get very complex as far as math goes. At least for me, I'm not a math guy. I just look at the cards and talk about them as they appear on screen. But curious to see how this matchup goes. Affinity obviously can get off to some pretty explosive starts, but so can this deck. And it feels like in the little creatures versus little creatures mirror, which is somewhat what we have here. The significantly bigger creatures might feel a bit better, but I mean, Kappa Cannoneer is no joke either. So I feel like both decks have little things and both decks have big things. So finding the right combination of those is going to be pretty important in this matchup.
Yeah, it's weird where Kappa Cannoneer becomes unblockable unless there's a Doorkeeper Thrall, and then your creatures are
Yeah.
either bigger or smaller in very like polarizing ways, right? It's either Midnights versus Kappas. But then if you have Leyline, it doesn't matter that much with the Draco because then you have
Yep.
Lifelink. But then if they have Shadow Spear, right? So like there's a lot of different like if this then that statements going on in this matchup. So it could be one that feels very polarizing just depending on your draw, right? So this is a spot where open deck list really benefits these kind of decks because for both sides, honestly, where it's like knowing sort of what are your key cards and being like, okay, yeah, this hand is, sort of all in on a Kappa, that's good enough quite often. Sometimes it isn't, and having that information can be super big. It does look like actually Gavin is X and 2, excuse me there. Spencer is X 1 and 1.
Both have mulligan to 6. Shout out to production, putting a little text on my screen so I can not miss that. But I do see a Leyline in play, but I don't see a Draco. Territory Kavu is in the rubbish bin. Looks like got rebuked based on the graveyards I can see. And his Menmite versus Mishra's Bauble. Not the most intimidating board, but better than nothing. Spencer on our Domain Zoo player. Gonna go ahead, play Arena of Glory as the land for turn. Again, all the lands do make all the colors right now because that's how Leyline works. And we do have the big bad. No, it's just Territory Kavu instead.
Yeah, I was curious to see, Spencer, which one we would play and if we would use the Arena of Glory to haste as well. Looks like Spencer, maybe looking at Gavin, saying, did you keep a hand that's all in on Metallic Rebukes type stuff? If so, I'm going to try and get you there. And it looks like it's just a big old Kappa.
Loves a big old Kappa. Chat's going to be going wild, but here we go. Lands get cracked. Kappa is in play, and Spencer's going to be like, I have a large creature of my own. And then we'll do battle with the turtle and the dragon. And battle is old as time in Magic the Gathering. Turtle's gotten a lot more powerful since, I guess, Horned Turtle.
Mm-hmm. Maybe a little sneak peek of what's to come with the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Here very soon in Standard.
Oh, goodness. Can you imagine if they put Kappa Cannoneer in Standard?
Yeah. Why not? Let's live a little. We got weapons manufacturing.
We'll have to see. There's a land. It was funny, Spencer, obviously, right now his land's all tapped for Rainbow, thanks to Leyline. So considering options, getting a Surveil land, which again is the most common thing we've seen fetched for all weekend long, which makes a lot of sense. These are just great lands with land types you can fetch that do a little bit of extra sculpting for you, a little bit of extra info gathering, a little bit of surveilling, as Spencer decides he likes the card enough. He's going to put it straight to his hand. Moving into the there is the dragon. Arr.
So it was huge. Leyline Binding was the card left. That's going to stop Shadow Spear. Now, Gavin here, yeah, we don't want to rubbish away our Leyline Binding. Good idea there, Spencer. One of Gavin's best draws now. It will still, make it so the turtle is bigger than the Kavu, excuse me, and it'll make it unblockable, but it won't stick around probably long enough to actually do what you want to do, and that's stabilize the life totals. As Spencer here, 4/4 lifelink flying is going to kind of quote unquote win the war. And if the Kappa starts attacking, then the Kavu can start getting into combat and gaining life as well.
Yeah, it looks pretty scary. Again, this is lifelink often the mirror breaker in these kinds of aggro mirrors, or Thoughtcast. Not a bad way to go as far as replenishing your hand and trying to dig your way out of this. I see Sink into Stupor. That is a temporary answer to the Scion, but not really looking for temporary. I guess you could try and find 2 and go bounce the Leyline and then bounce the Draco, but that also seems kind of far away. So Gavin gonna have to make some decisions here.
Yeah. Remember, our life totals are taking a second to catch up here, but it is 10 on Gavin's side to 28 on Spencer. And while we are getting a lot of damage here, potentially, and excuse me, a lot of cards here, threatening a lot of potential damage, 28's a large number.
Triggers continue. Close the Gix for 1. Mox Opal for 2. Kappa all the way up to 7 now. If I can double check. It's been a while since this card beat me in Legacy. Yep, it is a 4/4 base with 3+1/+1 counters. It is now unblockable as well, thanks to the trigger happening. And there's a second one. Hold on a minute. Now this is pod racing.
Okay, second one is good. That's 2 things that can be sort of unblockable and chunk in. But if you go and attack with your huge one right now, then the Kavu attacks back for 5, which forces the chump block. So you're sort of stuck having to leave it back on defense, which makes life hard, but not impossible.
First things first, the Vigilant Flyer with Lifelink Trample first strike. Who's going to get in? Oh, and Hexproof. Yeah, sorry. Quickly trying to read all the abilities on Scion there for the folks at home. It does cost 12. Don't worry about that. Other things happened to make sure this Draco could come down very, very early with haste, thanks to the arena that is currently tapped due to its exertion from the previous turn. But the good thing's still happening here for Spencer as the life totals continue to go in the direction Domain Zoo wants. Up for one and down for the other. Gavin down to 6. Going to have to answer the flyer or find another way to deal a lot of damage over the next 2 turns. Going to crack this land, draw a card, see if there's something else that might be better here. As a Saga, probably not going to get all the way to chapter 3, so light reading here for Gavin, but could maybe make something happen with a construct token, making an artifact at least guarantees you get a Kappa trigger on the following turn, but you really want to win this turn as well.
So I think Gavin needs to have Sink into Super to get rid of this ley line of the Guild Pact. I think that's Gavin's best route to victory, because then you don't have the lifelink from the Dracos. You're still in trouble. And yeah, I think he maybe does have the Sink in hand.
Yeah, I saw it earlier, so he definitely does have access to that line. I was pondering about Leyline, then the Draco, but of course, if you bounce the Leyline, all the Draco's abilities get turned off, and it's simply a 4/4 flyer. That is significantly less scary, even though it is going to take you out in 2 turns, but that is a way that Gavin can maybe stabilize this game. Maybe baiting with an attack. 1 Kappa Cannon is going to come in. That one is blockable, by the way, but Spencer decides to block with his face, which has got 31 points of life attached to it right now, so makes a decent amount of sense. No use in putting your creature in harm's way. And Leyland Binding.
Yeah, I kind of, so I like Spencer Leyland Binding here. He's targeting the Mox Opal. I wish we had done this when we attacked with the Kappa. Okay, so we're going after the Claw Gix, not the Mox Opal. Okay. I was gonna say, if you go after the Opal, then you can kind of force the Sink into Stupor, / keep him off sync off the top deck from the Bobble trigger, and then sort of know it's like, oh, okay, well, if you didn't do anything right at the beginning of combat, then I'll go to blocks and eat your Kappa for free. But still, yeah, I mean, maybe Gavin didn't have Sync here. I have to imagine. We'd want to. I mean, with the double Arena Glory, you just can't cast the Guild Pact for at least a turn.
Yeah, definitely not the easiest spell to cast fairly. Obviously, it comes in for free in your starting hand. I could have swore I saw a Sync, and now we're going to play it in the end step, it looks like here.
Yeah, maybe Gavin a little worried about something, like some sort of threat coming down.
Yeah. Was a little low as far as board goes, so that could make sense. Unfortunately, the problem here is that even with the Leyline being bounced and potentially turning off all of the Draco's abilities, still going to be a 4/4 flyer. Gavin's at 2, so Leyline Binding going to come in. Looks like Mox Opal now going to be the target. Yep, going to be put under that binding there. And Leyline's going to get bounced. Obviously, you have to cast the binding now before all your lands lose all their basic land types. But still a lethal creature on board, and Spencer's at 30. Did gain the life off the last attack as well.
Yeah, if we can somehow survive, then the Urza Saga will get the Shadow Spear. The Shadow Spear will go on the huge Kappa Cannoneer, and we will stabilize. But getting there that one more turn, that's the part that's looking a little tricky.
Emery flipping some cards over, obviously can't activate. Funnily enough, Ornithopter might be the ticket if we have one floating around. And that's a very good find. Aethos Spellbomb.
Wow. Okay, that was maybe the best hit we could get. That answers the Kavu. As you know, that answers the Draco. The Kavu is a 2/2 right now, so nothing to worry about in that regard. And with Emery, you can just replay the Spell Bomb over and over and over again.
Yeah, and of course, as a Saga, I joked, said it's never gonna be able to find the 3rd chapter. Never gonna be able to find an artifact from Gavin's deck, but looks like Gavin may have bought enough time here. Of course, the Hexproof turning off as well, with no blue permanent there for the Scion, so it is currently targetable by the Spell Bomb. Emery also a 1/2, so it can get in the way of the Carvel if absolutely needs to, if Memnite for some reason isn't available. But the Kappa Cannons didn't even roll in. Gavin knows that this is not about a race anymore. This is just about me stabilizing with the Shadow Spear. So Scion's going to come in. Creatures now have to actually turn sideways. Carver's going to trigger, maybe trying to take something out of the graveyard here for Emery, but all of a sudden, this position looks really good for Gavin.
We have to discard this ley line, and we have to draw Flage. I think that is our only way to win. Stubborn Denial, a little late.
Yeah. One turn too late here. Kappa Cannon, he's like, I'm getting in there. I'm not letting this cover get anywhere near my life total. Gonna bounce the old Scion as well. This is a multi 5 for Spencer, by the way. We did have a quick production update after that. The Draco gonna go back to hand now. No longer has Hexproof. Gavin at 2, which is a pretty precarious spot to be against a deck that's aggressive with access to all 5 colors. Draco's gonna get replayed. But as you mentioned, there's a Shadow Spear lurking in the Affinities library. And they are going to now activate Urza Saga. Draw a card. Take it up.
So best possible for Spencer here is Gavin draws Shadow Spear. Because if he draws it, he has to cast it, and then Spencer can Stubborn Denial. Yeah, and then maybe Gavin missequences the turn, and then that way Embry can't buy back the Shadow Spear.
Float some mana. Go searching. Don't know what the card in hand is, but I'm going to go looking through the library. There's only one card everyone has on their mind right now, both players and us here in the booth, thinking about that card right there. Shadow Spear in the library, on the table. Kappa Kennedy triggers, because of course it does. And where's the equip going? Emery going to get activated nice and early. Only one card in Spencer's hand. We know what it is, but Gavin does not.
Okay, Stubbs is good. You get to keep your Scion around, but this is so backbreaking.
Yeah, you're now losing the race. Also, even if you replay the Leyline, you can turn off some of the abilities that matter here. Yeah, this is all the life probably needs. Both Cannoneers are going to charge on in. Gavin knows he's going to gain a lot of life this turn. Gains 10 up to 12.
Yeah, that's...
Oh, no, it's 11. Sorry.
11, yeah, because the Shadow Spirit, yeah. And that also means Spencer's done the next turn. There's just no way for him to deal enough damage.
Yep.
Yeah, there's the bolt. Oh, no. Yeah, Spencer, yeah, he knows. He's like, I did what I kind of could. But, sometimes Capicania plus Shadow Spirit just kind of takes over the games there. Sting and the Stupa really showing why, players really like this card, especially in this Affinity deck. It's a great way to stop something on the stack, but also these weird to answer cards you can kind of unsummon for a turn.
Yeah, that one at the spell also coming off the top at a critical moment for Gavin. All the cards lining up there to be able to steal game 1. I mean, the Mulligan to 5 was a Mulligan to 5, but still a pretty potent one. As we know, domains, you can have some very powerful openings. So mulliganing aggressively, not necessarily a bad thing when you're looking for such powerful openings. As we pop back over to our other feature match. And in fact, let's look at the sideboards instead. See what we're working with here for domains. Do anything you like in the sideboard here, Mason.
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple cards that jump out to me. So, I mean, Wrath of the Skies, we've talked about in the past, sort of just cleans up all the small stuff. It's really hard, especially for this deck, to answer Kappa. Sometimes you see energy players, thanks to Guide of Souls, actually take down the biggest turtle in Magic currently. But Mystical Dispute is also a card that is weirdly very good against this Affinity deck. I think players think of Affinity as like, a colorless deck, right? And historically, it kind of has been that way, kind of splashing some colors. This deck's big payoffs are all blue. Kappa Cannoneer, Pinnacle Emissary, which we have weirdly not seen in the feature match area, and Emery. Those cards are all great. And then also the interaction on the other side, and the card draw is all blue. So really the things you want to counter, the big payoff cards, you almost never want to encounter the enablers. Blue, let's have this Musical Dispute in our deck. Those are the two cards that really jump out to me. And then obviously Wear Tear, sort of, a staple we're going to bring in versus these decks, and can pretty easily cut some cards like Winter Night Stories that I don't think are quite for this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, I see Path of Exile too, but I mean, ward cost of Capicania is so high that I don't think we're ever going to do it that way. So it makes sense to me. So we can pop on over to the Affinity sideboard, have a peek, see what's there. As we mentioned, Ashok, another Emery, if we feel like it's going to be a grinding game, which I don't think it's really going to be. Anything else sticking out to you, Mason?
Yeah, I mean, so this spot looks a lot worse here. You could bring in Blood Moon. Sometimes you get the Zoo player. Your mileage may vary. One of the nice things about the Affinity deck is it can turn 2 a Blood Moon. Thanks to Mox Opal. Theoretically, you could turn 1 a Blood Moon, with enough Moxes and a will. But there's not a ton of cards I super love. I know some players like to bring in Consign versus Zoo. I think it's totally reasonable. You hit the Draco, and the Leyline Binding trigger is sometimes enough. Also, there's some other random triggers that come up along the way that, you can consign, and that can be pretty good. But I'm imagining we're going to take a lighter approach here. I could see Ember coming in, not because it's the best card ever, but just because it's like, well, I have some cards I'm not super in love with. Like your Mimknights are nice and you kind of need them for your synergies to work, but they don't really do anything body wise, right? Your Pithing Needle, kind of a deadish card in this matchup, doesn't have any really good targets. So Engineered Explosives sort of sometimes is really good, sometimes it's unplayable. We're going to have to see how we want to go about playing this from Gavin's perspective, but I imagine we're going to take a lighter touch when it comes to these games.
That makes sense to me. I'm kind of curious how the matchup is going to play out, but we'll talk about that in just a moment as I'll hold my thought as we pop into our backup match here. Grixis midrange, Alvaro on the left versus Marcus Thibault on the right. Simic Birthing Ritual been kind of the deck of day two, I think we can say. At least deck of the later stage of the tournament. We saw 0 Simic Birthing Ritual in our first 5 rounds yesterday, Mason. We've seen it twice already in this early stages of day two. As the hand's getting written down here on the fancy notepad. Little Thoughtseize action is happening here.
Yeah, this is a tough Thoughtseize. So the Birthing Ritual is already in play. At least I'm assuming that to be the case because it's a little bit laid out from everything else, and we do have 2 mana tapped. It's possible something else happened there, but I think it's in play. So really my question is, what is going on in the hand of our Grixis midrange player? Because that's going to inform the Thoughtseize a lot. As you might expect, water is wet. My guess is that on average, we probably want to take this Shardless agent. It's just multiple bodies, and it's going to maybe even hit another ritual, and we really just want to keep them off Oculus. Okay, Endurance going away, maybe something like a Murktide could be potentially in our hand. It could also just be that's the biggest body here. I wouldn't be surprised if Dismember had gone if we had a Psychic Frog where a Tameo is the follow-up. So sometimes with Thoughtseize, it actually gives information to the other player, and it's always really important, especially if your opponent tanks for a long time. Think about why would they be thinking about my hand? As here's another Birthing Ritual.
I think it's a reasonable thing to say in Magic. That, if your opponent's thinking, you should do some thinking too. And most Magic players, shockingly, don't think enough. So always think you should be thinking as Birthing Ritual number 2. Looks fun. Unfortunately, I guess you get 2 looks at a hit here on Shardless Agent, so that's not nothing. If you don't like the first 7, maybe you can look at the next.
Yeah, ideally that's where Fibblethip shines, right? You turn
Let's
into
go.
a Fibblethip, and then you turn into an Oculus. And it's like, okay, nice.
Nice.
Ooh, speaking of nice, this looks like a pretty good turn 1 here for Gavin.
I'd say so. Arena of Glory must have been surveilled because that is all the way in the graveyard over there. Crypt, Memnite, Mox Opal, Urza Saga, Thoughtcast. Not a bad turn 1 for Gavin Bennett.
Okay, so Spencer has double Wrath, which would have been insane here, but we had Thundering Falls as our first land. So you could imagine here, Wrath of Skies, even just for 0, right? Just cleans everything up, and Gavin probably moves on to game number 2. Or game number 3, excuse me.
Yeah, that would be real nice, but unfortunately, Leyline giveth and Leyline taketh away. If your lands aren't painted, all basic land types can be trickier to find some of these double-colored costs, especially a card like Wrath of the Skies, which is so powerful, but relatively gated by its mana pips. Second lane going to come down here. Saga going to go to 2, and does Gavin have a big payoff here? Is there a Cannoneer to follow up on this explosive turn 1? Again, lots of little objects in play, but no Pinnacle Emissary. These objects aren't converted into anything yet. In for 2. Come on. Let's start with the fun stuff. Not yet. I think I see a Kappa. Are we doing math?
Yeah, I think Gavin's thinking about, if there's a Mystical Dispute, what happens? Can I play around stuff? And should I just activate my Saga for the next 2 turns?
Mm-hmm.
Because let's say Gavin does go Kappa Cannoneer here, I don't think he has anything to protect. I think if he did, he would just probably slam. Maybe he's double checking. I talked about this earlier. If you think you're going to win, make sure you think about everything. But yeah, so basically, this gives Spencer a turn to potentially Wrath of the Skies, but also you just lose a lot of Saga value. Where if you just go activate, and Spencer doesn't have Wrath of the Skies, you sort of, win the game very easily. I think Gavin, made the right play and sort of played around potentially Wrath of the Skies and tried to pinch Spencer of like, hey, I've got a big thing and wide stuff. What are you going to do?
Yeah, I think I like that. I mean, obviously the dispute was there, as you highlighted. A shockingly good card against this deck with this many artifacts in it. But certainly picked off the Cannoneer on the stack, which is the place you really want to be. There's that Wrath. White, see you later board. Everything but that one land going to get taken out, I believe. Because Saga, yep, that's an enchantment, buddy. Put it in the graveyard.
Yeah. And this is also another moment here where we might see Gavin, sort of just fight until some, amount of pressure comes on their side. But is in a really sort of tough spot here. We are going to see Consign on the Opal, and I actually love that play.
That is sick. Pinnacle Emissary threatening to rebuild once again. Gavin kind of had it all, actually. Had the wide board, had the big threat, had the go wide again post Wrath. And now it's Kavu versus the world here. Just a single 1-1 robot heading into the red zone. The flyers, at least.
Yep. And we drew a Kappa Cannoneer, which you would think, okay, I'm in a bad spot. This is what I want. My big, the game-winning card. Coverage keeps talking to me about it. It's actually not. You want to be drawing sort of some of your, miscellaneous cards and then get that Pinnacle Emissary back and play a bunch of, stuff, then draw the Kappa. So weirdly, a blank draw here in the short term for Gavin.
Yeah, I do like the description of Affinity being Pinnacle Emissary, Kappa Cannoneer, and then miscellaneous. As Gavin's going to scoop up the permanents, and we're going to be going to game number 3. Very quick win there for Spencer.
Yeah, and this is, Affinity, very strong deck. A deck I personally really enjoy a lot and think is really good. It's hard for some players to swallow because that just happens. And what are you supposed to do? You played kind of perfect. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I like that from Alvaro. Just kind of looking up like, whoa, is me. Why is this happening?
There's 2 eyeballs. Oculus. One off the ritual, one manifested. And as it's probably happened to you in Standard, probably happened to you in Modern at this point with how popular this deck has been. Just paying 3 mana to sneak that eyeball into play. Over the air it goes. We'll plus back and manifest some more dread.
Okay, so
ritual first.
Marcus is at 4. I can make it out on Alvaro's life pad. Alvaro at 10. So, we don't want to turn our Oculus into something different? That's weird.
Interesting.
I do appreciate the play pattern of Oculus of, I'm done, it's your turn. Okay, it's my action again. Let me do a little something.
Yeah, unfortunately, Birthing Ritual is not a May. You do have to look at 7 cards and then put them on the bottom of your library in a random order. So even if you don't want something else, because Oculus is the card you always want to grab, you do have to trigger your Birthing Rituals. And you don't get to stack your deck because it is random, as that's a subtlety just flipped on over. Because why not? I guess we're attacking, that's why.
Yeah, and this is actually surprisingly nice because the frog can jump and sort of threaten to attack you back. So now you can attack with these Oculists as well. The frog has to, I believe, chump the Oculus unless you have a kill spell, which you might also have a counter for as Marcus.
Yeah, only 3 cards in hand, so it can only make the frog so big, including jumping it, and that's not going to be enough. Marcus going to pick up what I assume is game number... actually, I'm not sure. 1? 2? Anyone's guess.
Yeah, I'm gonna guess that it's 2, just because of how much time is in the round. But it's possible both players had an extreme mulligan to 5 or 4. I know I've definitely played some feature matches like that where they hopped in. I was like, we were both on 4. That's why that game, lasted so long. But that's life sometimes. And this Grixis mid-range deck, we saw it in round 1 from Lyndon Cud, our last RC champion. Didn't go so well for him in the future match area. Kind of ran into a bad matchup, but clearly going great here for Alvaro. And we had talked about it. These sort of decks, when you hit the right matchups, they are very good and they feel unbeatable.
Yeah, Psychic Frog is a hell of a magic card if you can get it going. Obviously, that's the plan for Grixis midrange primarily. At least for our rounds, interesting to note that big decks of the tournament, the other big Psychic Frog deck of the last Pro Tour at least, haven't seen a lot of Vengeance going around. Haven't seen a lot of Esper period, actually. We've seen Esper Blink, as we've seen just about every flavor of Blink in the ice cream store so far this RC, but players are going to be shuffling up here for their, I'm gonna say 3rd game. I'm gonna put it out there into the world. I think they're going to be playing one more here.
I think that's fair. Maybe our main feature match is done sideboarding. I have to imagine we're close to it. Okay.
Yeah.
Winter Night Story still in the deck for Spencer. So Spencer thinks the game is going to go quite long, / maybe needs that card selection. If you've been playing any Standard, that card's been terrorizing you with VV for the last couple of months.
Yeah, certainly has. It's Pinnacle Emissary. Oh, yes, put the ball into play.
And this is so good. Having 2 of those be baubles means that we're just going to have more gas. So you sort of did this big setup, and now you have 2 more looks at Kappa Cannoneer.
1 each. I'll look at yours. I'll look at mine. I'll draw 2 cards. In your upkeep. Very nice start there. 3 flyers. Pinnacle Emissary in the warp zone for later. No Kappa Cannoneer. So no Mox Opal. That would have been the true turn 1. Is it Affinity beauty? But instead, we'll have to settle for a very good turn 1 here on the play.
And no ley line too means that these 1/1s might actually really go the distance. A ley line into a Draco would just sort of undo all of sort of these like miscellaneous drone draws, but that's going to be very far away.
There's second land going to be deployed. Mana going to be tapped. I thought it was another emissary for a second. Instead, it's a thought cast. Going to draw even more cards for Affinity. This has been one of the signature cards for Affinity since it was printed all the way back in Mirrodin Block. Feels pretty gross when an aggro deck gets to draw 2 cards for 1 mana, but that's the way it goes. And yet again, for Gavin Bennett, liked it so much, he does it again. 4 cards drawn already on this turn for the low price of 2 mana as the 3 flyers head on in and do 3 damage to Spencer. He's going to crack his land down to 16. Those little life points do matter because I think we're going to be in a race in just a moment unless Spencer can find a way to get the lifelink going on the Draco.
Well, Gavin drew the Kappa Cannoneer, so Spencer has to get a white source here and has to have Wrath of the Skies with another one in hand. Otherwise, I mean, it's possible he beats the Draco, but we saw he had issues beating the Draco when he was miles ahead. Excuse me, beating the Kappa Cannoneer when he was miles ahead. So I can't imagine this being an easy task if he doesn't get there. And this is one of the hard parts too about your domain deck. You know, ideally you want to get something like your Triome here, but with this game state, maybe you want to get your green-white Surveyor land, make your mana a little awkward. Oh wow, we're just going for the straight up plains here.
A lot of respect to a potential Blood Moon.
Yeah, that's a ton of Blood Moon respect.
And so, I mean, definitely indicating that Wrath is the card he wants to fight. He does have one in his hand. Does he have another white source in play? There it is, Godless Shrine. Get out of here. Takes away most of that board. Tormod's Crypt going to pop, because why not? So Flooded Strand should be in exile. Wrath of the Sky is going to be in the bin. And Gavin's going to have his board reset somewhat.
Wrath of the Sky, yeah, is in the yard. Yeah. Weirdly matters because of Flage.
Yeah. Always fun to explain to your opponent the silly things that happen in Magic sometimes. At least we don't have to keep track of graveyard order. That was
yeah. So yeah, thank God for that. This makes a lot of sense too. Why Spencer got the plains. The Godless Shrine was hiding on the back of his hand, so I thought he was on one land at the moment. So excuse me, one white land. So it makes sense, just sort of saving life, and like you mentioned, just play around Blood Moon because Gavin, because of this double bobble, actually has a full hand right now.
Yeah, double bubble, double thoughtcast, warped Pinnacle Emissary. We're going to go again. Do you have a second sweeper, Spencer? Is the question going to be asked, but it's just Emissary in play alongside one robot. Remember, it's pretty good on one when you warp it in, but when you play it for 3 mana, the quote-unquote fair price, it just stays in play to keep doing the thing.
Yeah, and this is like one of the nice parts about Pinnacle Emissary is you play it early and then it actually dodges all the hate. Obviously it wouldn't have died to Wrath of the Skies there, but some other cards it might have. And now it's like you get to sort of have your card that gives you your big starts be your rebuild as well. And it has to eat, a lightning bolt here, or it got out of control.
Affinity can definitely do some grinding. I mean, again, they just draw so many cards. Never mind, the grind is stopped. It's Kappa Cannoneer time. Spencer immediately put to the test. There are so few ways for Spencer to answer this card, especially for any reasonable amount of mana. And he's like, please stop. I need to put this on the stack.
Well, yeah. So the Kappa's on the stack. Spencer gets to respond to the Kappa.
Yes.
Because he has Doorkeeper Thrall, which stops the Kappa Cannoneer from coming down. There's also a chance Spencer gets to respond to the Urza Saga trigger. Gavin played just both those cards. I think understandably, just no ill intent here. This is just one of those things where, for example, a card like Force of Vigor, we could Force of Vigor in response to the Urza Saga trigger and blow up 2 things, which would stop this. I think maybe there's some communication where Spencer was shuffling and presenting his deck and maybe said something like, sure, in response to like handing the deck. He thought I was talking about the deck. Gavin thought he was talking about the saga or something in that vein. Also, Gavin knows about the Doorkeeper Thrall. So Gavin kind of, it should be pretty clear to everyone what's happening here, right? Yeah. Like, hey, I just want to turn off your +1/+1 counter. Yeah.
Please let me do that. All right. So deck's going to get shuffled. We're going to make sure we're figuring out what's happening. Doorkeeper Thrall is going to enter play. And
I guess the ruling is we've gone too far because that Kappa still has a counter on it. Maybe I misunderstand how Kappa is worded. It is worded bizarrely, to be fair.
A quick read, because artifacts and creatures entering the battlefield don't cause abilities to trigger, is what Doorkeeper Thrall says. Whenever this creature or another artifact you control enters, put a counter on this creature can't be blocked this turn. That would shut off the +1/+1 making ability of Kappa Cannoneer, which is also the thing that ties its unblockability. So there should not be a counter on the Kappa Cannoneer, assuming we understand when the Doorkeeper Thrall was cast. But instead, we'll play on. Perhaps it was played after his Territorial Carve is going to come into play.
All right, well, now the Thrall's in play, the Kappa won't be getting bigger and unblockable. So you got that going for you.
Do it simply a 5/5 with Ward 4. Very reasonable. Considering follow-up options, again, much worse when your giant creature does not continue to grow and become unblockable. So is, put to some stop here by the presence of this Doorkeeper Thrall. Had that Pinnacle Emissary turn, had it back, got it lightning bolted. So Spencer dealing with the threats despite Gavin again, grinding pretty well with his Affinity deck, just drawing boatloads and boatloads of cards with his early Thought Cast, with his baubles, plenty of things to do. But do the things work with the other things? That's kind of the thing with Affinity. It's a melange of different objects, and they mostly point to wanting to pay off something else in your deck, and you need something else for that to be true. So Kappa Cannon is going to head on in, and we're going to double block.
Yeah, I like this double block. That card's really hard to beat. Sinking the Stupor is backbreaking here.
Yep, it's going to take out the Thrall. It's going to bounce the Kavu back to hand. That's going to make the Kappa Cannoneer start to grow again, but no artifact played here by Gavin. Make it a little bit bigger, maybe holding onto it for the follow-up turn.
Oh, no. We drew Flage. If we had the Thrall, it would just be in play.
Could have assembled our own little A plus B. Instead, it is Flage the fairway, if anyway, at this point here for Spencer. Going to need to start committing things to the board over. A quick Surveil here to start things off.
Yeah, and Gavin has Blood Moon in hand, so it's going to be really hard for us. Yeah, good.
All right, Flage you.
Yeah, and I imagine Gavin here is going to just slam his Blood Moon as soon as he gets priority, barring drawing some card that's absurd.
Take your legal game actions and then slam Blood Moon.
Yeah. I mean, from Gavin's perspective, this looks to just be like a near game ender. He knows one of the cards in Spencer's hand is a Territorial Kavu. He gets the Mishra's Bauble and peek at the top of Spencer's deck and get a little bit more information before he continues playing his turn. So could figure out if he wants to play or not. Doesn't care. Just gonna slam the Blood Moon. And yeah, you see Spencer.
That's game.
Yeah, and that's one of those spots where theoretically he can win through a Blood Moon, but not with a card like Kappa Cannoneer beating down.
Yeah, it's going to be a 2-turn clock at that point. Was at least 7 power. Spencer was at 14 life. And yeah, going to be easy to finish off the game from there. No way to take out the Kappa Cannoneer. Basically impossible to target. Can't really cast any spells. So Affinity with a win on camera, 9-1-1, I believe. Affinity player moves up to. Good job there. So back to our backup feature match here in what we assume is game 3. Little under 20 minutes on the clock. Endurance in play alongside a mystery blue card. That may be Oracle? Ice Fang? Kaito's going to get shot down.
I think that's Coiling Oracle.
All right. That made the most sense to my brain. It's going to go ahead and take it out regardless. Kaito's going to stay protected. That is Kaito, right? Can't imagine there's any other planeswalkers in this Grixis deck.
Yeah, I wonder. It looks like this Kaito has been on the board for a while now. I mean, we got an emblem. Its loyalty is in sort of a weird spot, implying to me combats happened towards it a couple times. It's an interesting card because in this matchup, it seems like it could be very good in certain spots and just totally blanked in lots of others.
All right now, we can say.
Yeah, right now it's great. Oh, yeah. Ninjutsu the Ninjutsu. This is actually very good because now your loyalty is higher. You can even tick up again to present, a ton of pressure on the board.
It's one of those sticky kind of threats that it's a little tough to kill, a little tough to target depending on where you are on the turn. Endurance going to come down and try and tumble with it. But remember, it's 2 emblems in play, and there's a subtlety. Going to shut down that Endurance plan. Goodbye, Kaito, that we just ninjutsu'd. Off into exile you go.
Yeah, this is a really weird timing from Marcus. I wonder what's going on, because you can't block if we've ninjutsu'd. It means he's moved past that stage. I wonder if he. I guess his idea was just I want to get the endurance down before you draw a counterspell because I think you're likely to zero the Kaito. But Kaito could also very easily stun once you make that decision, and then it's safe for the turn, and there's no pressure coming your way. Tough decision spot here for Marcus.
Yes, such a fun card.
Yeah.
Kaito, definitely Bane of Nightmares. Some other players' nightmares, I think. There's going to be maybe some standard players that are going to be a little upset to see this Planeswalker lurking around their tables once more, but looking pretty good here in Modern as well here for Alvaro. Trying to pick up a 9th win here. Keep only 2 losses in that particular column as we pass back. As the Endurance put back on top, I have to imagine by that subtlety. See how Marcus wants to navigate this particular part of the game, kind of in the middle of this one with some soupy stuff happening.
Yeah, interesting. So Alvaro knows endurance is in hand because we topped off the subtlety.
Okay, on Riddler. See all the information as well that Alvaro has in the hands, crossing things out as they get played. Clearly, Thoughtseize somewhere in the graveyard as Warp does move the Riddler into the Warp Zone. And Kaito's going to untap.
So Kaito currently is a 5/6.
Pretty good.
We can make it a 6/7 if we tick up, and the kids go crazy for it.
Kids do go crazy for it. We know there's 3 power on board and 3 power in hand. Ooh, stun instead, like this plan as well. Very similar.
Yeah, this is nice. This forces the endurance. So if Marcus has some other card, won't be able to develop it.
Yeah, it looks like Kaito must be lethal, I think, based on the life total I can see on Alvaro's pad. I think Marcus is at 5.
Okay. Well, if that's the
Never
case, then yeah, this is
mind.
lethal. And I think we're trying to fetch and surveil Indoor on Holy Heat being enough to kill the endurance.
That would be very hype. That is not a tap land.
Yeah,
Unless
okay, maybe. Or maybe we're just
there's
like
something
hard
else.
casting the subtlety. Yeah, it could just be like we're hard casting something.
Yeah. Okay. That makes sense. I mean, I have to imagine Alvaro has a response here for this endurance because I believe this Kaito is lethal. And if we can move endurance out of the way, we will take our 9th win here. Always going to be feeling good in round 10. Land comes in, and there is a different removal spell. Looks like we may have enough already.
Yeah, I guess maybe we just had the Unholy Heat. Good.
There it
Yeah.
is.
And I love the pop off there. Looks like that was a very tight game. Congratulations, Alvaro. Working through some pretty tight spots when we were able to come in there. Every time it seemed like we were sort of in a pickle, except for this last one. So well played. And you're going to have a lot of spots like that as Grixis mid range, and you're going to have to love playing them to register it for this tournament. And it's going well.
Yeah, definitely looking good there for Alvaro, but not a deck for the fan of heart, I will say. Again, we've talked about Modern being, in many ways, a format with everyone does something unfair. Grix is feeling pretty honest, apart from that little guy called Psychic Frog. And maybe you could argue the card Thoughtseize, but I think at this point we've established that Thoughtseize is an honorable Magic card.
That's right. Yeah, it's for the pure of heart.
All right, well, we'll see if the Pure of Heart can continue winning here for the rest of RC Calgary. We're going to take a little bit of a longer break, but when we're back, it'll be round 11. We're getting awfully close to those 12 PT invites starting to get handed out. We'll see you soon. Welcome back to RC Calgary. Here we're in round number 12 as we try and determine which of our players are going to be making the Pro Tour, which of our players are going to be making top 8. My name is Julian Car. I'm here with Mason Make Your Dreams Come True Clark on this fine Sunday.
Hey, it's been great 2 first rounds of Magic, and we have another great round here. We've seen a lot of very cool, exciting, and really just diverse decks when it comes to Modern, right? Like the format right now, we've seen what, 9, 10 different decks with you and me in these last 7 rounds of coverage minimum when it comes to diversity of decks. I might be missing a couple. That's just a great format.
Yeah, diversity of the Pro Tour was pretty good. We've had even different decks kind of as the format has shifted and iterated over itself, even though some of the decks that did appear in the PT are also still here. We'll see what we have on the docket for round 12, though, so we take a look at some of the deck lists coming up in our feature match. Kicking things off with, it's yours and mine. It's everyone's favorite, and it's not just Mono-Green Amulet Titan. It's Mono-Green Amulet Titan, piloted by none other than Dom Harvey.
Yeah, we saw Dom, I believe, in round number 4 yesterday. Took a
Mhm.
loss to Izzet, 1 out -1 of the round, and sort of tweeted, I lost to sort of what I think Stockfish might lose to situations. He described it as, these absurd spots where he was like, I'm not sure if, anyone could win from these positions, which someone then replied, you're the Stockfish of Amulet. So if that's the case, then obviously no one could win. And we have our Stockfish here again today. Dom top forward the Modern Pro Tour back at Lord of the Rings, is obviously known for Amulet Time. We've talked about here, wrote the tome, as you put it. And, he's here today to try and get back on that PT grind. He has played so many of the Pro Tours and a couple of the Worlds since the return of Paper Magic back in 2022. And I know he wants to get there again.
Yeah, we'll have to see if that slot is, of course, up for grabs. Looking good so far for Dom. But on the other side of the matchup, a player that's going to try not to get turn 2 killed, going to be playing Simic Ritual, which right now is the deck of the day.
Yeah, and this deck is really, really good at fighting decks like Titan, things we're trying to resolve one problematic permanent. I mean, we have main deck Harbinger of the Seas, right? That is a card player's sideboard for this matchup, and we have 2 of them. Now, notably, we have 3 Philothips, which angers me to my soul, but we'll get past that with time. And we have 3 Oculus here. So this build, we're joking here a little bit, but being down to 3 Oculus isn't the end of the world with Birthing Rituals. We can get those going. But if you don't find one, it is going to make it getting the game closed out a little bit harder, which makes this matchup a little bit harder. You do have some hard lock pieces. You do have like 4 main deck Subtlety, another card that players sideboard for this matchup. Those are nice, but you have to back them up with pressure. Otherwise, Titan will be able to rebuild. So I'm excited to see sort of if these little small deviations, are maybe helping in some of the harder matchups, but being a little bit worse here in your good matchups, which isn't the end of the world, right? If you're really great in one matchup, you can afford to lose a little bit of equity to help out some of your worst matchups.
Oh, absolutely. And it's such an interesting thing to think about coming into, blue, not tempo really, but like blue value, but with some tempo elements and a lot of good disruption in the main deck, especially with those 6 permission spells. I guess 10 actually, if you want to include the 4 sync into stupids in the metabase, which I think we should probably reasonably look at as disruptive elements. And you'd think for a lands deck, usually really good against permission, right? Lands are spells that you can't, are permanents you can't interact with counter magic, but I don't know. I mean, it's a weird one. It's a combo deck. It's a lands deck. So on a long enough timeline, I feel like with no pressure, Amulet can figure out a line to kind of win through anything. And obviously in the early game, when Amulet is really explosive, Simic does have the tools to kind of stop that. So there's an interesting arc we can follow in this matchup as we kind of go through the early, middle, and end game, even though that may only be, 4 or 5 turns of magic.
Yeah, it definitely can be. And some of the cards that you might not even think of that are good versus Amulet traditionally are good versus these newer builds. We saw Aftermath Analyst attempt to go off and get Dom the win in his feature match yesterday. Well, this deck has 2 Endurances, so that's something he's going to have to play around too. And that's another part of the problem, right? When you're playing against, if you're as Amulet playing against this deck, there are so many different things to think about that sometimes you just default to, I'm going to shove. Right, like I just there's too many different things to beat, and it kind of forces them to actually to play like they're behind the 8 ball when in reality they had plenty of room to breathe. If anyone's gonna figure that out, it's gonna be the Stockfish of Amulet, Dom Harvey here, as it looks like he's leading on Grazer and maybe getting responded to.
Yeah, both players at 9 and 2, but Connor Taylor, maybe something to say about the Grazer. And I have bad news for Amulet fans at home. The top card in Connor's hand is Harbinger of the Seas.
That card is really, really good. It turns out color shifted, Magus of the Moon is very, very strong. When you make things blue, it's a lot harder to kill.
Yeah, pretty good. Also pitches to Force of Negation, sacrifices to Flare if that ever comes up. Here's a Spelunking from Dom, though. Going to look similar to Amulet, but different, as you noted. Most importantly, does not give you a trigger of any kind, so you can't stack these. Just simply says the lands come into play untapped instead, which is sometimes good, sometimes bad.
Yep. It's a little weird, right? Like, also sometimes with the amulet, you get to choose which effect goes on, like there's a replacement effect or not. So sometimes it gets odd where it's like, these I'm going to amulet, but this I'm not, so that you can't like tide binder this, it's a very interesting situation when you have both of them in play. But, Dom here is set up to cast a Titan if he has any double or more land next turn along with a Titan.
4 right now between the Saga, the Bounce Land, and the Basic Forest. Obviously, Saga also a very powerful card. You can find Amulet eventually, but not going to find it in time for this incoming Harbinger, which we know Connor has, and I'm sure Dom is acutely aware of. Again, it is open deck list. So Surveil land here instead for Connor to kick things off on turn 1, found off of a Windswept Heath, and that one's gone straight to the bin. Don't need another land right now. He's going to need 3 lands, but I see Sync already, and I'm sure there's one more land in the hand. In fact, Misty Rainforest pushed forward and onto the battlefield and then into the graveyard very quickly. A classic shortcut everyone uses for their fetch lands.
Yeah, so the one thing to note too about the Harbinger of the Seas and the Saga is it used to be Saga would die instantly. Sort of state-based actions, kind of weird. No longer does that happen. It kind of stays stuck on whatever mode it's at, which if it is played on curve, Dom will have a Saga on 2. It's not, the world's best win condition, but he can just pump out constructs while trying to sort of find his way out from underneath the Harbinger of the Seas. So having it sort of at this point and sequencing in this way was very important for Dom and sort of minimizing, the badness of a potential Harbinger of the Seas on turn 3.
Well, your nemesis Fibblethip has hit the field for 1 card there for Connor Taylor, but at least it's going to be some Birth Ritual fodder for later on. Would have maybe preferred to have a ritual itself for the turn 2 play, given that we know there's a follow-up coming on 3, but just seems fine here for Connor. That is Malevolent Rumble, if I'm remembering the card name correctly. I know what it does. We can flip cards over, look for some lands, look for some permanents, and make a little spawn. Pretty good card in a bunch of different formats, this one.
Yeah, this is kind of nice here. Gives Dom a lot of different choices. Ice Tail Explorer, for example, is something that can allow him to potentially grind. This is a card that entered the deck. It adds a couple of new kills and different play patterns. Also against decks like Belcher is sort of like that plus a Ghost Quarter is a really good way just to beat that matchup. So you're seeing it here. He seems to maybe want the Ice Tail Explorer. He can play it this turn, and since it gives another land drop, he could then replay that Vestige that's in the yard.
Tell you that Dom only has 1 Ice Tail Explorer in the main deck at least. So if he wants it, he's going to have to take it now. He's going to select it. Little Edge of Eternity is rare, very fun. I know some people got strip mine in draft and absolutely housed people in Edge of Eternity's Limited, which is pretty fun. Thanks, Bonus Sheet. Shout out you.
Just a good time for everybody.
Yeah, it's something. Good time for me. Maybe not so fun for everyone else, as Dom's going to pass it back after playing Rumble, holding up some mana. Can make a construct, of course. Didn't find a land, which again, very uncommon in these Amulet Titan decks. Probably expected to hit one off the Rumble. Maybe was looking for that too, but 4 non-lands means Ice Tail's in the hand instead, and we can pop the spawn to make a construct. But as we know, everybody's aware, Harbinger of the Seas is an option here for Connor Taylor on this turn. Assuming it's another blue source, which, I see Mr. Rainforest in hand, so that's not a question. Into the graveyard it goes.
Yeah, being able to grab a basic here, pretty good. Allows him to sort of save a little life, which might end up mattering in this construct race. He can actually grab a basic island here. Wants to make sure he has double blue, something like Hardcast Blurred now.
Yeah, Don knows exactly what's going on. He's like, yeah, I've seen you fetch 2 basics. I know what's in your deck list. Just put it on the table. We'll figure it out.
Yeah, and Dom's deck, despite being basically a mono-colored deck, doesn't have a ton of ways to play underneath a Blood Moon type card, but does have typically 3 or 4 basics depending on the weekend. We can pull that up here in a second and figure out the exact answer. But it looks like Shardless Agent's actually going to be the move. A little worried about having the Urza Saga stuck on 2 potentially.
Yeah, I kind of like this line. Let Dom have an amulet. I mean, you're potentially exposing yourself to getting killed for amulet if you let them find one. But I mean, if you have an interactive spell in your hand, you can feel pretty safe. I have to think Connor maybe has a Force of Negation or a Flare of Denial, taking this line in particular. Plenty of fodder to sacrifice for the Flare, and presumably some blue cards in hand for the other. Redraw, it gets a Flare, so if he didn't have one, he has one now. It's actually Flare for Connor Taylor, I saw flashed in the hand.
Yeah, that's really strong. We also have a Sink into Stupor too, so on the next turn, we're going to have triple counterspell if Dom doesn't do something here. And Sync can be weirdly frustrating because even if you have a card like Cavern of Souls, it can sort of return the spell on the stack. So Dom in a little bit of an interesting spot. You're seeing him thinking about maybe cashing in this spawn in order to make a construct.
Yeah, I thought that was going to be the instant play if Harbinger came down, but I think Connor correctly slow playing a little bit more here, sitting behind his interaction, building out the board a little bit more, setting up for a future birthing ritual, giving fodder for the flares in hand. But of course, just letting the Urza Saga tick up a little bit more, and Dom decides, you know what, it's good enough. It's going to be my plan for right now, at least in this game. Not the plan you want to be on Amulet, but certainly sometimes the plan you have to be on as a construct does get made.
Yeah, I'm going to be really curious to see. I mean, obviously, he's going to draw, get a little information. He drew a Titan. So Dom knows, I mean, we know at home there's lots of counterspells on the other side. He knows there's Flare and Subtlety to play through. Looks like he might be going for it this turn. I was going to say he could potentially just activate another Urza Saga, get an Amulet here, and then have a 3/3 construct and just hope to beat down for a bit. Getting Vexing Bauble, though.
That's so good.
Yeah, that's really great. You're seeing why this is a one-up here, as now Dom knows the way is clear to go for it. You can flare denial if you want. It's not going to go very well. So Dom may be trying to sort of, I don't know if he can actually win from this spot given what's in his hand, but he can set up a Titan and just haste it and then actually just grab like basics and then be able to play through the potential Harbinger of the Seas. And then 6/6 is actually just amazingly large in this matchup.
Yeah, bigger than Oculus too. 5/5 in the Oculus is, of course, in the air. So we'll see what Dom has in mind. Spelunking going to make the lands untapped. It's Teleria West as the land drop for turn.
Oh, I think Dom. So he has a mana floating, right?
From Saga.
Yeah, from Saga. And so he made the construct last turn. So he used the spawn. So I think he's going to do a scape shift line here in order, even though it's not like the hard win from this spot, I believe you need 4 lands to have the deterministic win. He can just scape shift here for stuff like Lotus Field, bounce lands, etc. Have some mana floating, and then just present the Titan and sort of play from there. Even if we just can't win, we'll just get a lot of resources.
There's the floating mana. Here's the scape shift. That should be 2, 3, 4, 5 mana total with the one colorless that's been floating. So there's 1 mana lying around in wait somewhere.
Oh, yeah, and I think he's using the red from the Gruul Turf as his floating mana, so that way he has haste for his Titan, letting him get some difference. Yeah, okay.
Little die on the scape shift to indicate how many lands we have to get. We sacrifice 2, we get 3 more. That's how this card works. And Spelunking, of course, is going to make them all untapped. And Connor, with the Harbinger in hand, all these lands that are coming into play still have abilities, still tap for more than 1 mana if they make it. Lotus Field taps for quite a bit more than that, I will say, as Dom does move that one to the front of the pile.
Yeah, I was curious what Dom would go for here. I mean, we've been calling him the Stockfish of Amulet. Something like Triple Vestige jumped out to me as someone who's played a little Amulet, but not nearly as much as Dom, as just something I could do that would get me to the Titan mana and then leave me with lands. Obviously, they're not the world's best lands behind, but, I have a little bit of something just in case. Looks like he's going for Bounce Land, Crumbling Vestige.
One more, Vestige.
Okay. See, this is the difference between a great Amulet player and an okay Amulet player.
There's 6 mana right now. 2 floating, 2 tap, and 2 more from the bounce land. 1 floating, it's 7 total. Vestige gets bounced. Land drop has not been made this turn. I believe there's a Titan going to get some more lands.
Yeah, you're correct. The land drop has not been made, so we're going to probably see hand war battlements here. With the red floating from the Gruul Turf off the scape shift, that's going to haste our Titan. Yeah, and it looks like we're grabbing Mirror Pool for future Titan shenanigans, as we will be able to make a Titan after we declare combat here.
This is kind of the value line, let's say. Iceman Coatl is currently not on, notably. It is 2 other snow permanents in play. There's no other Coatl in play to see each, so no Death Touch here to get in the way of this Titan, and of course the trigger is going to happen first, so you don't outright win, as you pointed out, but you get, do some pretty good stuff, as Lotus Field's going to come into play alongside another Crumbling Vestige, I believe. There are 4 in this deck. It is an innocuous looking land, but one of the best in this deck.
Yeah, so you see Dom get the Vestige in Lotus Field. That lets him Mirror Pool. He's going to Mirror Pool, make a Titan. And then the Titan will then go search 2 more lands.
Yep. Put it on top of the Grazer, but it is a copy of Primeval Titan. Don't be fooled.
Yeah, it looks like Dom's just double checking to make sure.
Is there a win here?
I don't think there's a win. back in the day, there was kind of some ways you could win from here, like setting up double striking your Titans, but or even Valakutting if you want to go back a little bit further, but not
Mm.
all the way back like I was. It is a spot here. I think Dom is just trying to think of what is my best way to set up fighting through like potential Oculuses, right?
Yeah.
So like getting something like Bounce Land Teleria West or Bounce Land Odawara, this is a way, yeah. And because like you mentioned, there's still that land for turn, so we could potentially play a Bounce Land here, pick up the Odawara, and then have that to stop something like an Oculus, and then just attack with Colossal Dreadmaw, 6/6, boom.
Yeah, pretty good card at the end of the day. So Ottawa Lotus Field going to come into play. There's an untapped Lotus Field. There's a tapped Lotus Field. There's an Ottawa currently on the board. And I have to imagine it's last but not least going to be a bounce land here for Dominic Harvey. Picking up the Ottawa. We'll have exactly enough mana. Actually, we'll have one more mana. We'll have enough mana to channel the Ottawa if needed, which is also an out to Harbinger of the Seas, which I did not consider until just this moment. So plenty of options, unsurprisingly, left for himself here. Even though it's not a win, it is looking good as far as the board state goes. We'll see how Dom wants to end this turn. Looks like Connor maybe just thinking through one or two things. Maybe Dom's still thinking. A lot of thinking happening in general with Amulet deck. We see Dom constantly in the tank, face on head, face running through hair, just going through all the different iterations. Full Doctor Strange mode, as it looks like. Blocks also, have to be considered. Forgot that was a thing. We are in the middle of combat. Don't forget.
Yeah.
Construct going to get traded off. Fiddle Flip going to get in the way of the Primeval Titan. Tapping some lands. Ice Till Explorer going to find their way back in, and that's going to give us our bounce land from the graveyard and one more land to play as well, I believe.
Okay, yeah, and Connor picks it up. He knows he's dead. And I think what Connor was doing there was he was trying to make it so that he could potentially get Oculuses down and trade off with the Titans, So he's like, okay, I need to save a little bit of life so I can take a hit from one, yada yada. But with the Ice-Tail Explorer plus the Odawara, he knows that Dom can bounce something, then play the Odawara, play a bounce land from the graveyard, bounce something again. Wouldn't be able to win from that point.
Yeah, very nicely navigated there by Dom. So not a win presented directly in the game, right? Like you don't actually take out your opponent in that mode, but enough presented that is going to be scoop up. And Dom Harvey, once again on camera, going to take game at number 1. Got a turn 2 kill the first time we saw him in his RC. It took a little longer, but still a very interesting line. I have to wonder, does it change if Harbinger gets played there? Is that line even possible?
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure. It becomes a super weird game because Dom just gets to activate Urza's Saga every turn. And so it's like a 2/2 into 3/3 into 4/4. And also it's not like there's one, right? They're multiplicative. So it might be a situation where, like you had mentioned before, and I kind of mentioned too, like kind of liking the line of like maybe taking it a little bit slower, but maybe underestimating just how explosive and powerful just a Titan can be, even if it doesn't kill you, right? And this is one of the awkward parts of playing against Titan is theoretically everything is like fair game and common knowledge to everyone in theory. In practice, who has time to learn all of that stuff? Right? Yeah. And do all that kind of, we've got lives going on, let alone trying to master our deck in all these other modern matchups. So I think maybe underestimating a little bit of what Dom could do there with the Ice Tail and just how powerful the 6/6s would be. Sort of also they had to be a Titan to be played. So, tough spot all around. By the way, I want to note there, Neoform was in the sideboard of that Birthing Ritual deck.
I think that's hype.
Yeah, that's hype. That's a really good way too to sort of have more copies of Harbinger of the Seas for this matchup. So we can turn our 2s into the Harbinger and have that guaranteed consistency. So I'm really interested to see how we're going to sideboard here. I don't think we have a ton. I think the Force Figures are coming in. I think this Rex Sage is coming in. I think the Neoform should probably come in. And maybe the Endurance, depends on kind of how many of these things you think you can cut and get away with. But you are kind of set up for these sort of matchups.
Yeah, I think Neoform, even if you have a Harbinger, also just acting as an extra copy of Oculus, right? It's kind of a 50 birthing ritual that you get one use out of. So love that card in the sideboard. Interesting, again, to see only 3 Oculus here for the Simic deck specifically. So Neoform may be a way for you to access more copies of that card or your other bullets if you do need it. We'll take a look, though, at the Amulet deck, see what's in the sideboard. Again, Amulet sideboards go crazy style. But, there's always something. And Vexing Ball, but my goodness, that was a good one-off to find off Saga in that game. Really undid all of the work those flares were trying to do.
Yeah, and we'll get production to switch over to the Amulet deck here in just a second. There we go. As it is very weird, cards like Lithomantic Barrage can't be countered. Kind of an answer to Ashiok. typically, but can answer Harbinger of the Seas or Porn Oculus. We have Dismembers that can answer all this sort of stuff. Another Vexing Bauble, which honestly is a pretty reasonable thing to bring in here. Just sometimes you want to be able to search for the amulet. Also, there's Force of Vigor in the deck on the other side of the table. So having the ability to sort of, have your first Vexing Bauble and then present another one later, or potentially an awkward spot of, hey, I've got amulets and baubles, figure it out, can be pretty irritating. And Stock Up, I think, is surprisingly a card we might want access to, just because the game can be kind of grindy and, go very long. In that same vein, 6 sort of acting as another way to, refill ourselves post interaction.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, Bauble also, such a good Magic card. There's a reason it's not allowed in all the formats, let's say. In fact,
Yeah.
it's the most powerful. It is banned and restricted, which is a nod to how good that card is in other Eternal formats. But it also redraws. If you don't need it, you can just put it away and draw a different card instead. As we'll pop on over to a backup feature match. Now, 2 players at 8 and 3. Keith Capstick on Boros Energy and Michael Zhao on Jess Sky at Blink. 2 decks we've seen a lot of that share 2 colors as Felia pops on over onto the battlefield at the end of turn.
Yeah, Keith, someone that you've seen here in a lot of the face-to-face events. I think really likes playing these kinds of decks. Played a lot of like Hammer back in the MH2 metagame, kind of the honest, proactive-y deck, and sort with a little bit of unhonesty in there, and sort of doing a similar thing here. And I like this play from Michael.
Yeah.
Get the Blood Moon off the board for a second so that I can play my cards.
Yep, Blood Moon was the card kind of sticking out to me on this board. There's a Solitude, just straight up hard cast now that lands have been freed from under the moon. And Season Pyromancer, despite the blocks, is not going to be able to take out Felia today. And now the Solitude's on the board alongside Felia for the upcoming turn. So even if the Blood Moon comes back online, Michael Zell has to be feeling pretty good about this board state if it holds.
Yeah, and I think Keith has a lightning bolt in hand, or there was some red spell. It looked to be like a beta bolt to me, and I think it is. Keith got a lot of style to him.
Yeah. Got some Australian planes. I think it's the only basic land in the whole game that shows my country of origin. So love to see that. Little Apex Plains action. Is Arena of Glory also among these lands? Maybe going to try and make something happen. No, just a single red mana, and here's a bolt. Get him out of there. Felia going to get taken to the grave.
Yeah, a little unfortunate that we didn't have the ability to cast Lightning Bolt on the previous turn to sort of stop this Solitude from getting down. But we do have Michael underneath the Blood Moon pretty heavily. And now it's just a matter of, what can we do? Michael does have an evoked Solitude if he wants it. But for now, Keith is sort of pretty heavily favored when it comes to the ability to actually play Magic.
Well, the only basic, as we kind of would have expected earlier, and I can see now on Michael's board, is that Plains, which can, of course, cast the Felia that came down to Blood Moon temporarily. Everything else is a mountain right now. It is all a dual land. But there is another Felia in Michael Zell's hand as Ragavan going to rumble on in. Solitude's going to block. Keith says, okay, I'll trade my monkey for your elemental. Good deal.
Yeah, and I think this is a good block here by Michael. It can be a little tempting with your Felia to be like, oh, I'll, put my Felia in and then flicker and kill the Ragavan. And it's like, nah, just get it off the table. No reason to, maybe let Keith hit one of my really big cards, get back into this game when I'm potentially about to get back into things. As it looks like Flage is coming off that second Plains at the top. That's massive.
Yeah, turns out white, red is what you need to escape a Phage, and Plains off the top means Felia didn't even need to blink the Blood Moon. It is Flage, lightning bolting Oslo out of there. Felia is now going to blink the token, which is absolute insult, meet injury, and Michael's now in full command of this game with Phage on the table.
Yeah, and that's the kind of card Keith wants to draw. Drawing another Blood Moon, not it, and we're going to see Keith pick up his cards here. Most likely game number 1 there for our players.
Yeah, Blood Moon looking good there. Boros Energy. We've seen a lot of main deck Blood Moons actually in list registered this weekend. It seems like a card that can pretty easily support, pretty disruptive to a lot of different decks in Modern. Looked very good there for a moment, but Michael Zhao finding both the Felias and enough basics to get on out of there, put the first Flage on the table, and take game 1 pretty swiftly as our players will shuffle up the game 2. And of course, don't forget, we do have our feature match shuffling up as we speak. We'll go back to them as soon as they're ready. Don't you worry, you haven't missed a thing.
Yep. You might notice a small thing there from Keith if you're an aspiring player at home. Keith took his sideboard and put it all on the top of his deck. That way his
Good.
opponent doesn't know what cards he's bringing in. Instead of shuffling it in, it makes it very easy for Keith to pick out the cards that are, nowhere near close there. Sometimes players shuffle it all in, and that's an easier way of sort of doing that. So little, tips and tricks at home there for the people. As a Boreal Grazer turn 1 again here for Dom.
Yeah, I am a shuffle them all in kind of player, but I also play with a lot of wish boards, so it's pretty easy for me to de-sideboard. What you described though is significantly better operations than what I go to. But again, I'm a menace.
Yeah, we also showman.
That's
You're
true.
there for the pizzazz.
It's much funnier if I forget my sideboard and make a mistake in game 2. It's crazy, like you mentioned. Down here, looks like I put a bounce land into play. Feels pretty good there for Dom. Also, basically undid the tempo loss that the bounce lands operate. And don't worry, if you haven't seen Amulet before, you do not take very many tempo hits with these bounce lands. They are just rituals when they come into play. And Connor Taylor having a little peek at the hand here. Started with a Surveil land off the Misty Rainforest. Calling Oracle in hand. Your boy Fibblethip also available. Going to take a draw here, though. Green card peels off the top. Sink into Stupor. Comes down as Soporific Springs. And we'll play a 2-drop here. There's many to choose from. Which one do you like? Calling Oracle going to be the decision here. Oh, hit a land. Love to see it.
Yeah, and that's a lot of value. You love drawing spells or whatever, but jumping ahead on mana actually is pretty important for Connor's deck. A lot of 2s in the deck, despite being a Shardless Agent deck, kind of a weird statement to say, but being able to double spell in the next turn is going to potentially be really good here.
All right, so Amulet kill you? Anyone?
Yeah, I mean, that is a very, very possible thing to have happen here. Connor doesn't have any interaction. I guess he has something, but I can't tell which one it is, and it might not be the right one for the situation.
Like Dom might have the stock up in as well, so good call out, Mason. Looking at the sideboards, there's a Vestige. Makes a mana, and that's for 3? 3 or 2? Is Vestige tapped? I don't think so, right?
Yeah, Vestige enters tap because there's no effect at the moment. But it does ETB make a mana. Yeah, so this is X's 2.
Makes a lot of sense. Vestige kind of gives you a mana. Either way you play it, first time you get it, you get 1. Next time it untaps, you get to tap it. But of course, if you can untap it, which again, that is what Amulet of Vigor is all about, you get to make a bunch of extra mana. So Green Sun Zenith on the stack. Connor has to decide right now, do I care enough about this card? And I do. Flare is going to take that one out.
Yeah, and depending on Dom's hand, I can't fully make it out. That's either a huge win or a huge loss. Sometimes that very easily could have just been a bait spell. It also might have been something Dom really needed to set up a win in the next turn or 2.
Calling Oracle going to come back down. We find another land. That's a breeding pool coming into play. Untapped this time. Shocks it in to give himself a little bit more mana. Does Connor Taylor. And pass it back. I have an interactive spell. Don't do too many silly things. Dom, of course, going to think through all the possibilities here.
Yeah, pretty interesting position here. Connor is actually struggling on lands, it seems. So it seems like the land off Oracle is infinitely better than I thought. And I thought it was pretty good. As here's a Spelunking. And that's really good.
Puts the land into play, but most importantly, lets the lands come into play untapped. Again, different to the trigger that Amulet of Vigor gives you, but a lot of the lands you want to take with Amulet, you can also get with Spelunking. There's Shifting Woodland, very key part of one of the combo lines of Amulet, but also, a decent value land from time to time. And land number 2. Going to come in to play in just a moment. It is Beseju, so 2 green available. I see another Green Sun Zenith in the hand, but Dominic just going to pass it on back. Here's Icebane Coatl for a card, and a 1/1. A little bit of pressure in the air perhaps here, but mostly, again, to flip over into Birthing Ritual once you find that card. Oh, what a rip. Harbinger of the Seas right off the top for Connor Taylor.
Yeah, that is great. We don't have the awkwardness of the Urza Saga from the last game. And I think last game, too, Dom had a forest, which also made it a little unsatisfying, right? It's like, oh, he still gets to play a bit. Here, Dom is on all non-basics. So he is going to just be sort of out of the game in one way. But it is tempting to play the Reclamation Sage as well and sort of just answer the Spelunking.
Boy, Grazer, yeah, might as well take my point now. No Death Touch, does a quick check. Reach of the Grazer reaches up, gets in, slaps the snake in the face, and it's just some damage bounced off there. 1 over to Dom Harvey as the Calling Oracle does its best to apply some pressure. Sequencing here going to be important. Not going to have a land, it looks like, so going to have to pick. It's Fibblethip looking for the redraw, trying to find a land for the Harbinger, maybe wants to commit a bit more to the board. Does have a Birthing Ritual as well. That's the reason Connor Taylor had to make decisions between his 3-drop and his 2-drops, and has decided that looking at 7 is going to be better than deploying the Blood Sea.
Yeah, Drowner of the Moon was its playtest name, which I always thought was
that's a sweet name.
That's a banger name, yeah. I honestly get it wrong all the time on coverage. And I think this is actually exactly what Connor was hoping for. So I think he was like, I'm going to play Fibblethip Worst case scenario, I go Birthing Ritual. Best case, I go Harbinger of the Seas. And if I get Oculus, then I actually have pressure. And like we talked about during sort of, the looking at deck phase, Connor needs to have pressure plus disruption. And he was
Yep.
missing the pressure part. So took a little bit of a risk here in order to do this, but feels kind of comfortable with the one subtlety in hand.
Confident. I think there's a flare as well for Connor, perhaps, if I'm not mistaken. There's certainly an interactive blue spell, but how many is the question? We saw Vexing Bauble undo all of that potential permission, all the potential interaction last game, but no Urza Saga this time to make the Bauble forthcoming. So is Dom drawing one off the top, or are we playing for a different line here? Bunch of lands in play. Dom going to start to turn some of them sideways.
Maybe a little cantripping with Spelunking here. Kind of the nice thing about Spelunking is it does just draw a card. Multiple amulets if you don't have anything going. They're cheaper and stronger, but they don't give you that redraw, that sweet dopamine.
Dom Harvey probably likes it too. There's Teleria West into play untapped. Tap 3, stock up. We are playing for the longer game here. And that says, okay, that one can resolve.
Yeah, and this is a really tight play by Dom. Early in the game, we could have snuck a stock up in off the Crumbling Vestige trigger, but kind of knew he'd rather just play the Spelunking and keep, forcing Connor to 2-for-1 himself if he wants to force negation this. And now that the game's developed a bit, his stock up is so much more powerful because he understands what the game is more about, right? Now he can be like, okay, I need to fight through this Oculus, where if he had done this a turn or two ago, he maybe would have tried to pick cards for a different reason. So this is one of the real of cards like stock up when you kind of get to the point in the game where you know what things are going to really be about and you have more information. It's really powerful. Legacy players know this trick from Brainstorm back in the day.
I was going to say, that's the adage about Brainstorm. The best way to play Brainstorm is to never cast it until you have to.
That's right.
Stock up, going to give that selection. Dominic Harvey going through a bunch of different cards. That's going to be one of them. Has a basic forest among the things he's currently fanning through. Might be into that. But there's, again, I'm not going to pretend to understand the options available. There are so many that Amulet Titan can have access to.
Yeah, it looks like Dom hit a bunch of lands, which, most of the time is kind of womp womp. And this deck, a lot of them have utility. And I think one of the things that's happening here is Dom has a forest, like you mentioned, and is sort of like, should I take this to hedge around a Harbinger of the Seas potentially coming? And took Odawara Forest, which signals to me maybe an answer to that Oculus and a potential answer to Harbinger of the Seas in two different ways with the forest and the Odawara. As that land is returned, Spelunking gave us the extra land.
Yep, don't freak out. It is an Explore effect on top of the cantrip and the Amulet of Vigor-esque effect all on one 3-mana uncommon enchantment. Pretty sweet one. Shoutouts to Ixalan, I think, for delivering that one. As Connor Taylor, once again, fanning through the hand, and we're in first. This is the important part. Oculus is going to meet Grazer, and Grazer's going to lose that fight. Nope, we're actually going to take a little bit of extra value over a few more turns here, blocking the 2, which we can do again. Taking a little bit more damage now to maybe save some more damage later.
Yeah, and Connor drew Force of Vigor, by the way, for the turn. That's going to allow him to actually answer both these Spelunkings at the start of Dom's turn if he wants to, and that will turn Dom off the ability to sort of, do some of the wacky amulet stuff. And if he combines that with a Harbinger of the Seas, it'll be really hard for Dom to get out. But it looks like we want to hold up Hardcast Subtlety, maybe just hoping our Birthing Ritual gets there. Could also hardcast Force of Vigor.
You're going to see a bunch of potential interactive spells, but you're not allowed to take any of those. It is creatures only, as Calling Oracle becomes everyone's favorite legend. Fibblethip back on the table for 2 cards.
Yeah, and this is sort of a big thing that Connor said in deck building, right? He's brought 3 Fibblethips in the main deck. He really values this play. Turn this card into sort of the same card plus a card or 2. And just really values that. And it's, going to potentially work out here really well, as he has a ton of resources that Dom now has to figure out the puzzle through, including a Boseiju.
Yeah, Force of Negation, also one of the things. And we're going to stop you straight there in, I think, the draw step. Force of Vigor. Give me your Spelunkings. Put them in the graveyard. I don't need this Shardless Agent. And Dom says, okay, not what I'm looking forward to. Does have a 3rd Spelunking in hand, I believe, is one of the cards. But going to be a grindier game here and under pressure from this Oculus and, a menagerie of 1/1s and 2/2s, which, don't look like much on their own. But if you make enough of them, they're going to do some damage.
Yeah, the power of the mini. It looks like Dom also has, and maybe I'm mismaking out his hand here, but I think he has another Grazer, which is kind of weird. It's not going to super save him, but it would buy him a little bit of time. So, the Spelunking redraw, end up play a Grazer, get a couple chump blocks, maybe buy another turn. sometimes that's all you need in the Titan deck.
I did see Force of Negation is one of the cards drawn off Fibble though from Connor. So interaction aplenty. I think a Sync is also among those cards in hand. So you've noted subtlety. There's at least what 2, 3 interactive spells, maybe even more. Besieger, I suppose, also counting as one. The Force of Negation going to be used on the Spelunking very proactively here, paying the full price for it. Happy to commit 3 mana to exile that spell and not give Dom both his amulet effect and another redraw.
Okay, it looks like Dom's considering here just maybe waiting with his Odawara and then end of turn Odawaring the Oculus or doing the Green Sun Zenith for an X's 3 line.
Bullfrog? Don't think it's going to be Bullfrog. Does resolve though. 6, going for the grinder plan.
Yeah, and this also has reach, so that's going to be pretty helpful if you need to, just in order blocking Oculus. I like a little bit of what Dom did there of sort of double downing on force and negation type cards, right? It's like, hey, obviously Flare's going to always counter something, but if you have like double force negation, I'm going to force you to use it now, and you more likely kind of have things sort of covered up. This is one of the weird things about the Manifest Dreads is you are supposed to technically track which one's the first and which one's the second because you might act differently with each one. Little weirdness.
You also have to flip them up at the end of the game. If you don't,
that's true. If you don't, you lose. You get I think it's a game warning these days. It used to be a game loss.
Yeah, definitely got to remember to flip those up. Morph players remember most certainly here is huge board for Connor Taylor. 5 permanents wide, and one of those a 5/5 flyer. Yes, there are 2 reach creatures on Dom's side, but it's a 0/3 and a 2/4 with reach. Both decent when it comes to blocking, but not perfect. Icewind Quaddle also 1 snow permanent away from having Death Touch, so it's just Oculus sending in this time. Dom's like, yep, see you later. Boreal Grazer to the bend, blocking.
Yeah, and it looks like now at this point, Connor, even though he has the Harbinger of the Seas, has dug really deep, so he's getting closer and closer to the next one, right? Just being off the Birthing Ritual. And also is a little light on blue cards in hand, so maybe needs to hold up Subtlety as a hard cast.
Yeah, we saw Connor hold up mana for basically cancel plus with Force of Negation. And now we're going to go ahead and take another Fibble Thip. Here comes one. There's the other. 2 more cards. And again, 2 more blue cards perhaps. Some interactive cards perhaps. Lots of different options Connor control here. Again, valuing the on the stack elements of his deck. Those elements of permission rather than the prison pieces in play. And can't really fault him. Has a big board, and Dom has certainly been under pressure here trying to grind through all this counter magic, but it's not going to last forever. With Oculus continuing to manifest dread turn after turn.
All right, Oculus hit an Icewind Quaddle on that one, so now we have the very sneaky turn. My other Quaddle face up. This one gains Death Touch.
Yeah, don't get to draw the card, but do get to surprise your opponent. A true Ambush Viper.
That's right.
In wait on the battlefield. There's 6. Whenever it attacks mill 3, you may put a land in your card, and right now your non-land cards in graveyard have retrace, which is pretty good at getting through permission. So we are going to play Spelunking from the graveyard, putting Urza Saga in the bin, and putting Connor Taylor once again to the test. You have a Force of Negation that would stop the potential recursion. Instead, Spelunking is going to resolve, and Dom going to put a land into play. I have to think if he's got one in his hand. I see a bounce land. That's going to come into play. It's going to come into play untapped thanks to Spelunking. Trigger, what are we picking up here? Pick up a Teleria West after we float some mana. Makes a lot of sense. Get that out of here. I'm going to Besieger your Spelunking. I guess this is with the bounce land trigger on the stack because all of the Spelunking has to resolve first.
Yes, yeah. And Connor here, I think, just trying to keep Dom off it. Kind of a weird spot because now Dom actually gets to go get some mana and the basic as well as the important parts. Now the Harbinger of the Seas really is on pitch to subtlety duty. I mean, it does reduce the total amount of mana and potential shenanigans, so it's not like it's a dead card, but it doesn't stop the Titan. It's not, preventative care.
And it's 13 power right now on Connor Taylor's board. 2 1/1s and 3 2/2s. That's 6, 7, 8 plus the 5. That is 13 total. Dom is at 12, but does have a blocker. Maybe has another Grazer he could play from hand. So probably going to get one other turn at least from this point. And if you can want to play this Spelunking, there is still the retrace available. If Dom has another land in hand, we do have mana to recast the Spelunking. Go again. Get a redraw. Again, Connor Taylor's non-exile permission spells or interaction is not going to get it done here if Dom wants to grind out this game. And there are more lands here. Teleria West back in hand, of course, providing retrace value immediately. But there's other lands in this very land-dense deck for Dom Harvey as he tries to puzzle through all the different interaction spells that Connor Taylor could have.
Yeah, and the way that Connor like reacts to, not even just like body language wise, but like fighting over the spelunking, tells Dom that he's like, okay, maybe I should just be really committing to the spelunking in more ways. And it's not a cheap investment, but it's 3 mana. He discards a land and then draws a card. It's not the end of the world. Sort of 3 mana cycle through this card.
Again, gonna resolve. Now we have our amulet effect, quote unquote, online. We are going to put a land into play as well from Spelunking. It does do it all. And this land at least will be untapped, as we saw with Besage. Even if the Spelunking goes away from a removal spell, have to resolve all the parts of Spelunking first. And that means when the land comes into play, it still sees that it should be untapped thanks to the Caving Enchantment. We're going to tap a bounce land now. Looks like Commercial District was the one in play. It's Teleria West. Going to be transmuted here. Looking for a 0. Summoner's Pact, the obvious one, but a couple other options potentially as well.
Yeah, I imagine this is a spot where Dom wants to probably ideally get Summoner's Pact in the abstract, but maybe, yeah, you see, actually, he started to grab a tie because he's thinking about Summoner's Pact. So, yeah, that's going to be it. Sometimes there are some lands that you can bring in, etc.
Yep.
But looks like he's going to activate Summoner's Pact right away. I don't think Dom's actually landed for turn. And if he has Lotus Field, he can play that and immediately have the mana. Now he might get, subtletied, but because of the Boseiju, he's gonna be able to pay for a pact if the Harbinger of the Seas comes in.
This Lotus Field, correctly identified there by Mason Clark. Land 1, Sacrifice, Vestige going away. Looks like Commercial District going away. Lotus Field's untapped. Add them all up. That looks like 6 to me. Titan in play. Oh, Titan on the stack, I should say. There's subtlety at play, and indeed going to be cast.
Yep, Dom tapping the Commercial District for mana before sacrificing it. And now, a little awkward if Connor has another subtlety, because Dom put it on top. And obviously, yeah, there is the subtlety in hand. I think Connor is in a really good spot here. Just subtlety the Titan again, attack with everything. Put Dom to 2 or 3-ish, and then just do it again.
Go all in. It is 1. In fact, Dom just decides, I think it's enough. I thought it was 11 damage if you block the Oculus. That would, of course, mean your 6 is in the graveyard, but I think maybe it was a little bit more than that. Obviously, if Connor Taylor flips up a bigger creature from the Manifest Dread, that's going to do it as well. Shows all the 1/1s instead, but just think more what you expect if there are going to be any creatures hiding under there. But still enough pressure and enough interaction from Connor Taylor. An Oculus, a wide board, and a well-timed subtlety is going to push us to game 3 with 12 minutes left in this round. Certainly doable for both these decks, but a lot of things to think through for both these players. So not going to have that much time to figure out how to win this final game.
Yeah, I'm going to be curious to see what the sort of like changes are going to be. We're actually watching Connor's sideboard at the moment. It looks like Gemstone Caverns. Sure. Okay. Fair enough. I was very curious. I was like, I don't know what card he would want on play versus draw, but there's probably some good reason. A card that only really works on the draw is a good enough reason as many.
Yeah, there's 3 of them in Connor's sideboard, I believe. So going to bring them in here. Why not? You have a lot of 2-drops you want to cast, so why not cast them on turn 1 as we have a look at the sideboards once again. Here's the Amulet Titan list.
Not
obviously fighting very well so far this weekend, but back up against that a little bit with the Simic Ritual deck having a decent amount of pressure plus disruption.
Yeah, we saw Dom do 1 swap. It might be some sort of small play draw thing. I don't think he's Gemstone Cavernings this week. And I know Dom is a big advocate that card's probably underplayed in Magic in general. He sort of thinks that we kind of dismiss it too much to these sort of weirdo decks. And I actually really like it in the case of the Simic Birthing Ritual deck. You are a deck that has just a lot of cards that, sort of Xeroxy, to use like a legacy term, right? Just kind of move through the deck, making copies, just moving through cards. And yeah, if you got a bunch of Fibble Tips that are going to get you a couple extra cards, just get them out sooner and get the ball going.
Fun fact for everyone at home, is sideboard and shuffle up for what's going to be the final game of this round, at least on camera in our feature match. Gemstone Caverns is not an invitational card. Anyone knows the Magic Invitational was a invite-only event where the best Magic players in the world and some more notable members of the community got invited, and if you won, the prize was making a Magic card. Now your face gets a Magic card if you become World Champion, which is a pretty sweet prize for becoming World Champion. But Gemstone Caverns was not an invitational card, but it was submitted by the one and only Japanese legend Tsuyoshi Fujita as Unlucky Man's Paradise, very similar to the card we see today. And I think R&D liked it enough that when they saw that submission, they decided, you know what, might as well make this a Magic card. Seems like a fun one. And that's, I believe, one of the reasons we have Gemstone Caverns today.
That's true. Sometimes you make suggestions, then other magic cards get made. Like sometimes you pitch Guide of Souls as being half a Vexing Bauble, and then Vexing Bauble and Guide of Souls split into two cards, just like things that occur.
Yeah, things have
Yeah,
happened. I wonder who know anything about that as players. It looks
yeah.
like they're ready to at least resume mulligan decisions. It's going to be Dom on the play, I assume, for the last game.
It would be so funny if Dom just sees Connor move 3 cards and goes, "I'll take the draw," to the Gemstone Tavern player.
That would be
Just
funny.
let him know.
All right, well, turn one Amulet is a good start here. Dom's like, do you have it? Do I have it? Do we just want to go for it here? Amulet bounce, and we've seen it already on camera. Nonetheless, there's 2 lands. Malevolent Rumble going to be looking for something. That one's going to resolve. We see a Flare in hand. I see a Harbinger, I believe, for Connor Taylor. Vexing Bauble, though, going to put an end to all of the fuss. That card absolutely won Dominic Harvey game number 1, and it's going to be presented right now off this Rumble. Are we going to play it is the question.
Yeah, that's what I was interested in too. Plays around Flare Denial, like if you play it now and forces Force of Vigor to have been in sort of the first 8 cards. So you're down a mana in the long term, but you're sort of up playing around some things. But we did see cards like Force of Vigor from Connor in game number 2, so Dom might be wanting to respect that. He knows there are 2 in the deck at most for Connor. And, if you do get sort of, I guess you can't actually Force of Vigor if it comes down. You could do it in response to the amulet, but interesting. I'm actually a little surprised now. At first, I thought it was about Force of Vigor. Probably just wanting the mana over the many, many turns.
Other thing to note, though, Vexing Bauble, if it comes down and gets countered, well, often if your opponent only has 1 count spell, that's very similar to Arms Chant now, is it? Because they have to commit the permission spell to stop your thingy. So it still works, even if it does get counted some of the time. Calling Oracle going to be flipped on over, finds a Feeble Thip. Robbery, no land on top there for Connor Taylor. But we do know there's a Flare in hand, so Connor does have a way to interact on this turn. Vexing Bauble presented immediately. Dominic moving at light speed. There's a land untapped. Thanks to Bauble, your free spells are shut off.
Yeah, and it looks like happy with what we have on top is Dom. But no. Yeah, I was curious to see if he had something else there, like another Rumble to set up. Having a card like Dismember here would be pretty great. Just sort of potentially remove anything that could come down. Like if a Birthing Ritual comes, you could just kill off the Oracle. Then you don't have to worry about Flare, even if your Vexing Bauble does get answered. Reclamation Stage, another card Dom's worried about. And finally, there's a Harbinger.
Get it out of here. Dismember is going to be used, but it takes out the Harbinger, and Dom is moving at light speed. You have to think we are so close to a combo kill here. Tapping all the lands. Here we go. Bounce land in play. Take one back to the hand. Amulet trigger on the stack. Give me that district back. Sack this landscape shift. No, it's Titan straight off the top for the answer. Dominic Harvey knows exactly what he's doing here.
Yeah, and we sort of saw this. She's gonna double check his things. He's gonna Vesuva, copy the Handwar Battlement, then get a land that makes red so you can haste the Titan, and then he's gonna try and just set up a situation to make multiple Titans off Mirror Pool. And 6/6 is, like we joked about before, just really hard for this Birthing Ritual deck to actually beat in combat. It's a very interesting position here.
There is the copy. Vestige actually making the red mana to give that haste over. So Titan is already rumbling into the red zone, going to be coming in for 6 and a few more lands out of the deck. Lotus Field is going to be one of them. And what's the second one here? There's a bounce land. What are we bringing back? Looks around. That Vesuva looks pretty nice because it can be any land I have in play. We have to sacrifice some lands as well. Forest and Vestige. No, that's Battlements, I think, going to the bin. And here we go again. Oh, a Titan from hand. Old fatty natty.
Yeah, it looks like Dom, maybe I thought he dropped something for a second there, but it looks like we're all good now. He sort of figures things out. I was a little confused with the players, but yeah, this makes a lot of sense. Why would I sacrifice, Mirror Pool land, do stuff if I can just cast one now while I know the coast is clear, get my 2 6/6s, and this is really the spot here where Dom needs to go. Am I going to get an Otawara? Am I going to get Mirror Pool? What's going to be sort of my way to keep pushing through everything? And you see Connor, head in his hands sort of for a moment, like, how is this happening? And he just concedes.
Just didn't bother. Wow. Dominic Harvey, 10-2. Deep into the RC here in Calgary, hosted by FacetoFace Games. Looking good as the Amulet Master continues with his dreams of making it back to the Pro Tour here in Calgary. Lovely stuff from such an expert on the deck. And Simic Ritual, deck of the day. Deck we've certainly seen a lot of. Deck that looked good this weekend, Connor. Fighting to the bitter end, but not enough against Vexing Bauble, undoing all that interaction.
Yeah, it looks to me like this deck might need to find some sort of way to fight through Vexing Bauble. Maybe that deck already has some answers, or some players have kind of been on top of that, but that's a new wrinkle in the equation. I mean, new is a strong word here, but that's a wrinkle in it all, right? There wasn't really many things where Bauble was sort of KOing people in Modern that weren't doing completely unfair stuff, but now we have a fair deck that can. So I'm curious to sort of see how they evolve with time. We see more cards like Reclamation Sage, or we see some Haywire Mites. It's going to be interesting to see, and maybe some of our other Birthing Ritual players have solved that riddle.
Yeah, don't worry. Our history shows that if Vexing Bubble was KOing people in Modern, it would already be banned. It's certainly gotten the treatment in other formats. But Dom Harvey continuing the dream. Again, 12 players going to be qualified for the PT at the end of the day, but we have no idea just yet who's going to make it. Round 12 is in the books. Round 13 is coming up in just a few moments. Stay tuned for more regional championship action right after this.
Alright, here at RC Calgary with a good friend Mazen that I always see on the West Coast. Now,
Yeah.
we're in Calgary now.
Yes.
And I know you as the mill guy.
Yeah.
Have we registered mill?
Not for the RC. In the past 2 weeks, a lot of decks playing red have popped up.
Fair.
And Titan's down, Blink is down, Goryo's is down, Prowess, Energy, and Zoo are all up. And those are atrocious, like sub 40% matchups.
Ugh.
So it's unplayable right now. Yeah, unfortunately.
So what did we register? If we're not on mill, what are we on?
So about a year and a half ago, I started playing Titan.
Okay.
I played it at the last Modern RC and got the day one last round bye. So, I'm very good at this deck. But I've since had about a year and a half to work on it.
Okay.
And I'm feeling pretty confident with it.
Awesome.
I feel like it's got good matchups into basically everything except for Ritual and maybe like Goryo's or Blink, one of those.
Understandable.
Depending on the type of Blink, but yeah.
Going into this event, this is the release week of the Avatar. Are there any of the new Avatar lands that Titan's playing, or are we just doing stock Titan lists like I still in first order?
Right now we're on stock Titan lists, but me and some of my friends have looked at lands decks without Titan and with a lot of Ice Steel Explorers and Ghost Quarters, and that's something that was being floated around our group for about a month, which is longer than it should have.
Probably.
Yeah, and we were looking at Ba Sing Se as a land that we could include in loops to animate our entire mana base. It wasn't good.
Okay.
Yeah, so I don't think Titan's looking at anything out of Avatar. Neither is Mill. It's pretty hard to find new lands or new cards to break into. Either of those archetypes are pretty solid in their current construction.
Nice. Yeah. So going into this weekend, what is your bottom line? What are we hoping for getting out of this? Are we hoping for just day 2? Hoping for top 16?
I would like to day 2 minimum.
Okay.
But and after that, I'm happy queuing for the next RC through this, and then beyond that, rising, all that. But the goal is to day 2. That's the minimum goal that I'm shooting for.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Well, I wish you the best of luck, and
thank you very much.
See you in the rest of the event.
Yeah. See you later.
I'm wrapped in the show, and I had to tear me apart. Maestro, maestro, always in control. You chose the melody and played me like a symphony. Maestro, maestro, I'm wrapped in the show. Now hold the tempo and start to crescendo. Maestro, maestro, always in control. You chose the melody and played me like a symphony. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4, it's a bedtime. My heart's expression. 5 and 6 and 7, 8, I'm coming for some recognition. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4, I'm feeling
Welcome back, everyone, to Regional Championship Calgary, presented by FacetoFace Games. As a reminder, if you do want to get yourself some Magic cards, maybe you've been inspired by the competitors you've seen this weekend, head to FacetoFaceGames.com, pick up your Magic singles, your sealed, and whatever you really need for your cardboard castle that you may or may not be building at home. My name is Julian, Pastry Time Car. I'm joined for one final round by Mason Clark.
I am so excited to commentate this last round with you. It's been a blast commentating.
Has been a blast.
Yeah, it's been a great time. But we started our weekend together with Energy versus Jeskai Blink. And you know what? Let's wrap the weekend up with that same feature match. As some of the players are starting to draw, they believe that they are hard lock for at least top 12, ideally for them, top 8. We'll have to see how that goes. So we think these players are in a win and in situation. So we're going to have to see who can lock up their Pro Tour invite.
Yep, definitely want to make sure you get as many wins as you can. Want to make sure you do the math correctly. As a reminder, there is a top 8, and that will be happening today. Don't worry. After we leave, we'll have your two commentators from yesterday, Jonny, Guttman, and Liam Kane, joining us back on the broadcast to finish out the Swiss rounds. There are 15 of those in total, and then, of course, top 8 after that. But the top 12 players that aren't already qualified for the Pro Tour, I have to assume, do qualify themselves for the Pro Tour. But, of course, there's more to play for once you get there. But that's really what everyone's here for right now. You want to make sure you get to the end of the tournament and at least make sure you get yourselves on the Pro Tour.
Yep, I think a lot of players would lock, if I gave them this sort of genie wish of you get 12th place, but you're locked 12th place, a lot would take that deal if offered to them. But sometimes, you get into the top 8 and you start dreaming a little. You're like, well, what if I did play Worlds? That would be pretty cool. And that dream is going to be reality for somebody here in just a few short hours.
Certainly is. As we've only got one more day left here. It's been modern RCs around the globe happening. Canada, North America, Europe, and there's one more going on. Unfortunately,
Japan.
I remember Japan, of course. Lots of strong players registered for that one as well. But yeah, it's modern all weekend long. So if you like Magic the Gathering, especially if you like modern, which seems to be just in such a wonderful place right now, you're in luck. There's lots of Magic, and we're going to give you Canada's finest and then some here. So we'll take a look at the deck list in just a short moment. Show you exactly what these players are bringing to the matchup. Starting off with Jeskai Blink, the most popular deck in the tournament, starting off yesterday. And here is one version of it. Lots of good cards in the blue, white, and red colors.
Yeah, I mean, one of the big sort of innovations we've seen since this deck first won the first American RC has been Strict Serenade in the main deck. We see that here this weekend. Just a very powerful blue interactive spell. Once again, when people are trying to resolve these big game-winning creatures, having just a 1-mana way to answer that, even if you give them a 2/2 bird, is worth the exchange. And we just see this deck is sort of full of great creatures, great interaction, and premium sideboard cards. We talked about it in round 1. We'll say it again here. This is sort of, the kind of deck that lots of players want to play a lot of the time. I've got creatures, I've got interaction, I've got a little bit of unfairness. Let's game. And that's why this was our most played deck here at the RC weekend in Calgary.
Yep, lots of consigns, lots of ephemerate, lots of good white removal. A lot of it's cheap or free. Shout out to Solitude, which has been certainly one of the most played cards on the weekend. Lots of players bringing that card, and often, if not always, blinking it in and out of play with either failure or ephemerate. On the other side, though, we will see, of course, Boros Energy, another deck that a lot of players do like to bring.
Yeah, this is sort of the tried and true MH3 sort of deck. It's just, very actually similar to Jeskai. Instead of having a little bit more interaction that blue would give you, you're a little bit more aggressive, being solidly in the Boros colors. But you're a cheap, low curve deck with good creatures and a couple interactive points. We see Blood Moon sort of move around in the main deck here into some number between 1 and 2. We got 1 in the case for Liam here. And this deck is just very powerful, very efficient. And lots of decks struggle once this gets on board to beat them in a normal game. We talked about it before. Typically, Boros Energy, I would say, loses to strategies more than cards, right? It's really hard to consistently just cast a Wrath over and over and over again and beat Boros or do something in that vein. Typically, it's, strategically you're doing something that just does not line up well. So expect this game to honestly be pretty grindy pretty often.
Oh, yeah, we're in for probably a pretty long round here between these two players. Of course, Flage, the big ticket creature for both of these players, are going to have 8 copies in this particular matchup, starting in the main deck, of course. And we've seen Boros Energy, again, looks innocuous from time to time, just plays these dinky looking 1-drops. Maybe a Jonny is a creature you can get excited about. Goblin Bombardment, this bizarre 2-drop enchantment from Tempest all the way back when. And turns out if you put enough pieces on the board, your opponent explodes pretty quickly. And that's not to say nothing about your individual card quality already being so good, which again, kind of the story of the weekend for Modern. Even the Jeskai Blink decks, even if they can't get their Blink engines going, the creatures they're warping or playing are already so good.
Yep. And we do have the new sort of tech card in the sideboard here, the Legend of Roku. We'll probably get back to that when it comes to sideboarding, as it's pretty great, I think, in this matchup. But,
Oh,
you know,
yeah.
there are some avatar cards that are hopping in here. Redirect Lightning was one that some players thought might come into the sideboard as a way to mess up Amulet players. Decided not to do that here for Liam, as Liam is on a mulligan to 6.
I do want to point out that we have cast now quite a few rounds of Modern at this RC, and our good friend Badgermole Cub nowhere to be seen in the matches we've covered. Sad days for the Ogmoth enjoyers everywhere.
Yeah, Badger Mole Cub maybe is going to make it in the long run. Might also just be a deck that really benefits from being refined a lot, you know, a lot of raw power there. But this is sort of the first big weekend with avatars cards legal for Modern here. So I'm curious to sort of see what, you know, things look like in a couple weeks. But Badger Mole Cub definitely doing a lot in standard, as it actually looks to be a mold of 5.
5 for Boros Energy, plenty of good early drops if you find a decent mix of lands and spells. Certainly not the end of the world for Boros Energy, but of course Owen's going to be happy to see his opponent starting their match in a probable win and in, all the way down to 5 cards in game 1. But did Liam win the die roll? Seems to be the case, so can't be complaining too much. Not going to get an extra card, but how about a Ragavan on turn 1?
Yeah, I mean, you know, hard to believe this, but this is one of your best starts, especially when you're on a mulligan. Potentially with Owen's deck, there's a lot of cards you could play, like, you know, Teferi off the top that can be pretty game warping and backbreaking. So Owen's going to want to try to answer this Ragavan, even if it's just sort of putting his own in the way as quickly as possible. As it looks like Liam did just sort of keep Ragavan, Flage, and lands.
That's actually based.
Yeah.
I love that keep.
Gotta interact a little bit, gotta beat down, got some lands for everything else.
Just get to Flage, it'll be A-okay. Did double check very quickly, by the way, the Oracle text on Warp. You cannot warp cards that you find off of Ragavan. That is illegal. You must warp from hand. But obviously there's some hits that Liam can have here as Ragavan starts pilfering things off the top of the deck. Immediate shock, and are we getting a tap land or are we getting an untap land? That's going to tell us a lot about what's going to happen to Mr. Ragavan in just a moment.
Yeah, looks like we're
Bye,
probably
sweet prince.
discharging. Yeah, sleep tight. And this is one of the things too that, like, I would say draws people towards Jeskai Blink is it has starts, like it can do its own Ragavan crazy starts, but just has a lot of interaction, you know? And players typically really enjoy having this ability to sort of go back and forth and interact. It looks like it might actually be a Solitude as the answer to this Ragavan, and wanting to have consigned memory to get rid of that evoke trigger.
Ooh, love that. Not quite Blink, but a little, you know, kind of build your own Blink in some ways. As Liam says, yeah, that is how that works. Don't love it for me. Owen says, I do love it for me. You're trying to probably beat me down in some capacity, even though, again, Boros does have plenty of grindy angles, especially in this kind of matchup. But Solitude swinging in on turn 2 with the lifelink is going to feel pretty good for Owen.
I think that's a Voice of Victory, but I'm not positive. I think that's like altered, not like an official full art card. It's hard to tell these days.
Let's tell. I'm going to say I believe you, but it definitely isn't art I can currently see with my own eyeballs. Whatever it is, it's a beautiful looking card. We'll find out what it is in just a moment, just to make sure we understand what is on the table. But Voice of Victory, pretty good 2-drop permanent. As we untap here for Liam, Solitude already rumbled in. Could be a Bombardment as well, of course. That seems to be the card that we most mess up when it comes to number of arts available for it.
Yeah. Well, you know, I guess it's just a much more popular card than I ever would have thought.
There are 3 in Liam's main deck, so he has quite a few of them.
Yeah.
Oh, it's pointing at it. What is this card?
Yeah. As it looks like production maybe asked for us, and it is Goblin Bombardment officially confirmed. Okay, that's a new one. I guess, you know, I do see a little bit of a cannoning shot. That makes sense.
Yeah. It's lining up, you know. It's doing something for me. I can say that at least. But there's a lot of Goblin. Oh, yeah, here we go. It's very new. Oh, it's a Spider-Man art. That's why. That's the Green Goblin blasting Spider-Man. There you go. Now you all know as well. That is a very new art, by the way. There's a very new piece of art.
Okay, well, I would never have guessed Spider-Man would have had Goblin Bombardment in it, but there you go.
Here we go. Yeah, it's from Marvel Universe, whatever that may be. So we'll talk about it later because Flage is on the table, soon to be put into the graveyard, but not before lightning bolting good old Solitude. And sack it. Yeah, do 1 extra damage. Why not?
Yeah, get your point. Nothing list on the table there. Owen, this is sort of the awkward part there of consigning in that Solitude is, it ended up trading for, it got the Ragavan, it got the Flage trigger, it gained you a little bit more life. And if you think life is going to be a huge resource, that's great, but you didn't get a ton out of it.
It looked cool. I will say that
Yeah.
much. Zone's going to play land number 3 and pass the turn. It flooded strands next to each other and not cracked yet with no surveil. Kind of makes me think that Owen wants to draw more lands. Now we're going to crack one of these. As Liam passes back, there's a Flage in the graveyard, but needs a few more cards in the bin before that one can come out. 2 more to be precise, 6 total, including the Flage. And of course, mana number 4, which you have to think isn't too far away with 3 lands in play already. It looks like Plains Sacred Foundry for Liam, so wouldn't need a mountain, but there are plenty of those hiding in the deck. As Thundering Fall is going to be the choice here for Owen, get a little bit of selection. So I'm going to guess Owen was looking for a 3rd land, but now decides he's got enough. Going to go ahead and start surveilling with these fetch lands. And again, this is a grindy matchup. So expect a lot of back and forth, a lot of little decisions, a lot of consideration for what cards are coming off the deck.
Yeah, and this is a match. This is, I should say, a matchup where Liam can grind a good bit, but really wants to use the early turns where he's kind of favored to kind of get ahead to give him some time. Because if things go super long, Quantum Riddler is going to outdo a lot of what Liam's deck can produce, especially in game number 1.
And just a land and a posse for Owen. That is just really chilling on it. Whatever potential interaction he might have available. Again, failure, flash creature. Subtlety we see in these lists sometimes. Seen a Solitude already. Can't hardcast that one right now. Gonna go ahead and just take another draw. Not even cracking the other fetch land. And land number 5, Arena of Glory, a pretty good one here. If you have a haste creature you want to deploy, instead we're going to pass it back. Liam stuck on lands, did miss the land drop. Season Pyromancer could fix the draw, except it is Plains Foundry. We need a 2nd red for that card.
Yeah, and I like that Liam is holding this Ragavan, especially now that we've hit the point where we can hard cast Solitude. We could have developed this last turn, but I think we were a little bit afraid of giving Owen a chance to use his mana. And at this point, you don't want to just play Ragavan, it gets Solitude off the hard cast, and then things start cascading out of control from there. Just holding and having this Galvanic Discharge up is a very reasonable play. Ooh.
Hey, throwing.
This is I mean, you see how he touches the blue. He's going to consign that escape trigger. Do a little Stifle Knot action.
Pretty good. So Lightning Helix gets cast on Liam's face. Owen's going to gain some life, and I would like to consign my Flage, please. Makes sense why Owen's playing 4 of them in the main deck. Not just a decent counterspell against a bunch of different strategies in Modern, but also gets to do this little Stifle Impression. And off we go with Flage already in the red zone, thanks to Arena. Unless Flage also has haste, which I don't think is true.
It does not. No. It is thanks to Arena that it's doing that. And this sort of interaction is part of why you're allowed to play Consign in your main deck. It's backbreaking against some decks. I mean, you play against Eldrazi, you play against Belcher. This is a card you want to sideboard in. But then combine it with your own Quantum Riddler Warp Trigger, your own Flages, just random cards like Leyline Binding from some players. It just turns out that, Consign to Memory is very good.
Yeah, it's one of the most played cards in Modern. It's very expensive on Magic Online for anyone who happens to play on that platform. It's still absolutely in the stratosphere as far as ticket costs go. Kind of speaks to the ubiquity of it across a bunch of Magic's more powerful formats as Liam finally finds land number 4, which would sometimes signal something like a Flage. And I did say Flage is the biggest, baddest creature for both these players. And no one already has one in play attacking, which is not good news for the Boros Energy player.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, I think Liam is in a spot where he's trying to figure out how am I supposed to even work through the Flage. We have a discharge. So, what could we draw this Season Pyromancer that can get us back in it? Static Prison, I do believe is a 1-of here in Liam's deck. So that might be the out.
Yeah, Fun Holy Heat. I don't know if it's in the main. Something you can sometimes get if you manage to find enough Delirium. But Phage deals 3 on attack and deals 6 on the front side when it does rumble in. So not a lot of life left. Liam's like, you know what? I'm going to take 1 damage from my fetch because 6 and 5 are the same number right now in Season Pyromancer. Going to try and filter this hand, make a bunch of chump blockers. And Owen is already reaching for the Flooded Strand.
Yeah, I think Owen's consigning the Season Pyro trigger.
That is also gross.
Yeah, and that is the play that's going to force Liam to have what he has left, and we know there's not anything there. I mean, even in a world where Liam had, let's say, the static prison in hand, and you do this, it's actually like weirdly kind of good. He doesn't have much energy, right? And you would just sort of be on like this doomsday clock from Liam's perspective of, oh no, the Flage is coming back, and I don't have any cards to really fight through it all.
That's the thing. These big, powerful Elder Giants, very good cards, but they do come back if the game goes on long enough. Shoutouts to everyone's favorite OG Uro Flage. Pretty good. And Strict Serenade instead the card. We talked about it already. And that's going to be enough to get the scoop. The attack would shoot the bird that gets made, and of course, Flage deals 6, and that's exactly where Liam's life total was hovering around.
Yeah, Flage, and is completing this well, it's mostly completed an incomplete cycle that Theros has started, and all those Titans are absurdly good whenever the game goes long. And Flage and Uro, especially if you're a controlling deck, really great at sort of just, doing the job of, hey, I can last a long time and get my resources and eventually outgrind you.
Oh my
Wow.
goodness, what is happening?
All right, play by play, let them know.
As we pop over to our backup feature, Machero, Riley Hicks on Is it Affinity 9 and 3, Dustin on Amulet, Titan, couple lands in play, couple lands in the bin, and it's double Pinnacle, Emissary being dealt with. Beseju your Haywire Might. I need to unlock my amulets and my spelunkings, but Riley's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 drones in play. Many Pinnacle Emissaries. Looks like one of them was warped because now one's entering the exile zone, but there's one still in play, and that's usually good news for the Affinity deck. If you're absolutely just spilling permanents onto the board, if you can't really see what's happening, if you can't see the lands under the Affinity player's board, that usually means the Affinity player is winning.
Okay, small win for Amulet Titan. We both Saged, no lands to grab. So
let's go.
Yeah, we take them where we can get them.
The Ghost Quarter plan is online. Tormod's Crypt also in play, by the way. So a loop with Aftermath Analyst, a little tricky to pull off here, but there's still angles here for Dustin to maybe find an amulet, deploy a bounce land, maybe look to try and cast a Titan. There are angles, and there's a Titan.
All right,
Find
so
some lands, but I don't think we can win here.
Yeah, with no untap effect, there's not much you can actually do. We'll probably see something like Tildaria West Bounce Land. That's sort of the default. We might also already have another Titan in hand, and if that's the case, you might see like just get lands that stay in play, produce some mana, maybe give haste so I can then next turn play another Titan and try and win. Looks like we're also just doing the math on, hey, if I block the biggest thing I can, yeah, because that is a construct token in the middle of it all, and I mean, I don't need to know that it's probably bigger than Dustin has life. So has to set up another way to win in the future. Deck used to play Radiant Fountain back in my day.
Let's go.
That was the card you sometimes grab in these spots, but that has mostly left.
Counting all the artifacts real quick, and so is Riley. Let's count them with it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. That construct should be an 11 if I counted them all correctly, which means Primeval Titan, not long for this world, going to have to go on blocking duty on the other turn, and that's assuming the drones that all have flying don't deal enough damage. And of course, Emissary being 3/3, and there's one of them in play, also pretty good in this spot. So we're getting some lands. It's a bounce land as the first one here for Dustin. And the second one, T West is likely to pull us. But stage number 2, we need to kill more constructs, and we know you don't have any basics.
I think Dustin might be a Jin G fan here with Cho V on his hat. And much like Cho V, not going to get a title today if things keep going this way.
I don't even know if he has mana to channel the Beseju. I mean, it would be okay on following turns. Bounces it back to hand. But this is just looking rough right now in what I assume is game 1.
Yeah, I think this is just an absurd game 1 we're in. Like, Engineered Explosives sometimes stays in because you need zeros, but it's not very good against Titan. I would say it's one of the cards that typically gets trimmed.
Adds up to me. Is this more Emissary? 3 mana?
I think this is a Shadow Spear.
Oh, that's really good. Trying to get, I see. We're trying to get enough damage over Emissary triggers. That one can't attack. Let's all remember that. There's an Aether Spellbomb. See you later.
All right, that will do it. And yeah, I mean, Riley up a game here. Amulet Titan can beat up this deck pretty well, but some of those best draws that Affinity has, no deck in the format can beat. And that's something that we heard Nathan Stoyer kind of talk about with post-testing from the Pro Tour was Affinity is sort of like Neoform, but you don't hard win in the same way, but you're more resilient in some weird ways, but you still have those turn 1 or 2 wins that basically nobody can beat.
Yeah, pretty good, certainly on our screen. That's going to be game one, I assume, to the Affinity players. We pump back to our feature match. Jessica, I blink up a game here for Owen and Liam on Boros Energy, looking to even up the score again. A probable win and in. Win 10 would be pretty sweet this late into the RC. And top 8 on the line, top 12, of course, with a pro invite also there. All these players. That's the first thing you come to do when you come to a regional championship. But it looks like we're shuffling up and mulliganing on one side. Could be another mulligan here for Liam, who went to 5 in game 1. Looks like maybe 6 here. Although we'll see. Going to look at 7, of course, and maybe put some back. Could also just be that players have now just finished presenting because they were shuffling and sideboarding for a little bit longer. So we'll see as the players consider their hands just how many cards we're keeping. Liam's going to be on the plate. So going to have to make decisions first about whether he wants to keep or not.
Liam, we had an awkward one there from what I could tell. It would look to be a little land heavy with Surgical. Surgical, very hit or miss in these fair matchups. Sometimes hitting the right card, especially like a Flage is sort of the default example, I think, of the card that makes it the most reasonable. But, even sometimes getting a Solitude can be pretty big. Quantum Riddler can be pretty big. But without the pressure to back it up, that sort of thing is not going to go the distance. It looked like Owen did keep 7.
All right. Good news for the Desco player. Always nice to keep all of your cards. But again, decks these days, especially in a format like Modern, do mulligan quite well. So Liam already 2 mulligans in just in this best of 3 alone. Can make it a third here total, the first one of this particular game, and looking like maybe we have 6 cards we want to keep here.
Yeah. I like that Owen's jacket is face-to-face, like, colored. Maybe just a face-to-face jacket, I don't know. But he's kind of rocking the feature match zone.
Certainly is. Quickly browsing the website to see if merch is one of the tabs available. Could be. You know what? The best way to find out is to for you yourself. Go to FacetoFaceGames.com and see if there's anything there you might like. If you're watching this, chances are there's a few things on the website that might strike your fancy. Of course, FacetoFace Games presenting this RC, bringing us in for the fun, and Ragavan. Going to start the festivities for Liam. Turn 1, once again, finding the Ragavan. Pretty good at the game.
Yeah, Ragavan, a card that you really want to lead on here. Gonna force Owen to have something early. Honestly, in these spots, just blocking sometimes you own Ragavan's pretty good, but Prismatic Ending's even better.
Put it in exile, and Flayed from having another target for its escape on later, and just, of course, get it off the board before you can get hit. Or consider Ragavan number 2, Electric Boogaloo. It is, but not dashed. Going to play it for 1 mana only. Wants to keep it around for the rest of these turns.
Yeah, actually had a really interesting decision there for Liam. Could have used Arena of Glory to basically haste out the Ragavan at the cost of the land next turn. This is a huge sign to Owen that either, hey, Liam has a Galvanic Discharge or has some 3 mana play you want to make, because otherwise, if you didn't have anything going on, you'd be very happy just to get the Ragavan in and get the treasure.
Yeah, we'd still get 2 lands. So you play 1 for turn, so we'd still have things to do. So instead, Ragavan's going to send in, and Owen says, yep, I take it. And that is music to the Boros Energy's ears. Make a treasure, grab your consign. I'll grab that one later. It might come in handy.
Does Liam have do we have a land Flage? Yeah. Looks like Surgical's back in our hand. We can't escape it.
Can we escape Flage, or at least dodge the trigger? That's going to be the answer. Yep, all the pieces are getting put together. Red something. Alrighty, want to use it for Jonny. Keep a mana open here. Jonny going to trigger find a cat. Needed the white, I guess?
I'm not sure.
I think it's a Foundry, right?
Yeah, that is Sacred Foundry, because it went turn 1 Ragavan, and it's definitely not a mountain.
So representing something with this untapped.
Yeah. I mean, Liam is 9-3, qualified for the RC, clearly knows what's up. Traditional wisdom says you want to hold the treasure. Maybe Liam is wanting to play around something like Wrath of the Skies, which would force him to act early, like a Wrath for 1, answering his Ragavan or something. That could be the case.
That's true. Certainly curious decisions. Owen's going to be like, I'll take that back in my exile zone, pop this Flooded Strand and go looking for another spell. Ragavan can, of course, only play the spell on the turn you exile and cannot play lands, so that one's going to be tucked away in exile indefinitely for this game number 2. As Owen finds a plains, and do we have a Flage? Do we have a 3-drop we like? Do we have something we want to play? Do we have a Warp Creature and an Ephemerate? All things that Jessica Blink can bring to bear here at this stage of the game.
Yeah, I feel like Flage is the one that's sort of the best for most players. Liam's like not out of the game, but Owen's starting to stabilize a little bit. Something like a Quantum Riddle Ephemerate here could be very backbreaking as it would just dominate the board and start moving Owen through even more and more cards. Looks like Teferi Time Raveler the play.
Teferi. How much loyalty is Teferi going to end the turn with? Is it going to be 1 or is it going to be more? It's going to be 1. Get the cat token out of there. That does not flip a Jonny. Leaving the battlefield is not the same as dying, even though tokens cease to exist once they exit this mortal plane. I know it's a bit confusing, but don't worry, Johnny's still a creature. Everything's A-okay.
Yeah, and it looks like Liam does have another Johnny in hand, so we could Legend Rule our Johnny.
Ragavan at you, Johnny at Teferi. Solitude here for Owen is the obvious option if we want to try and protect our Planeswalker, and there it is. Life total probably doesn't matter that much. We'll give you a treasure. No, actually, we won't. Exiling a different Teferi, preventing the Ragavan from giving you a treasure. Maybe thinks Liam's stuck on lands. Maybe just doesn't want more cards ripped out of the deck. Maybe a combination of all of them. Ragavan, obviously a big threat. But Johnny is here, Teferi is gone, and do we have the Legend Rule trick to flip?
Yeah, I mean, this would be a really great spot. Just get you 2/2/1 cats and, start taking up. Excuse me, zeroing. I guess you could tick up if you wanted, actually. That's not the worst thing I've ever heard. Play around Fleege.
I have to see 3 loyalty right now to kick things off. And more cats, so it was a 0. Take a couple damage
Right.
as well on one side, right?
No red permanent. It has to be a non-Johnny permanent. And there's the Fleege we talked about. Kind of a brutal thing here, because I think Liam, he has the surgical, which he can then use to sort of check the Fleege, so he doesn't have to worry about that part of things. He's just going to fire it off right away while there's no chance of any sort of interaction.
Get
Respect for sort of, yeah, I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it now. Yeah.
Play around force open again, I suppose. But obviously going to look through the deck and get some information. I do need to see your hand, sir. Please show it to me. Can confirm there are no extra flavors in there. There's a failure, a wrath, and 2 fables of the Mirror Breaker.
Okay, so Owen going to be able to grind for a good little bit here, but like we talked about before, Liam's deck is good at sort of fighting through these sort of things as long as the life total, isn't being pressured too much. So get those Flages out of there, and now we settle in for a long game.
Love the rub-ins too, making your opponent shuffle their own deck after you surgical them.
Gotta do it.
You have to do it. Owen will present. Liam may give a little shuffle or a cut. And I'll be back to business here with all these cat tokens against whatever bevy of 3 drops Owen wants to deploy. Are we trying to Fable on the following turn to filter a hand a little bit more? Do we want to play this Wrath, take out the tokens? Liam does know about it now. So you could expect Wrath for 1 or Wrath for 2 as things that have come up. In fact, Liam's going to be responsible here at 9-3 in the RC at a possible win in and write down the cards in Owen's hand. Do recommend this at events of all levels, but especially competitive REL.
Yeah, don't miss the free information. All right, Liam really looking for another powerful 2 here or a land. Looks like we drew Foucault's Legend. Or Ruko,
so
excuse
close
me.
to being good.
Yeah.
But not enough mana to cast that one. Even with Arena making an extra mana, only 2 lands here. 2 or 3 mana, and of course the 3 mana is going to be kind of costly having to exert that land. So cats go in, turn gets passed back, and Owen's going to be very happy to see that. Pretty anemic turn for Liam, and now with 4 things ready to go, we're going to Fable it up. Discard some cards. Not yet. Going to make a Goblin first, of course.
Yeah, I was a little interested actually in Owen just going Wrath of the Skies and fetching a basic and doing X's 2 and then spending 0. That way you have your discharge for later bigger threats, but also you can then Wrath, for just white and answer almost everything in the deck and pay that 3rd mana to answer basically everything. So I'm a little interested to see this Fable. I mean, you've got to assume Liam either has 3 drops or interaction. Those are the only things that could be in his hand if he's not playing cards.
There's a 2/2. Does make a treasure on attack, but might be on blocking duty here. 13. Not the healthiest left order for Owen, but certainly not at critical levels just yet. The cats are going to rumble in. Goblin token will indeed get in the way. Goodbye, Charmander. Goes back into the ether, and 2 damage down to 11 is Owen.
It looks like we're going to just hold our season Pyro, trying to use our brand new Saga to outgrind Owen here if the game keeps going.
Again, this time around at Chapter 2, the Fable of the Mirror Breaker. But Liam passing back found the 3rd land, but didn't have a spell he wanted to play. Of course, has Legend of Roku lined up for 4 mana, and of course, think you can exert and not play a creature. Let me double check actually.
I believe so.
I think it's a true soul land in that respect, but obviously giving up a land on a
Well,
future turn maybe not what you want to do. That is correct. You can indeed spend the mana on whatever you want. If you do spend it on a creature spell, the creature gains haste until end of turn.
yeah, and so yeah, it lets you do some weird things, but not actually going up mana, of course.
Correct.
Yeah.
One turn, you get a temporary little boost, which is sometimes all you need when Flage is going down.
Looks like a big tank, but ultimately pretty happy with it. A lot of cards this could be. Yeah, March for the Royal Light makes sense to me in that regard. Sort of answers the cat, but a card that you could potentially bin and get better hits.
Yeah, I think Owen probably just considering that like I am the slower deck, the bigger deck here. I'm just trying to drag the game out even longer, even though Boros does have some ways to extend the game to grind it out at the end of it all on a long enough timeline. Owen believes his deck is better in the long game. So just wanting to play attrition, play more Fables of the Mirrorbreaker, get the goblins back, start flipping things over, grind out this Boros Energy deck for as long as you can. In fact, if we look at the last turn, I have to imagine that cat token and that goblin token are going to have another little cat fight in the middle of the board if the way Owen wants to approach this game has been signaled already by how he's played.
Yeah, I imagine so. I'm also interested, would Owen march the cat token? Like if you, let's say, discharged my goblin, would you march the cat?
Yeah, perhaps on a later turn, but maybe. Do you want to deal with the threats as they come? March is a little bit more flexible. Perhaps there's plenty of removal spells in this Jeskai Blink deck.
Yeah, it's interesting. I know it's a tough spot. I mean, Owen's representing basically March here. Obviously, it could be Ephemerate. Probably don't want to Ephemerate the Goblin Shaman, but who am I to say?
Surveil land, though. This is the other land that we were looking for on Liam's side. So that's going to be 4 lands for real at the end of it all. Ragavan did get exiled earlier by Prismatic Ending. Don't worry, everything's in order. Just making sure.
I think it's life totals. I think they missed one of them missed surgical. It would be my guess.
That would make a lot of sense. Make sure we mark that down. Little chit chat. Players making sure life totals are in the right spots. And make sure we surveil. Don't want to miss our triggers. Do want to present our deck to our opponent. They'll give it a quick cut. And Liam's going to take a look at the top.
Card like Flage Bin, rip a land here are some of the best possibles for Liam. We have this, legend that we've been holding in our hand. Would love to have a 4th land. I have to imagine if we're tanking, it's like a 2-drop or something that's fine, but not, the best card we've ever seen. It looks like it was an Ocelot Pride.
Not a bad card, but not one we want right this moment. Did we find a land?
Looks like Blood Moon, kind of related to lands.
It is related to lands, but it's very explicitly not a land. As once again, Charmander is going to do battle with the 2/1 cat. Treasure Goblin goes down, and the board is clear of creatures temporarily. As we are going to play Seasoned Pyromancer for even more creatures.
And this makes sense given the way Liam's played. He's sort of been trying to get value. Yeah, and now he gets to hold the discharge.
Yep, find a land, keep developing, make a wider board. Obviously, a single removal spell take out this board. And that Saga is gone, most notably. Did not want it in this spot. Does find a 4th land, is going to shock down to 2, which absolutely signals that Liam has a spell that he might want to consider playing. He's going to pass it on back to Owen.
Yeah, I imagine Liam probably pretty happy just to discharge this reflection of Kiki Jiki, stop any sort of Fable interactions, but also just the, hey, Kiki Jiki makes a Kiki Jiki, which makes a,
Kiki Jiki makes a, oh, wait, sorry. Yep.
Which makes a
Kiki Jiki?
which makes a
Kiki Jiki?
target my reflection trigger.
Mm-hmm.
Draw
Oh,
card.
Kiki Jiki. Yep, nice.
Kiki Jiki. Yeah.
You have to pay a mana every time, but it goes big enough, let's say. Might not go in for it's big enough.
Yeah, a weird sort of thing we've seen a lot in Pioneer where back in the day it was sort of just like, oh, I'm flooding out, and now I have an army of 2/2s. Okay, that's good enough.
Have a mana sink sometimes. I think that's in a Jonny that just came off the top of the library. We'll see in a moment.
So.
He's going to play it. Bonk, there's a Jonny.
All right, and holding the discharge here for Liam, very disciplined. Could have easily ripped it at the end of the turn. Now can actually discharge his cat token if he wants to. Flip the Ajani, shoot down that Fable, and sort of move forward. Can also just wait, get into combat.
Yeah, I think there's some obvious tension with 5 untapped lands and at least 2 of them being white. That a card like, I don't know, Solitude might be on the mind here for Liam.
You know, a weird line from Liam's perspective that you could do to try to bait a Solitude is something like attack with the Zimpyro and one of the 1/1s, but leave the last one behind, and try and get a weird situation where he wants the Solitude and kind of hit the Ajani, then eat stuff in combat, and then you flip your Ajani and shoot down whichever one you think is better.
See that? Just quickly checking. Reflection of Kikijiki is only a 2/2. Not really known for its prowess in battle. It's more the effect that you get from the back of that enchantment creature that you're looking for. And Seasoned Pyromancer are going to be rumbling into the red zone, trying to get Owen's life total down a little bit more.
Yeah, and if you're Owen, you're pretty happy, I think, here on average at least, to just take the 2, go to 8, end of the turn, do Solitude. So that way, if there is something that can flip the Ajani, like in your mind, the worst case is Bombardment, right? Like Discharge is like not great, but whatever, it's fine. Bombardment here would be pretty much lethal. So I think Owen is down just to kind of wait and sort of let the chips fall as he may. Blocking is a way to do it as well, of just sort of, making sure that you have a way to interact with Johnny, but it's a little awkward to block with your reflection.
Certainly is, especially with another one right around the corner. That one, of course, will be summoning Sick after transforming, but the one you currently have in play will not. How valuable is this 2 life for Owen? Rubbing the temples, rubbing the forehead, really thinking through. And again, a very critical spot here this late into the regional championship. Likely winning in for these players for that top 12, potentially top 8 spot. So you don't want to make too many mistakes. Really don't want to make any if you can afford it. And going to take the 2 down to 8.
Yeah, so a line Owen has, as I say, he has the failure we've known about for a while. Could play it. And looks like as soon as we tap out of Solitude, yeah. Are we hitting the dog? Oh, interesting. Well,
yeah, the classic lightning bolt as counterspell, which is not how it works, but
yeah, it will play here. Weirdly, I mean, Owen should still have a Wrath of the Skies, and Wrath of the Skies X's 2 here is really backbreaking. I mean, you can even tap out if you have nothing to do with your mana, save for the next one, and then you've got these reflections, which, can sort of hold off the Seasoned Pyro. You could even leave up a mana, make a copy of one, use the copy to block, kill off all these tokens. Liam does have a Seasoned Pyro as his last card in hand, but I mean, your Wrath of the Skies are kind of awkward with these Fables in play, and this is like the best they might ever be.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it doesn't hit a Johnny if it's flipped, so maybe worried about another follow-up removal spell to flip it over, but we know it doesn't exist here for Liam. In fact, Owen just going to pass it back, valuing holding up the interaction. Now has the reflections up, although
Weird.
Reflection, maybe sorcery only.
No, you can do it at instant speed on the end of turn. We're now threatening to make a bunch of goblins.
Mm-hmm. This is kind of the middle version of what you were talking about before, where they keep making copies of themselves. This way you can keep them around and make a few more and go really, really wide on a board. Again, not infinite, but big enough.
Yeah, maybe that's what Owen's going to do, is just start here by make a copy of my Fable, see if there's a kill spell, and then that will sort of, let me know how this Johnny will live or die with my Wrath on the next turn. Maybe that's the logic. But I mean, here things go pretty well for Owen. Typically, you make a copy as long as it doesn't die. That copy blocks the Pyro. Then you make another copy, so you have a haste one, and then you have 3 for your next turn. Which is not as many as 5, but still fine.
Maybe make some blockers here as well. Don't necessarily want to tangle with the Cat, but the Pyromancer can probably rumble with the 2/2, and you're happy to trade off here, protect your life total just a little bit. These tokens are basically free at this point of the game, so might as well put them in front of something if you're going to make one now in combat.
Yeah, you definitely want to block one of these things. And like you said, I have to imagine it's Seasoned Pyro. The Cat here would be a very interesting line. All right, it looks like it is the Pyro.
Still make another one, so don't have to worry about it. We'll just go ahead and trade off. Now we want to make... of course, that one has haste, so we tap it again and make another one. And this is what you're talking about. This is a little chain of Kiki-Jikis, reflections of Kiki-Jiki, that do start to rumble on through here. Copy straight off. Now we have a reflection of Kiki-Jiki and a copy of reflection of Kiki-Jiki. Some would say reflection of the reflection of Kiki-Jiki.
Yeah, and we might be going deeper down that rabbit hole. Liam does have Guide of Souls plus Seasoned Pyro, so we can play those, build our board up, refill our hand, and gain a little bit of life, a little bit of energy.
done. Discard 2, draw 2. Well, if you can't discard any, goodness, you just draw 2. Isn't that good? Don't get any
Yeah,
elementals, but you'll be happy with the refill.
really great spot here. I mean, one of the weird things about this position is Owen has a lot of draws that can kind of get you sort of out of it, but obviously Liam has the cards in hand, and one of them is Flage. Oh my goodness. That is a good one to be one of the last ones.
Yeah, especially if you expect maybe your opponent to pop the sweeper here. Maybe get everything, maybe just get the small things. Certainly have to consider that as well, because you know it's kind of coming, right? You've seen it in
Yeah.
hand all these turns ago. You know, Owen's still sandbagging it just in case, and the board is getting a little wide. Maybe scary here for the Jeskai Blink deck, but we'll continue by making copies of copies.
So things get kind of weird here. So you're gonna have this, the one that is in play when this all starts is gonna leave, but there are gonna be 3 new ones, assuming we fully tap out. So you're gonna have those for next turn. If Owen draws a Solitude, he can actually evoke the Solitude and then start copying it with all the reflections, which would then answer the board and give Owen a army of Solitudes that can attack for the turn, which wouldn't be lethal due to the Solitudes gaining life, but would like stabilize him a lot. Obviously, you know, hard casting Solitude gives you one for the long term that you can end up copying, but it's just sort of a weird situation that Owen has some odd plays available. Yeah, they're tapped for a second. Who cares? We move on with life.
Yep, we untap. That's the first thing we do in our turns of Magic the Gathering. Off to the upkeep, and soon to the draw step here as Owen at least has a couple of tutus and ostensibly throw into the red zone. Like, there's no cat they can block, so not going to be, again, threatening to flip the Jonny. Always some tension there in combat with the cats.
It looks like we drew another Wrath of the Skies, or maybe that we just put the card we drew at the back of our hand, but Wrath for 2 still pretty great here. Just leaves the season Pyro.
Not to be completely unhinged, but I know it doesn't have it, but can you imagine Shields of Velasfell here? Just
Oh,
another way
yeah.
to flip the Jonny.
Yeah, it would be nice.
We'll see what happens, though. Owen, considering all the options. Again, time getting a little low in around 15 minutes left. Potentially have to play a third game here, and these games are not short between these two decks, especially in this kind of board set. This is exactly, I think, what we were expecting when we saw this matchup line up for the feature here in this round. Just a lot of permanence, a lot of grinding that can happen, a lot of back and forth. The life totals get traded, but Owen committing some mana to something here, thinks about it, goes back, wants to make sure we make all the correct decisions. Again, between the 5 reflections of Kiki Jiki and the number of cards in the hand, there's a lot of stuff to consider.
Yeah, interesting spot. Looks like the players are talking to each other. Maybe they're asking for a question or an oracle text of a card. Yeah, because look, like Owen's hands are in his pocket. I mean, maybe he's thinking, right? And this is just like his thinking pose. But it gives me the vibe that maybe they're waiting on something. That could be the case. Just wanting to get double check on like Thraben Charm, for example. It's got a bunch of modes. Easy to forget what that does in the heat of the moment. I think though Owen's hand is just Wrath of the Skies, Wrath of the Skies Unknown.
Hopefully, that card's pretty good. But otherwise,
Yeah.
just a lot of board state play here. Really looking kind of Borosy on the side. You know, haven't played very many blue cards so far.
Yeah.
It doesn't have any Flages to bail them out. So we know a Flage is lying in wait here for Liam, but Owen's still considering, as it looks like they're waiting for something. I see hands over the table. I see presumably a judge chatting to the players. I see hands in hoodie for Owen on my right side of my screen. So certainly no magic cards being flung across the table just yet. Thumbs up, they're given for Liam, and here we go.
Oh, I think I see what's happening. I think the question is, am I allowed to like X, you know, is something like pay a bunch but not use all of it when you're casting the spell? And
How that work?
this, yeah, so you spend as much as you want on the X of Wrath to like add energy, and then you then spend the energy.
Yeah.
So it's sort of 2 weird parts there. And the interesting thing here is, and I like this from Owen, we did X's 1. It kills everything but a Jonny in Season Pyro, right? So we clearly got some sort of 2 mana play. And then if you flip your Jonny, I have all these Goblin Shaman tokens that I can crash in. So let's Owen sort of maybe play some other spell like a Fable or some interactive spell, maybe a Quantum Riddler, and then still sort of check the flip to Jonny. Liam gets to keep the Ajani in the long run, which maybe ends up being a problem, but in the short term, this maybe allows Owen a little bit more play.
Did a Jonny not flip? Am I missing that card?
Well, yeah, it's a choice on a Jonny, right? So
got
Johnny's
it.
brother died from the Wrath, but if you had flipped it, all the Fable tokens would kill it.
I never considered it wasn't compulsory because all players ever do is flip it.
Yeah. Yeah, I honestly think it should be compulsory. The lore is his brother dies and it causes his spark to ignite. I don't think you can just choose to get over trauma, but that's neither here nor there.
Okay, well, fair enough. Sometimes we build in Maze, sometimes we don't. Magic the Gathering is a complex game with lots of words in it. And
Mhm.
flipping Planeswalkers is, in fact, a choice. And Flage, speaking of choices, is what Liam's going to deploy here. And boy, oh boy, does that look good on this board. We're going to shoot down one of the reflections, I have to imagine.
Uh,
Could have gone face instead.
yeah, we went face. I think Liam's trying to set up the win with some burn, maybe wanting to play a bit of a quicker game because of the time of the clock, but surgical for Owen.
Ooh, good timing on Surgical there. Owen waits for the selection. 3 life left, but that could just be enough for the Escape Blink player. And Flage is going to get removed from both decks in this game.
Yeah, so that's off the table. Most Boros Energy decks these days don't play any Lightning Bolt. We saw Keith Capstick have one in his deck in a previous round. Would be great here if Liam does have one, but I don't think he does. Owen's going to take a second just to see what's left in Liam's deck. End of turn still, so we could make some reflection copies. And that Solitude play we talked about earlier on the table, a play we haven't discussed yet. Warp my Riddler and have Fable start making more Riddlers.
Oh, baby. Now that
That
is music to the blue player's ears.
Yeah, and not only will that draw us a ton of cards, it should be presenting near lethal here to Liam, if not actual lethal. This depends on the exact life totals and making sure we have them right here on coverage. But that is a game-winning draw here for Owen.
Yeah, we talk a lot about the backside of Riddler in terms of power and toughness. It's 6 on that side, but 4 in the air is the power of the Riddler. So a lot of Riddlers, in fact, 3 of them, if life totals are correct, would be enough to win the game in the skies. There are no flyers right now. For Liam, so Owen, maybe trying to set it up slowly but surely with reflections. Here we go, starting the chain again. Make 1 in your end step. These tokens do go away, but they go away at the beginning of the next end step. And guess what? We're in the end of one of the end steps now. Blood Moon is the card in hand. Looks like it's also in play. That's not going to affect Owen too much. 2 planes in an island and a couple mountains. That looks pretty good to me.
I think the Blood Moon's in hand for Liam, for what it's worth. I think it's
Okay.
just face up. Yeah, because we revealed it from the surgical.
Of course, that makes sense.
Yeah. I think there's a
14.
moment of Liam feeling a little defeated and it's sort of just like, yeah, my Blood Moon's on the table. Yeah, what do you got?
it. It's not a good spell. It's a blood.
Yeah.
Not good right now. Often good, not right now. As Owen taking over the board, considering the options, and once again, so many decisions with these reflections of Kikijiki.
Yeah, this is another weird spot with Solitude Evoke and making copies of it, because Liam can't respond. If you were to make a bunch of Solitudes, it would be exactly lethal. So Owen, not quite having that, just going to get in for 4.
I don't know what Owen has at this point. Certainly not creatures that reflection is going to be affecting. Certainly nothing in the kind of the things to blink side of the deck. Perhaps a bunch of interaction, perhaps just some removal spells. We know about the Wrath of the Skies. Oh, actually, no, we don't anymore because it finally got cast. That Surgical we did see took out the Flages, but it's just copies on copies, as those ones should be off the battlefield by now. But still, the damage is getting done. Liam is getting chipped down by reflections. Must feel kind of wild in that hole of mirrors.
Yeah, and this is a thing we talked about a bit with like when the Kiki-Jikis go a little crazy. Sometimes you just kill somebody. Other times it's just this where it's like Liam doesn't have anything bigger, so he can't really make progress in combat. And even if he had like a 5/5 or a 6/6, unless he has trample, the Kiki-Jiki can just make a copy, block, and then just keep doing it because we have the double Jiki.
Back in my day, I paid 7 mana and tapped the Noses Factory to make it 2/2. Here in Modern, we are paying 1 mana and it even has haste, even though it goes away later. Not going to matter too much, and that's going to be more than enough. It seems like we're going to exert Arena. We're going to play a card. That is Voice of Victory. Looking to rumble into the red zone, trying to make a couple warriors. Could get double blocked here, and again, it's really tough to get in combat when your opponent can just make 2/2s on demand.
Yeah, so is this lethal if we don't interact is kind of my question. I think the answer is yes, because we have 2 blockers. You can block the 2/2 and either of the ones. Then voice is hasted. That mobilizes for 2 extra. So if Owen has anything, we have to answer it now. And we talked about it a bunch of turns back. Owen holding up that extra mana and not answering the Jonny is lost in the game. We have to win this 3rd game for one of these players in the next 7 minutes. I do think there's a short extension due to that judge call that did happen. But still, not a lot of time left in the round. Wow, what a match.
Good maths by Mason. Once again, 3 life was not enough with all of those units. The exerted mobilize unit made just enough warriors to get Liam over the line as we'll shuffle up very swiftly for game number 3. And you mentioned it already, especially if you already have a draw, which Owen does. This is a point in the tournament where if you win, you are likely in. And boy, oh boy, do you not want to get a draw.
Yeah, it would be devastating for the most part here. As it looks like we're doing a little play draw sideboarding here from Liam. Maybe saw a card we didn't expect to see as well. Could also see how Owen fetched up a bunch of basics. Maybe you want to take out some of your blood moons when you're on the draw. A little less effective there.
Sense production also informed me that time has been updated, so the clock we can see is the time they have left in the round. So we'll shuffle up, we'll sideboard, and we'll get going for game number 3. I don't think Owen expected to have to play that one, and maybe these players also didn't expect to still be here. As the backup feature match is still going.
Yeah, and I have to imagine this is a game 3. We saw what we believed to be game 1 end by the Affinity deck there, and now here's Amulet Titan with a bunch of lands in play and a lot of mana, but doesn't seem to be winning here. Just seems to be making more mana.
Believe the land that just got found are Lotus Fields from Edge of Eternity Stellar Sites. So it does make a lot of mana, but you got to sacrifice some and then keep going. Amulet in play, Titan in play.
There's a Needle. I bet you Needle is stopping something from the make a bunch of Titans here.
I think so. Perhaps Miracle is the name. That would do it, I suppose. There's Summoner's Pact. We want to go again. We have so much mana with these Lotus Fields. We did sacrifice a bunch of our lands, but we're going to be okay. That's Primeval Titan. Certainly not Aftermath Analyst, which is another thing you could name with Pithing Needle to turn off that typical line. So what else do we have here for Dustin? Searching through the library, and what we have to assume is a game 3, trying to find the line with Amulet.
Yeah. And these constructs are really big. I know you mentioned that before. Maybe going to come up in this game.
Yeah, could do, especially if Swiss Spear is somewhere to be found. And I do see an Urza Saga on the other side of the table, and that is a suspicious-looking number on that die. That is 2, as the 3rd chapter is about to be read. And that, of course, we know often fetches Swift Spear, so Titan's going to come in. We're going to find more lands. We have Echoing Deeps, Crumbling Vestige. Not sure what the depths the Deeps copied. But again, it doesn't seem like Dustin has a way to win right now, at least outright.
Yeah. I think Riley's thinking about, should I activate my Urza Saga before you search? Don't think that gives you anything. All that really does is potentially let him get Boseiju. I mean, he might do it anyways, but still, kind of just want to wait, and then you can just make a construct and move to blocks.
Tap at instant speed, so you do have some time. And you know what? We'll have to solve that mystery another time because we have 6 minutes left. We have 2 players likely playing for a win and in, or at least very close to. And we're off to the races once more. It's Guide of Souls on the draw for Liam. It is land, go for Owen. Surveilled already, kept the card on top. Scalding on to perhaps Surveil again as Boros Energy is trying to beat down the Disco Blink deck. Saw them grind it out just barely as they walk down the life totals, but this is a very auspicious start. Ocelot Pride, Guide of Souls is exactly how you draw it up in game number 3.
All right. And it looks like Ragavan also in hand.
The 6 for Liam, it doesn't seem to affect this draw right now. Looking pretty good as we get an island out of Owen. Respecting the potential Blood Moon here. No red mana to speak of between these 2 lands, but that may not matter too much. So we do have an energy token, and looks like a 1/1 from the Ocelot Pride also getting made at the end of the turn, because of course, Guide of Souls made sure you gain some life.
Hello, Raiders as well from the other RC. Thank you, Ultimate Guard, for the raid here. You're coming into game 3 between Boros and Jeskai, which we believe to be most likely a win and in for one of these players. There's one more round of Swiss after this one.
Once again, Galvanic Discharge, counterspelled failure. That is, again, not how that works strictly, but for the sake of time, especially in this game, that is more than fine and more than acceptable shortcut between these 2. So failure, flash, and end of turn. 8, the Galvanic Discharge that Liam held up. And again, the Ocelot Pride and the Guide of Souls looking to maybe take over this game quickly, which is good news for the Boros Energy player when you have less than 5 minutes to finish this game before extra turns begin. And again, a draw is not what you're looking for this late in an RC. So here we go. Prismatic Ending, going to get the problem out of the way. Guide of Souls exiled. Now for Liam, as Owen takes care of that problem. And Surveils 1, finds a red mana as well.
And Banning the Fable, not interested in having that one here. We saw in game 2 how they, Owen really leaned on that card to kind of stabilize. Had one in hand as well, but looking for maybe something to actually stabilize the game a bit harder this time.
Of course, Guide of Souls with that life gain does let you go for the Ocelot Pride, but Ocelot Pride, of course, it does, has lifelink as well. Quite the text loaded one drop here from Modern Horizons 3. So he's going to make some more cats at the end of turn as Liam plays land. Does he have a follow up threat here? As he's searching through the deck with the Marsh Flats. Is there a Flage in the future? Would you even want to play it right now with no creature to bolt? Maybe you just want to get the game done here. Lightning Helix that face. We'll see what Liam has here as he puts a planes into play, puts something on the table. It is Blood Moon.
All right, Blood Moon, pretty good. Owen has an island and obviously a Jeskai deck, but missing the planes at the moment. We'll have to see. Oh, it's in hand.
That doesn't cost Wrath of the Skies, but there may be other white cards he's interested in casting here. Fable of the Mirror Breaker, another one. Going to deliver that Treasure Goblin back into the game. A 2/2 pretty big against a horde of 1/1s. Even if the 1/1 does have first strike.
Yeah, this is a really interesting spot. I mean, that Goblin is going to help us. I mean, Fable is just a really good card for playing underneath the Blood Moon, but Flage going to stabilize that Goblin Shaman. But Consign!
Consigns the trigger, goes to the bin, gets the first trigger, not the second. Very important to get that timing right. Does make sure the Flage Lightning Helix doesn't come through, and Liam has to pass back Consign, again being clutch here for Owen. Found the basic planes. Ticking up on the Fable, filtering the draw. 3 minutes left in the round. No life gain, so no more tokens, no City's Blessing. It's so close for Liam, but close is not enough at this stage of the game.
Yeah, and Owen now has the ability to get a treasure, meaning we've unlocked our double white or double blue, whichever we prefer. And I mean, if you have a Quantum Riddler here, that could be a really great way, but it looks like nothing.
A lot of passing back from Owen in general. Likes to keep up the flash creatures, likes to keep up the interaction from what we've seen in this matchup. So he's going to leave the Goblin on defense, play a 5th land, Hardcast Solitude on the table. The bevy of interactive spells with the permission or removal also in the deck. So Liam thinking quite hard here about what they want to do. Can they take the Goblin out? That's kind of step one. Get the team in. That would be great. If you can't do that, decisions to make. Is Ragavan going to rumble? Everyone getting in the red zone.
All right, so now we're heading in. Owen has a couple of quote-unquote free blocks, right? There's a couple of 1/1s there. We can get in the way. Looks like we are going to take the Ocelot Pride block. Give him one of our cards off Ragavan and a treasure.
Bookends the life as well. Although Ocelot Pride, of course, not going to live, so it won't matter unless we play another one, perhaps. But still, I think the correct block here, Wrath of the Sky, is going to get taken off. Probably not interested in casting that one with a Blood Moon in play. Ocelot Pride's going to go to the graveyard. Goblin's going to live. And what's the follow-up here? It is a second Ocelot Pride.
Wow, that's huge. I think we're going to have City's Blessing as well. We have 4 lands, 4 things, and then a treasure. The cat is 10. That's blessed. Double it up. That means you also get another treasure as well.
Oh, I like that it's then if you have the City's Blessing. So the cat is allowed to be the 10th permanent that you have. We're going to do quick counting here. Liam's going to confirm that I do, in fact, have the Blessing of Calgary.
Yeah, I'm a little confused as to what's happening. Maybe because we're playing quickly. It does seem like the players have acknowledged it.
They're reading the Oracle text, yeah.
Ocelot Pride, not the cleanest card text I've ever seen in the world, but this is how it works.
Yeah, for everyone wondering, it's at the beginning of your end step. If you gain life, make a cat. Then, if you have the City's Blessing, do things again. So it will let you consider the final token as your 10th permanent if that is indeed how you ascend. So Liam knew how it works. I think Owen maybe just wanting some clarity. And time is dwindling, but again, with this another judge call, we may get a minor extension. But this game is looking far from done, I will say. And given how much time we have left in the round, even if the clock that you see on your screen isn't necessarily accurate to right now with this judge call in progress, I don't know if 5 extra turns is going to be enough.
Yeah, I think for Owen's side, something like play a Flage here. That is like one of the better ways in order to win with the time remaining. There was about 2 minutes on the clock when the judge got called, so I'm going to assume we're going to have about, at least 2 minutes here, roughly when it comes to the extension. Then we'll have turns. But if you can Flage here, like clean up the Pride, maybe clean up the Ragavan, whichever one you thinks worse. Get your treasure, then you have your double white to bring back the Flage, and that's probably one of your better bets in order to get there.
Still discussing this. I think Liam seems to understand the ruling, so just making sure that everyone else does as well. But perhaps something on the floor they're not understanding is being communicated. We'll find out in just a moment. because the players are making sure everything is all good. This is not a moment where you want something to go wrong. Liam, head in hands. Not always what we want to see, but there is the Ascension, understands that should have the city's blessing. And as far as I can tell, reading the card a few times, even though, again, there's a lot of text on Old Ocelot Pride, I believe Liam should get 2 tokens here, 1 cat and 1 treasure, thanks to Ragavan and the Ocelot Pride.
Yeah, I'm just gonna be honest. One of my biggest regrets of working on Ocelot Pride is that it works this way. So I feel very confident that it works this way. I have lost sleep over it, so I feel pretty good. Now maybe
Listen,
the game
MHC
takes-
clock strikes again.
Yeah, there's some issues here, but listen, Ocelot Pride, not my design. Wish I had maybe caught how this wording worked a bit better or appreciated it a bit more.
No, we can appreciate it here in the feature match. As Liam is trying to make some extra tokens, trying to get this game done. As players are chatting, making sure the ruling gets on, probably also making sure how much time do we actually still have left in this round. What's our extension? Been a couple stoppages in this game so far. We want to make sure players get the minutes they need before we're going to go into what is almost inevitable at this point. Those extra turns will pop back over. My goodness, they're also still playing. This is an extremely complicated Affinity versus Titan game. Not necessarily what you expect to have happen. That Amulet Titan graveyard is very, very deep. And Dustin is still searching through the library, trying to find a win here as Riley just wants to swing the construct sideways and try and take out what I have to assume is only a few points of remaining life from Dustin.
Yeah, it looks like since we've been gone, we have activated Saga, and then probably got one of them Besaged. Then we have passed back, and now Dustin's getting into combat again with a Titan.
I just want to point out that this is Dustin is not helping the Amulet players that do not want to get their deck banned based on time concerns. But it's okay. You're at 93 playing for potential win and in. I do understand that you want things to be going well. What land did I just see? Is that a Miracle? Is that a Ghost Quarter?
Yeah.
Some land just got popped here. That's now in the top of Dustin's graveyard. Let me have a quick look through stuff.
That's a copy token in play. So that might be a miracle.
Top of Dustin's graveyard.
Yeah, that's
Planet. Oh, it is Miracle. Okay, that is Miracle. So I'm making a copy of something. Makes sense why there's a copy token.
Yeah, that copy token was very like what's the movie called? Interstellar-y to me, when I first saw it, and I was like, I guess that's what they're going for. But it looks like one of they seem to have won here. I'm gonna guess that Riley won. I think Riley might have won the game. Yeah, like Dustin's I can't actually do anything.
Yep, Dustin, considering the options, looked through the deck, tutored many times, and put lands into play thanks to Primeval Titan, and just not enough. Does give the game over. Again, not actually done, but I think likely done on the backswing as Riley Hicks going to go to, I assume, 10-3, which would be very good positioning for the rest of this RC. We are looking at potential top 8, potential top 12, all the things you live, dream, and hope for when you come to a regional championship. There's players here in our feature match area still deliberating with the staff at the event.
Yeah, I'm starting to wonder if it's less about how the city's blessing works and maybe what happened. So my guess, and obviously I don't know, I can't hear the players, is Liam resolved Ocelot Pride partially, right? And then Owen has drawn a card, but Liam wasn't, finished resolving because of the city blessing stuff and was still counting. That's kind of my rough guess. Obviously, I don't really know, nor do I really know what the fix would be, but I think that's kind of where the miscommunication comes from. But thinking about kind of what winning looks like from here, because as you see, Owen has gone ahead and flipped his Fable over now. That's where it should be at the start of this turn that will be his. Can't activate it immediately, but really needs to work on winning. We think there's going to be about 2 minutes left on the actual clock plus the 5 turns. And as we talked about before, getting a draw here isn't ideal. Maybe Owen, because it's 9-2-1, the second draw isn't the absolute end of the world, but it's still not great. You much rather get those 3 match points here.
Yeah, certainly looking for the points as the players continue on chatting. We'll get an update as soon as we have it. Don't worry, the players will continue playing Magic the Gathering at some juncture. But again, this is the part of the tournament where it gets real tense. There is so much on the line. You did not come all the way out to Canada. Bring your decks with you, sleeve up, play 15 rounds of Modern to not walk away with a Pro Tour invite, and we are very deep into this tournament. So I understand the players making sure everything is going as it should. Back and forth judges, of course, the heroes of any card game tournament. Certainly true for Magic the Gathering. Making sure everything is as it should be. Always tough in late spots in a tournament. But Liam is pleading his case. Owen is chatting away. And as soon as we get resolved, we'll figure out what happened and we'll continue playing what should be our last round here. I'm just going to go a little, I would say, I was going to say a little longer than expected, but to be perfectly honest with you, I think I did expect Energy vs. Blink to go long.
I was expecting to use basically the full 50, and we got a little extra. We just couldn't stop hanging out and bringing this great Magic coverage to you all.
Exactly.
Thank you all for hanging out with us this weekend, and make sure to also follow along on the stream. That way you don't miss any of these future regional championships, as FacetoFace plans to bring you all of those. We'll have our next one in the end of February here in Canada.
Absolutely thrilling. Been so great to be on coverage for now. And of course, round 13, you might think that's pretty late. How much more Magic could I possibly watch today? Well, I have great news for you all. Rounds 14 and 15 are still here in the tournament. They will most likely be played by some players that are looking to bash, try and get their chance into top 8. And then, of course, after that, the whole top 8 available for you. And we have a lovely commentary team of Liam Kane and the one and only Ginky, aka Jonny Guttman, Pro Tour Edge of Eternity's top 8 competitor, playing a deck that we have not seen at all on camera today, at least in our rounds. Mason Gorio's Vengeance completely absent from the matches we have covered.
Yeah, it's just sort of disappeared. I think Jeskai Blink sort of planting that kind of deck. And I think, and take it over for us later there, Ginky, on sort of why y'all landed there. But I think part of the reason a lot of people landed on Esper originally going to the Pro Tour was expecting a lot of decks like Belcher, and that sort of being a deck that could beat up on the Belchery type decks and sort of still present a good enough game plan against the rest of the field. But one of the awkward parts of Goryo is it was kind of, straddling two lines, right? It's playing these fair games while also trying to Goryo's, plus Atraxa, which doesn't always mesh with your fair game, right? You're sort of, a salad and a hamburger at the same time.
And you don't, unfortunately, get access to Entomb, which, of course, the Legacy players now no longer get access to as well. This is what you get to be reanimated players. You finally earned it. No more Entombing that Atraxa. You got to do it the quote-unquote fair way, and does make sense. Sometimes it can be hard to assemble your disparate plans across your deck. Belcher, also a deck we haven't seen that much of today, has been around on day 2. It was in our metagame graphic when we started off the day. Haven't seen it on camera just yet. Potentially floating around near the top of the tables. Maybe we'll see one in top 8. You'll have to just keep watching and find out as we are trying to resolve what may well be the final table of this round at this juncture. Round 13 in the feature match area, we are getting extra innings, folks. Everything you could possibly ask for. More and then some, all being delivered. As I think finally the players have resolved some things. And before we get there, though, as the players may still be chatting amongst themselves, metagame breakdown. This is coming into day 2. We had Jeskai Blink, still the most popular deck. 9 players coming back through. Simic Ritual, which we have seen an unbelievable amount today, also coming in. Titan's been looking good. Energy always around. Affinity actually also looking pretty good. And the decks we haven't seen yet today: Neoform, Simic Amulet Titan, Mono Blue Belcher, and Jeskai Midrange. A couple combo decks down near the bottom of the metagame that players can bring in, but we are going to pop back in. We're ready to go, and I see a March of Otherworldly Light in the bin. Not sure how it got there, but we'll find out in just a moment as Owen's looking through the deck.
It looks... if the mana's tapped, maybe we did back up. I'm not exactly sure. Maybe we're fetching and leaving up planes?
It might have backed up and marched something. There's an Arid Mace that got popped. That's how this land got into play. No, that's actually from hand. So a different land was searched for, I believe. And I believe we're in Owen's main phase. Yep, surveilling 1, keep it on top, passing it back, but no City's Blessing. Ascension has not happened. Ragavan, Ocelot, Pride, Cat Token still in play. And where are we on time? There's Surgical Extraction in your draw step. Give me the information. Take out some of your cards. What is getting exiled here? There's an Arid Mace in hand. That's good info there for Owen. And again, have to also check. We may or may not have a time extension.
Yeah, there's got to be at least like a minute or whatever. There was a bit of time on the clock here. But the Phalanges are now removed. And it looks like Owen has no cards in hand. Liam has a fetch land as the only card.
I believe we're in extra turns right now.
Okay.
All the time we had was being kept by the judges at the table. Of course, judges always doing an excellent job at events, keeping things going, keeping the event running, and keeping the players even in the feature match. You do get a little mini time extension just for being in there, keeping that all above board. So I believe we are in extra turns, so we got to pay some real close attention to to the next bit of this game. Liam, 21 life, pretty healthy. Owen at 13, maybe just trying to fend off a potential win here. But again, the Boros Energy deck can go very wide in a short number of time.
Looks like we surveilled away. I think that was a land. Very awkward game state here. I mean, Owen has a lot of cards that you can top deck that are quite good, that can help take over the game. I think what happened, by the way, before is that March answered a Blood Moon, which is why we were so tapped out.
Teferi, just make the game go a little longer. Bounce your token. Get that out of here. Draw a card from my Teferi. You can hit my Teferi if you want. At this point, I'm pretty sure Owen almost assuredly playing for the draw. I don't think Liam's going to have enough gas left in the tank to make it happen, but you'll see. You never know. Magic can happen at a moment's notice. As the players do have a little bit of extra time, I was misinformed. My apologies there. Thank you, judges, for both updating me and updating the timer on our screen. A minute 30 left before turns will be called in this match.
Ragavan, the top card, that will let you dash in and guarantee kill the Teferi if you want it. But not
active too, but no creatures. Can't copy itself.
Yeah, it's so interesting too, because you can send like the Ragavan at face. You can then, do that. You can also just cast Ragavan and have the Ocelot Pride die for the Teferi because the Goblin can block it. It's a really weird position.
Coming in, 2 at Teferi, 1 at you. Ragavan, I want the treasure. Goblin gonna block it. Goodbye, Ocelot Pride. Again, gaining a life, but no tokens unless another Ocelot Pride has found its way in. Give me a card. Is it good? It's consigned to memory, not one I can really use right now. Makes 2 treasures.
Yeah, and
Makes another treasure at least.
Yeah, Owen's so happy to see Consign get out of his deck. Doesn't really want that card unless he has a Flage, which obviously he's top decking and has plenty of mana. Might actually be happy just to buy the Flage back if he drew it. Oh, and Ephemerate. Okay.
That's wild.
Yeah, a little wild too to me to imagine main phasing. I would have imagined some other stuff could have happened, but I guess the idea here is you just wanted to guarantee the rummage.
And there's a Jonny. There is a cat on the table. No other red permanents. Keep that one in mind. Me made that mistake earlier. There's Ragavan. Hey, that's a red permanent. Dashing in we go. Attack, attack, attack. Do you want to kill my cat? I guess it can't attack, so probably not. Ragavan's going to get blocked. Trading off for the Goblin. 1 damage dealt. A Jonny not going to flip. But there are cats aplenty. Liam passes the turn with an empty hand. And we're now on turn 0, I believe. Owen going to start things off here in extra turns. No, that's turn 1. Liam did start the first one.
Yeah, maybe Owen could be responding to the Fable trigger. Might let it happen, but it's Flage!
Oh.
The Titan of Fire's Fury comes back, absolutely stabilizing this game instantly. And like I said before, maybe you actually just want to hard cast it, and Owen does. Doesn't want the next card, just wants to have double Lightning Helix happen. Gonna gain 6 life, completely stabilize the board, but I don't know if he can actually deal enough damage with the time remaining to actually win.
Definitely the best possible draw, but 22 life is a lot to chew through. There's a lot of incidental life gain here in this Boros Energy deck. So Liam, I think he knows at this point, I have to hold on. I don't want to draw, but I may get one. It is slightly better than a loss, I suppose, although at this juncture may be all the same here at 9 and 3. Owen, of course, going to play for the win. There is a flip. Not yet, but we can make copies of Flage. Only good for another Helix, because of course it is a legend.
Yeah, our turn counter is not up to date, so don't worry about that in the corner. I believe we're on turn 4.
Collection also can't copy a legend, because of course it's modeled after Kiki Jiki. So don't worry about that. Don't worry about that line, folks. Not going to happen. This, I believe, is the final round of turns. Owen just counting it up.
Okay.
On 16. Flage does a lot, but that's not going to be enough.
I think Quantum Riddler had to be the draw. If you drew Riddler, you could have then hasted it as well with the Fable, the Mirror Breaker, and maybe draw another Flage to get the last couple points across. But like you said, this isn't enough, and all Owen can do is say, do you want to concede? I'm in a good position, and it is Liam's right to say, no, I'm going to take the draw if Liam wants to. It does look like the players are talking about something here.
Yep.
But either way,
standings.
This is what it is.
Yep, late in the Magic tournament. Again, you do have to do math. You have to make sure how the points work. Leaving extend the hand, maybe a concession, maybe not. Whatever it is,
Mhm.
our feature match
Yeah,
is done, and round 13 is in the books here at RC Calgary.
yeah, and a good match there between those two players. A lot of decisions, a lot of spots where those players had to think through a lot of different things. And these sort of decks can lead to that. And that's something that you have to encounter when you're going to these events is you see Liam sort of think, did it go wrong? Did I make a mistake somewhere, miss a point? Those are the kind of things that do cost you in these big runs. Put up a good fight, Liam. Hopefully you can finish strong in the last round there. This was our last round, friend.
It was. What a pleasure it has been here for RC Calgary, hosted by FacetoFace. Thank you so much for FacetoFace for bringing us all in. If you're interested in finding more of me, I'm around on the internet, mostly under the moniker Pastry Time. Mason, where can the fine folks find you?
You can find me, Mason E. Clark, basically everywhere between Twitter and Twitch and YouTube. It was great working here today with you, Pastry Time. I had an absolute blast covering these modern rounds in Calgary, and hopefully we'll see more of you here in the Magic booth.
Well, let me tell you, I've had a blast. I've commentated a few events in my time, but never one of my favorite games. Probably actually my favorite game of all time, Magic the Gathering. So really good to be here in the booth with you. Great to catch some modern, and we should have round 14 up in just a moment. And as a reminder, we are going to be swapping commentators, so we'll see you next time. But for now, thank you so much. RC Calgary will continue in just a moment.
it, but I couldn't let go. The dream inside is all I've ever known. Run till I gotta walk, crawl till I hit a wall. Never see me fall, I'ma get it all. Climb till my feet are up, push till I see the top. I won't ever stop, never see me drop.
I was born to be a legend, and I will not surrender. My legacy remembered. I was born to be a legend.
I'm a legend. Time is running out. Don't waste another second. This is the moment. You gotta take it. Come on. Fly till I'm out of faith. Die on another day. Still I'm not afraid. Scars on my runway. Never been man-made. Godlike renegade. Fire in my veins.
I was born to be a legend, and I will not surrender. My legacy remembered. I was born to be a legend.
I'm a legend. Come on.
I was born to be a legend.
Come on.
I will not surrender.
I'm a legend. Come on. I'm a legend. Come on.
I was born to be a legend, and I will not surrender. My legacy remembered. I was born to be a legend.
I'm a legend.
I was born to be a legend.
I wanna feel a rush, tell them turn the pressure up. I'll be setting fires for the thrill, I can't get enough. Knocked down, never knocked out. When I'm in the clutch, leaving limits crushed. Gotta get it, ain't no giving up, nah. Got the whole world waiting on my fall. Me against the odds, bet it all. Better stack 'em tall, non-stop, fighting non-stop. I've been through it all, eyes locked, coming in hot, breaking through my walls, yeah. Try to count me out, but I'm on the grind, yeah. Count down till I'm going live, yeah. Feel it like a fire on the inside. Roll from the ashes to survive. I'm coming alive. Come on. Coming alive. Yeah. Roll from the ashes to survive. I'm coming alive. Roll from the ashes to survive. I'm coming alive.
Welcome back to the FacetoFace Regional Championship in Calgary, Alberta. I am Jonny Guttman. Myself and the face of Canadian Magic, Liam Kane, will be taking you home today. We get lovely last round of Swiss and top 8. And the last round situation is pretty interesting. Liam, what's going on here?
We have had the top 5 tables of this tournament draw. Now remember, we're going to play after this round, we're going to cut to top 8 and we'll cover the top 8 matches, and that's going to be super exciting. But to start, Pro Tour invites are going to the entire top 12. So players are very interested in securing a top 12 spot. And so we've had the top 5 tables draw. that means we're looking at two 10-3s who are playing a direct win and in. Win this match, you're in the top 8, probably as first or second seed. Lose this match, well, you still might get a nice promo, but you will not be making the top 8 or getting a Pro Tour invite. So this match is the biggest stakes one of the entire tournament that we've seen so far. And Riley playing Is It Affinity has really started off with a bang.
Yeah, this is basically, apart from that Kappa Cannoneer, which hasn't hit the table yet, but it is in the hand that we can see Riley's on the play and has put 7 permanents onto the board. And the Boros Energy deck, it does a lot of powerful things, but I don't know if it's doing anything as powerful as that. And this Keith on the draw here is already really at the back foot, taking a look at what's going on here.
Yeah, this is there a better possible start that you've seen from an Is It Affinity deck?
You have to, the only thing that could have made Riley start better would be one more 0 as opposed to the Vexing Bauble, and that would enable the Kappa Cannoneer to hit the board on turn 1. But the turn tier Kappa Cannoneer is fantastic, and Riley's got to be loving the spot that he's in right now against just a lone Guide of Souls.
I mean, Guide of Souls, that is the best way for Keith to start trying to get back into this game, but with a Kappa immediately coming down, and he doesn't know that he has the Kappa, but this has to be the worst nightmare because 3 drone tokens, Guide of Souls can outpower this, but 5/5, that's going to be very difficult.
And the hits keep coming. That's a Tameo that pumps out more artifacts, but also just more cards for Riley that he's going to be able to slam onto the table. From Keith's spot, the main way that the Boros Energy deck can beat these powerful fast affinity starts need to involve at least one, but probably 2 Ocelot Prides is going to be the only way that Keith can make a board that's gaining enough life to keep him alive through this unblockable Kappa Cannoneer. It's not looking good.
And we could hope that, or he could hope that maybe the Is It Affinity deck would run out of artifacts, unlikely, but a prayer. But with that Tameo in play, as it attacks, creates a clue token and guarantees that every single combat, the Kappa Cannoneer will not only be growing, but never be able to be blocked.
Yeah, it's looking tough. Looking at Keith's hand, we can see a Flayed, which is another way you can gain some life, but seeing that Tormod's Crypt, it doesn't look to be the most effective plan. I see what looks like a Lightning Bolt as well in his hand. Normally nice cards, and maybe Lightning Bolt on Tameo is how you can cut off the stream of artifacts, but the spot is looking dark for the Canadian on Boros Energy or the Torontonian on Boros Energy, and just passing back, leaving that 1 mana up means no other 1-drop is really gonna put him in a squeeze.
Yeah, and Ocelot Pride was 100% necessary to have any hope of this game. No Wrath of the Skies in his side in the deck yet. This is game 1. Even a Wrath of Skies would not save him in this spot.
Yeah, and Riley's just showing that the powerful cards are just going to keep on coming. Urza's Saga is looking just excellent in case Keith had some ability to deal with what's going on. It's just more and more powerful threats. Riley knows what's going on. This Affinity deck sacks the Vexing Bauble, no 0s from the Boros deck, and you can see that Riley's got at least 1, maybe 2 0s in hand and looking to put some powerful things. Seems like Riley is going to put that Pinnacle Emissary in play, would be my assumption. It's kind of off the screen, but it's still in that warp zone.
Yeah, and a Mishra's Bauble spotted also in hand, so if there's a mana source, then yes, it's, as we see it was a Mox Opal drawn off the Vexing Bauble, so Mox Opal Legend Rule will trigger the Kappa Cannoneer and allow Riley to get up to 3 mana to put that Pinnacle Emissary into play and create another drone token this turn.
Yeah, that Kappa Cannoneer is going to be getting 5 counters on it, or Riley Disciplined holds back the Mishra's Bauble. But if you're Keith, you're going to untap on your 3rd turn, but I don't see a world in which he's seeing a 4th.
No, that even without an artifact drawn, that Urza Saga would be able to create a construct that could continue to give the Kappa unblockable, but I like the place being safe, holding it to make sure that this Kappa will trigger every single turn. And Keith at this point has no moves.
Yeah, he's inspecting the hand, but it feels like a formality here. Looks like Riley's gonna take down game 1 and look to cement his spot as Liam said in the with all these people drawing. The winner of this match is going to be the first or the second seed in top 8, and that can really, as you look forward, obviously you don't want to catch your chickens before they hatch, but it's a lot in a format like Modern. You can see what Riley's able to do on the play. It's one of those formats that getting that play draw disparity, no die rolls, just knowing that you're gonna guarantee get those spots is a really great place to be.
Yeah, especially for a deck like the Affinity deck. It matters for all of them, but if there had to be one deck that you would be very confident with going first, it has to be this explosive artifact deck.
As Keith fetches up a plains, you got to think the only way stay alive, maybe Guide of Souls #2, double Ocelot Pride, maybe keeps him alive, but you can look at the hand and those cards are not there.
Yeah, if he didn't have it the turn before, he won't have double Ocelot Pride now. And the Flage will take down the Pinnacle Emissary, stem the bleeding from the drones, gain 3 life plus 1 more off the Guide of Souls. But again, that Kappa Cannoneer now 1, 2, 3, it's 7 plus 3 is 10 power on board. That will be enough to take down Keith with the 2 more artifacts that Riley will be able to put into play, at the very least, on this turn.
Yeah, and Keith studying at the Reed Duke School of Magic, never conceding, but at some point your life total hits 0 and you got to pick up your cards, and now we're going to look towards the sideboard.
Yeah, Keith will be very happy to move on from that game, be on the play for game 2, and have some powerful tools that can improve the matchup. Riley, even with that Vexing Bauble in hand, not the kind of card you want against Boros Energy usually, but that's the power of the Izzet Affinity deck, is that it gets to play all these narrow targeted hate artifacts, and even when they are not the right matchup for them, they still do something powerful, turboing out that Kappa Cannoneer and creating a drone trigger off of the Pinnacle Emissary.
And now taking a look at we can kind of watch Riley sideboarding. We're seeing that it looks like 2 Unholy Heats are coming in along with a Whip Flare. And that's it. Looks about it as the appealing cards. Keith is prepared for this matchup. You saw how that game 1 goes. It's not a pretty game 1. It doesn't always go that bad, but you're definitely playing it from the back foot. But post board, Keith has 2 Wrath Disguise, 1 Meltdown, 2 Wear Tears. Keith's got a lot of answers here. What are the cards that you're looking to take out if you're Keith Capstick here, trying to battle back from being down 1-0 in this very important win and end?
Well, if we notice in the Izzet Affinity sideboard, there are the 2 Blood Moons, and so Affinity being a Blood Moon deck itself, especially with the new interaction with Urza Saga, not so new at this point, but those Blood Moons in his main deck will be exiting very quickly. It's what follows after that is a little bit difficult. The Thraben Charm has use destroying Urza Saga, but it might be a little bit of an expensive as an answer to the other plays. Of note, there are no weapons manufacturing in Riley's deck, and therefore the ability of Thraben Charm to answer weapons manufacturing won't be relevant in this matchup. So perhaps Keith would like to trim some of those for better reactive. Would you have the same approach?
Yeah, another thing you can look at is sometimes your cards like Galvanic Discharge, you can see Keith has that 1 of Lightning Bolt. These are cards that aren't always amazing in Affinity. They hit the Pinnacle Emissary, but not much else. Against Riley's deck, they look fantastic. 4 copies of Emery, 4 copies of Pinnacle Emissary, 2 copies of Tameo. These are premium threats that are really threatened to take over the game if left unchecked, and that makes cards that you might be more open to cutting, like those Lightning Bolts and Galvanic Discharge in the matchup, something that really is not appealing.
Yeah, this is actually quite a different take on the Affinity deck than we've seen from some of the other people. Leaning into those early legends, 4 copies of Emery and 2 Tameo, as you mentioned, that enables to put in 2 Mox Amber into his deck. The most broken Affinity draws do involve Mox Opal, and so being able to sometimes get access to even more free additional mana really adds to the explosiveness of this deck, while giving it that lasting staying power that Tameo and Emery can do when combined with Mishra's Bauble to draw extra cards turn after turn.
I know we talked about how kind of scary these Wraths are out of the Boros Energy deck, right? 2 Wrath Disguise and a Meltdown. Do you think part of the reason that that Riley has chosen to go for this, more legends-based affinity deck is that he's added a bunch of different threats that aren't weak to these wraths. Maybe having Emery, having Tamiyo allows you to play through Meltdown, play through Wrath of Skies, and rebuild in a more effective way. And you can have these powerful boards that aren't just opening yourself up to getting Wrath of Skies.
Absolutely, and we see he has the 4 main deck Metallic Rebuke to support this plan. That's kind of a card that would be pretty poor game 1 against Boros Energy, but after they add these Wrathless guys to the deck, it might be something that he wants to leave in his deck, just for it to have that answer. And the traditional way of attacking the Wrath of the was with the weapons manufacturing, creating enough munitions and putting life total pressure that they can't cast it. But this is a different approach, and it could prove to be even more fruitful, as that weapons manufacturing only works when maybe on your most explosive draws and still leaves you vulnerable otherwise. Whereas Emery being 3 mana, even though you can cast it for 1, is quite a bit more difficult for some of the Wrath of the Skies decks to cast. Now, Boros Energy, of course, is the best deck in Modern at producing that additional energy. So just because only 2 mana is spent on a Wrath of the Skies doesn't mean that only zeros will be destroyed from the Boros Energy deck, whereas maybe in some other decks, such as the Jeskai Blink or the Zoo deck that also sideboarded a Wrath of the Skies, they would have to pay significantly more mana.
Looks like here we will be jumping right into it. Riley Hicks 1 game away from making the top 8. Keith back against the wall here, looking at a 7 that we can see a Wear Tear and a Galvanic Discharge, some lands, Seasoned Pyromancer. Doesn't look to be the most explosive start. Riley takes 1 quick look at his and sends it back.
Yeah, it's difficult out of the Boros Energy side on the mulligans to know what the right approach is against Affinity. I know Keith has tested this matchup quite a lot. He's very practiced with the Boros Energy deck. But you have the mix of these hate cards that are your best reactive spells, but if he doesn't do something powerful and put enough creatures onto the board early, then even a key interactive spell or two, well, won't be able to stop the Affinity deck.
And I think that is the power of this is an affinity deck. It has these incredibly powerful starts where you vomit your hand turn 1, but can also play this grindy game. It has a bunch of 2-for-1s. It has powerful value engines. Urza Saga itself is actively a game plan in a box, so it can attack from these different angles, and your opponent doesn't know which half the deck you drew. And sometimes your answers, even though they look so powerful, you might have the meltdown, but there's an Emery in play, and who cares if you destroy the artifacts, so they can come right back.
Exactly,
And
and Riley's really leaned into this grindy plan with the 4 Thoughtcast as well that we missed when looking at the deck list, and that really allows him to grind through interaction um, without too much trouble. Even though in game 1 he just had the most explosive, and no amount of interaction would be able to stop it. And again, he looks to have quite an explosive hand, leading with Pinnacle Emissary. But Keith has a response to this.
yeah, and you can see right here, we saw that Galvanic Discharge in Keith's hands, already showing how different this matchup play draw. Keith didn't even have a chance to get rid of the Pinnacle Emissary on the draw, and there were 3 1/1s in play before Keith even saw his first draw step. But now he has the ability to take off that Pinnacle Emissary with only 1 drone coming into play. Still a powerful effect, and 1 drone's not nothing. But you got to think you're much happier with how this first turn's going compared to the last one. You felt like you were in basically a disastrous spot after turn 1.
Yeah, absolutely. Urza Saga and another land in hand, a Mishra's Bauble, and a Metallic Rebuke, it looks like, for Riley. So no Kappa Cannoneer, but even if he had one, it would have been significantly slowed down. We're going to see Riley probably lean into the Urza Saga in order to produce some power next turn. But as we know, Keith has the Wear Tear already, and that could be deployed on turn 3, maybe as a 2-for-1.
And you're looking at Keith's hand, you can see 2 key cards here. One is that Wear Terry talked about as a 2-for-1, but the other one is this Voice of Victory. We see that Riley has a Metallic Rebuke in hand, and normally is the best way to protect your Urza Saga from a Wear Tear or other, Wrath of Skies artifact destruction type effect. But here, Keith has what feels like a pretty powerful 1-2 punch into going Voice of Victory into Wear Tear, that your opponent has no option, can't cast spells on your turn, and that could look to be a really powerful play for Keith.
Absolutely. Voice of Victory. What an impressive card. The only non-Modern Horizons creature to make it into the Boros Energy deck.
And that is something that is a pretty telling statement for how powerful it is. You see the cards they pump out in Modern Horizons, Voice of Victory, powerful fair card, powerful combo card, triggers Guide of Souls, makes extra tokens with Also Pride. It really does it all, and you can see why it's a two of in most copies of Boros Energy.
Yeah, it really that card has impressed me. You know, I first looked at the Boros Energy list, and when Voice of Victory first came out, people were trying it, and it's like, what? This must be so weak. Modern, like modern, is such a powerful format, but it really does everything the deck wants to do here. And we see that drone attacking because Riley knows that Metallic Rebuke not doing much else as he passes the turn on turn 2.
And now you're looking at Keith, and just one land allows the double wear tear, and that's a very powerful start. But we'll see what he has to follow up this good turn 2 play of Voice of Victory. I'm not sure I see the land in Keith's hand, but maybe
But
we're missing something.
he won't need usually he would want when given the choice to use both modes on and he does have an Arena of Glory plus another Arid Mesa, it looks like, in his hand, and he does choose to use the both modes of the Wear Tear. If he had maybe some more creatures in his hand, he could choose to ignore the drone token, save 2 mana, and deploy another threat, but it does look like his hand is mostly reactive after that, so he will extract the maximum value from the Wear Tear.
And that's a tough spot for Riley Hicks, getting your land destroyed, the only drone that came with, and it seems just like it's going to be a Appland and a Mishra's Bauble and saying the turn back. This Metallic Rebuke, a card we talked about, is how important it is to protect your stuff from the Wrath, but the Voice of Victory on the play has just completely nullified it.
Yeah, really, really good start. And this is part of the downside of the Affinity deck. We see it have that explosive game 1 win that's almost unbeatable, and then in the post board, things get more difficult. So Riley is very happy that he did take that game 1, as without taking game 1, it would be tough to defeat all of the options that Boros Energy gets after sideboarding.
Yeah, we saw that Galvanic Discharge line up perfectly against kind of Riley's plan A, Wear Tear for the plan B. You know, the Affinity deck does some powerful stuff, but at the end of the day, there's only so many plans it can pump out, and that's a second Voice of Victory with another Seasoned Pyromancer likely coming next turn with a Thraben Charm in hand. It does feel like Keith is pretty insulated from all sorts of things.
So Thraben Charm did remain in the deck, and we might see it come down to destroy this Pinnacle Emissary very soon.
Yeah, not kind of the expectation for what it's going to do in your deck. You know, you're normally looking at it as, okay, this is a way to deal with Urza's Saga, but it's a powerful card with a lot of modes, and it's going to be dealing 4 damage to the Pinnacle Emissary. Notably, Mox Opal still on the stack. Metallic Rebuke cannot be cast here, even though it's Riley's turn.
Yeah, that is one of the key things of Voice of Victory, is that it does still allow the counter magic to be used to protect your own cards. And Keith, thinking on this fetch, maybe choosing between Sacred Foundry or Plains, he opts for the Plains, and he will deploy this Thraben Charm in short order. No interaction that from Riley that could, you know, potentially remove one of the Voice of Victory in response and allow the Pinnacle Emissary to live. That card does not exist in his deck list.
Oh, yeah, there you go. Keith has made the right play of doing it with the Mox Opal on the stack. That's why Metallic Rebuke cannot be cast. And a bit of a slip up from Riley. Keith now has a really good read on the Metallic Rebuke being in hand.
Yeah,
And
even before the drone came into play, also.
so yeah, just that's tight play from Keith. And you know, it looks like he's got 1 card left in hand. But if you have 1 card left in hand, there's no card you'd rather in the Boros Energy deck than Seasoned Pyromancer.
Oh,
And it
absolutely.
looking like a very powerful follow up, maybe a consideration of an exert from the. There you go, just getting that extra 2 damage in. Keith understands how important it is to close the game out when your opponent's stumbling, and is willing and wants to get that 2 more damage.
Yeah, a pair of lands drawn off the Seasoned Pyromancer, not what he was looking for. But if he had not drawn the Marsh Flats, it would have been kind of an interesting decision on which mana he leaves available to himself afterwards, whether it's a white mana or a red. Oh, sorry, because he fetched double planes, that then his only option would be to leave that planes remaining after. But that's probably what he was thinking about when choosing between the planes and the Sacred Foundry on the turn before, on Riley's turn before, thinking about which mana he wanted to have left up after casting the Seasoned Pyromancer. So he really was a step ahead, as it was pretty obvious that he was going to cast a Thraben Charm, but still took the time to think and make sure that he set himself up in the best position for the next turn.
And, you know, the Season Pyro's answer was excellent, but and that's it. Wow, Riley with a handful of nothing. We can see the problem in the Affinity deck when those power cards get answered, and that is a quick game too for Keith Capstick, forcing a third game in this incredibly important win end.
Yeah, it all will come down to one game for Keith and Riley, and it couldn't be higher stakes for them.
Yeah, this is, sometimes you get these, it looks like we do have another feature match. Tyler Anderson versus Isaac Fox. Looks like, I believe Tyler's playing, is it Prowess versus Isaac on Amulet Titan? And I would assume this is not the first game. Likely Isaac got the first game.
Well,
And
our first two games from the Affinity side, the Affinity Boros Energy matchup, did go by extremely quickly. But yes, the Amulet Titan is it Prowess matchup, also a match that is expected to not take too long.
yeah, it's not expecting to take too long. And Tyler's kind of angled this little bit more of a control approach, which the Is It Prowess deck is occasionally, known to do in the post-board games. Just playing a land, saying go, holding up what I believe was a Spell Pierce for the Amulet of Vigor, and kind of got to be more the ideal start. This Amulet Titan deck is really fast, and with the Prowess deck, I think to be racing them effectively, you need to be interacting.
Yeah, and as we jump in, where in the turn are we? We see Tyler fetching a Thundering Falls right now.
It looks like a main phase Surveil. I'm curious what the reasoning behind that one is.
Yeah, that is interesting. It could affect potentially for the Mishra's
Oh,
Bauble. He wants to look for another piece of interaction for Isaac's turn, maybe looking for a consign. And he wants to be able to get that surveil before he draws to make sure that he has another one, as we do see that Isaac has another Amulet of Vigor in hand, and we'll see if Tyler did draw another answer to it.
you gotta hope so, because Tyler's hand, it doesn't have any pressure, so you've got to hope you have answers and the right answers, because that Amulet of Vigor is going to be coming down very soon, and there's not a lot of pressure. The clock that Tyler's presenting is effectively non-existent at this point.
But we see Isaac just plays Bojuka Bog, exiles the graveyard immediately before even casting the amulet, and that leads me to think that he won't cast it this turn.
Yeah, Isaac has the read that Tyler has answers, and Tyler knows that there's not really a way to develop the board proactively at instant speed, so you are kind of burning one of Tyler's mana here, which the Is It Prowess deck really sometimes choked on. So that's a very interesting play from Isaac, and we'll see if he's deciding that I'd want to waste one of both of our manas, and that's going to be an effective strategy. We'll see how it works out.
Yeah, absolutely. Very heads up play. The amulet deck is much better at dealing with burning, like that trade of burn one of your mana for burn one of the Is It Prowess mana is quite wise, as the Prowess deck really needs to use all of its mana every turn. As we see, Tyler taps out immediately. He goes, I need to start deploying my threats. Isaac now can safely deploy the amulet, and on the turn that amulet is going off, it can produce so much mana that that spending one on the amulet first is not too much of a cost. So that amulet deck in its current iteration is much better at being able to hold its amulets for the right moment, and that's why it is, been doing so well, is that additional ability. Letting it sandbag the amulets is helping it in these post-board games immensely.
Yeah, and here we're looking at Tyler, only 2 cards in hand. You got to hope that one of those is an expressive iteration, and you've got to expect that there's no interaction there. So it's got to be something proactive, because it'd be tough to imagine wanting to just hold up the Monastery Mentor. Isaac with the Green Suns for X equals 2. What do you think he's going to get with that one?
It might just be Aftermath Analyst.
Yeah, a card that's normally just fully involved in these loops, and that's why it's in the deck, but it is a target, it is a blocker, and it is a threat. If a few meaningful lands are milled over, that's a card that must be answered
Yeah,
immediately by Tyler, or else the game will probably end.
if Isaac has a Primeval Titan in hand and not too much to bridge to it, Aftermath looking for if it can mill over a bounce land, that's one way to actually establish his mana. This is the way that Aftermath Analyst was mostly used in Standard in that Teamer Analyst deck, if for those of you who play that Standard format. But yeah, in Amulet it takes on a different role completely as a combo piece, but in this type of game where post-board game we got more interaction, it's not just pure combo piece, it's being used as a value card, which you love to see.
Yeah, you're getting, all parts of the card, 3 cards milled. I'm seeing what looks like
Simic Growth
escape.
Chamber
Is that a
in
Simic
there.
Growth Changer or Escape Shift as that
Oh,
second card?
well, I think it's a Dismember, a Primeval Titan, and then, yeah, an alt art, either a Growth Chamber or a Scape Shift. And
And
that is a
that is a big difference. And we're kind of, if you're Tyler, you're hoping that you are able to apply enough pressure to either force Isaac to have it next turn, maybe force out a chump block. I'm seeing an Unholy Heat in Tyler's hand. Maybe but with that Bajuka Bog, you are not remotely close to Delirium.
yeah, it's going to be an uphill battle from here for Tyler.
And we are here to off to back to their main feature match. Riley with a multi-6 and not the fastest start. The Affinity deck oftentimes sandbags on turn 1 to do a really powerful turn 2. So we'll see if that was what's going on. But very, very different start from we saw from Riley in the first game. And when you're on the play, you can afford to have sometimes these slower, more posturing draws. You can see a Force of Negation in Riley's hand. So this is really kind of angling to this more mid-range strategy post-board.
Yeah, the Mishra's Bauble being cast and then cycled on turn 1 really does indicate that Riley is not going to try and explode onto the board, but play more controlling. Here, Engineered Explosives played on 1 to answer that Guide of Souls, Urza Saga coming down. So yeah, we can see his game plan, but it's difficult. If Keith has looked for just the most explosive hand possible, then Riley might be able to play the opposite role he did before, where he answers the Boros Energy and then takes over with the Urza Saga later on.
And we're looking, I believe I can see one of those whip flares in Riley's hand. And if Keith develops too much into the board this turn, that could be a huge punish. And I really like the play from Riley of going for the Engineer Explosives on 1 if the whip flare's there, because you're kind of incentivizing your opponent to go wide with something like an Ajani, and then you have the perfect punish for that Guide of Souls into a Ajani curve. But you can see maybe Keith is kind of sniffing something out and is kind of maybe go for a bit more of a posturing play.
Wow, Wear Tear, the perfect card. Answering that Urza Saga means that the Boros Energy deck is so resilient that um, Keith will be able to fight through even an Engineered Explosives and a Whip Flare and eventually present an impressive board with Flage, perhaps Goblin Bombardment, one of those types of cards. Force of Negation being cast to protect that Urza Saga. That is huge.
And that is huge, and that is not something that Keith was expecting. I do not think it is, common wisdom. Maybe Riley's deck has a much higher density of blue cards, which makes it more okay to board in this Force of Negation in the matchup, but this is not, I'd say, the most common thing. And Keith is, went from what would be a great curve, and now Riley's drawn what seems like basically the best draw, which is an untapped land, and that's going to allow those contracts to start coming out, and those are very difficult to deal with from Keith's perspective.
Oh, absolutely massive drawing the untapped land. Yeah, those contracts will be real big real soon. And Force of Negation is a card I think has been underrated against Boros Energy for a long time. In other types of decks, I really think, especially when both decks are trying to explode as much as possible, Goblin Bombardment being such a key card, hitting that being able to Force of Negation it is huge, especially, and now Keith getting access to Wrath of the Skies, another good use for Force Negation, but Riley has set up his deck to be able to do this. Very few other Affinity decks would be able to do it, but with those blue legends, those 6 copies of the blue legends, the 4 Thoughtcasts, and the Sink into Stupors replacing lands, he does have enough blue cards to be able to support Force Negation. And Keith, getting his Wear Tear Force Negation here, you might say, oh, he shouldn't have cast it on his turn. He could have played around it on Riley's upkeep, but then he walks right into Metallic Rebuke.
Yeah, Metallic Rebuke is a card that you basically know and is a lot more likely to still be in the deck post board. And not sure what's on the top of Riley's deck, but he clearly seems to like it as he didn't shuffle away with that Mishra's Bauble. And Keith's looking at Ocelot Pride in hand, which is, Guide Pride is normally one of the most powerful things this Boros Energy deck can do, but it's a lot less impressive into that face-up Engineer Explosives for one.
He might try and deploy it anyway, because if he can force Riley to crack the engineered explosives to take away the board, that's in either this turn or next turn. That is one less construct that he'll create.
Yeah, that could be a really heads-up play from Keith. Seeing what he's developing, looks like that a Jonny is going to hit the board, which is another way to diversify the threats that you're seeing against this engineer explosives,
And yeah,
but
this is
could
going to
be very costly into the whip flare if that's what's in Riley's hand.
Well, the Jonny, and if the Ocelot Pride does come down, that'll bring him to 3 energy, which would give him enough energy to put 2+1/+1 counters on the Guide of Souls, which is absolutely critical to avoid getting completely destroyed by the Whip Flare. So we'll see if he does choose to deploy another threat, or perhaps hold up a Galvanic Discharge to kill the Construct, because he does have Discharge in hand before the Construct gets out of reach of it. So he is tempted. Yes, Keith does pass the turn, holding up that Galvanic Discharge to be able to kill one of those constructs before it becomes too big. But this is going to cost him. It plays into the Whip Flare, unfortunately.
Yeah, it plays very much into the whip flare. The only kind of, I guess, small saving grace from Keith is that assuming that Riley's forced to cast the whip flare next turn, very unlikely that a construct can also come down. It's going to need a land plus some form of free mana, which doesn't seem like something that Riley can. Or actually, only Riley just needs one land away from that, so that's not even that unlikely. And that would be, a huge play to be able to make a construct and cast the whip flare. But it's unclear that's something that is an option to him.
Well, it might be difficult to. Can you explain how he would, when one land would be able to get him to that point?
Yeah, well, you can go make a construct, and then last trigger the Urza Saga will then go search up a Mox Opal, and then you can go land. You have a construct, an Engineer Explosives Mox Opal, tap that one for mana, and that would be enough to do it all, and that would be a huge draw. Seeing Whip Flare, Metallic Rebuke, this is a huge draw step for Riley, and I didn't get a chance to see it.
It looks like an artifact to me, but we could be wrong. Thinking on that chapter 3, Riley, if he does not draw a land, he could choose to forgo the construct, because this board does need to be whip flared. If he just creates a construct, passes the turn, then that Jonny could get out of control really fast. But he does choose to make the construct. Maybe that means he drew a land, or he thinks that if the gets a Mox Opal, he can hold up Metallic Rebuke for Keith's turn, and that could be enough to prevent Keith's further development, so that the Whip Flare on the next turn will be good enough to win.
Yeah, we'll have to see. This is getting to a really. These feel like this next turn or two is going to decide who advances to top 8. This is a incredibly close spot. We have to see with that last card Riley drew. The Mox Opal's in play. As Liam said, Metallic Rebuke is available. If Keith's able to maybe take an artifact away, that shuts off a lot of mana potential from Riley. But we'll have to see what this last card is.
Yeah, that construct being a 3/3, so another discharge, and it was a land. It looks like
It's a Steam Vents. Oh my god,
that is huge.
And now, if you're Keith, you can just see him. That is not a full look of resignation, but you just has to be the worst possible turn. At least you get one turn of development without having the chance of getting Metallic Rebuked. Is the one reprieve for Keith, but this is getting to be a pretty tough spot.
He needs a flage. He needs a flage.
I would say the only thing that if you're a Keith Capstick fan out there, I know there are many, that is going for his favor here, is that he has a lot of cards in hand. Riley has one card in hand. We know it's a Metallic Rebuke, which is powerful but is not proactive. And that construct it's only a 3/3.
That's true. That's why Flage would be the perfect answer, removing both the construct and setting up a threat for later. But it looks like it's just more cheap creatures. But into the face-up engineered explosives, does have the diversity of mana values to produce that Keith will be able to fight through this construct or not.
Yeah, you can see Keith's trying to calculate out he wants to put enough things to force the engineer explosives to get popped. It also shrinks the construct size. Maybe forces Riley to make some awkward plays. You can see a Guide of Souls and an
Guide
Ocelot Pride in
Pride.
hand.
Yeah.
Tough to develop both those. I think a Jonny as well. So maybe he's gonna play the Jonny and deciding which of the one drops he wants to pair with it.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense to just deploy one of them, use that Arid Mesa to surveil, but he might throw out all of them into the board, as that would 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It would not get him to the City's Blessing. So he does choose to just looks like he's going to go for a surveil land here. We're not sure. He
Yeah.
decides. But if going Guide, Pride, Jonny would get him to the City's Blessing, then Engineered Explosives doesn't matter anymore. There would be so many tokens in play that it could block a construct, trade with a construct, flip the Ajani, fight through it quite easily.
Yeah, I believe the Guide Pride of Jonny is one off. Here, there's kind of an interesting spot for Keith. So you see him put the Lightning Bolt into the graveyard, answers the construct now, but doesn't expect it to answer future constructs, not knowing that Riley's got this counterspell in hand and potentially has to get rid of. He chooses to go with the Guide of Souls into the Ajani. Kind of an interesting spot. There is that kind of little mini game that goes on if he chose to play the Ocelot Pride, because the Engineered Explosives kills the Ocelot Pride. He then now has the opportunity to flip that Ajani if he so chooses. And even in the face of all this removal, you can see just how powerful these threats from Boros Energy are. It seems that Keith has worked himself into a pretty reasonable position, as Riley's hand is just a Metallic Rebuke.
That first land was amazing for Riley, but this second one here is not what he wants to see at all.
And there's a
Thundering
reason
Falls
this Affinity
already
deck
in
plays
play.
nothing. Yeah.
Is it? Yeah, so that it won't be able to surveil. He passes the turn back. Keith can go to combat, and if the Engineered Explosives is not cracked before combat, put the 2/1/1 counters from Guide of Souls onto one of his creatures, start attacking Riley's life total. So Riley might be tempted to stop before that.
And that's a great draw in the face of anything but exactly what Riley has, this Metallic Rebuke. You've got to imagine that there's no better card to counter in the deck than this.
There's no
Copy of
way it
Voice of
does not get
Victory.
countered. Absolutely no way.
Riley knows he's got a bit of time, can take the chances, taps 3 artifacts, and now it looks like Keith, I believe, has enough energy to jump this Guide of Souls, or
Yes,
jump this
exactly.
cat token.
So threatening to go to combat, attack with just the cat token, give it 2+1/+1 counters and flying, and there we go. He's baited out the Engineered Explosives activation.
And now this cat token can attack anyways, because the construct, which we talked about how scary it was, it's only a 2/2.
That's huge, and it cannot be blocked, as that would flip the Ajani and spell doom for Riley. So 2 damage getting in, Ocelot Pride, presumably the follow-up.
And now
this is
both players empty-handed. These next top decks are huge. Keith's got the upper hand here, but really one great top deck. We can see there's 6 lands / artifacts in play. Riley Hicks could draw a Kappa Cannoneer, something like an Urza Saga would be excellent. But then Keith's deck has a lot of good draws. And if both players brick for a few turns, Riley's life total gets very low very quickly.
That's true. The Ocelot Pride could attack into the construct as a chump attack just to flip that Ajani, because that flip to Jonny is so powerful. It depends on what Keith's draw, whether he'd be willing to make that exchange or not. But if Keith draws well, even a Kappa Cannoneer wouldn't be enough.
And Riley doesn't want to let us know what he drew, but it looks like you got to think that if it was a Kappa Cannoneer or something great, it would have hit the table, and that is not. There are not many good cards that Riley would be wanting passing turn. Maybe it's a counter spell to stop whatever Keith's next play is, but that is not the best sign for Riley here.
No, it could be any of the 0 artifacts that we would want to hold in case we drew a Pinnacle Emissary. But it is unlikely to be one of his best draws, those specifically being Thoughtcast, Emery, Kappa, Pinnacle Emissary, and especially the best one, probably Urza Saga.
And we talk about how Riley's built his Affinity deck a lot. It's a very interesting build compared to the, stock Affinity list. And he does have a higher density of just good top decks. Most decks are playing weapons manufacturing. That's a horrible top deck in this spot. But Riley's deck's got a lot of powerful ones. But Keith looks like he's got the removal spell. Maybe Riley has a counter spell here.
No,
Doesn't look like it.
This will begin the clock for Keith. He can gain a life this turn with that Ocelot Pride, begin accumulating more tokens, and that means that he's not far away from the City's Blessing, but even without the City's Blessing, just one cat a turn means that he will be able to attack for free every single turn, as any blocks would instantly flip that at Jonny and just put Riley massively behind.
And you got to think, if you're Riley, that the next turn is too late. There's
It's a
only
turn.
one Whip Flare in the deck, so that is not a draw, and there really aren't many other good draws. Needs a Kappa Candy or something powerful right here. Otherwise, Keith will be going into the top 8.
Caput Cannoneer without another artifact, and it's a Urza Saga, which would have been amazing last turn, but might just be too slow at this point.
It is looking like it's going to be. It's not going to get a chance to search anything up. It looks like Keith just drew a land, but that is another 5 damage. Riley can get dropped down to 4.
Well,
a
even
land would
is
get the
another
City's
permanent.
Blessing. Yeah. Oh, it's not a land. It's Goblin Bombardment!
And that's it! Keith Capstick wins and will advance into the top 8. Wow. What an incredible way to end. And you can see the emotion on his face. Keith, Toronto local, really deserves this win.
And that is, wow. That was an unbelievable top deck for Keith. The spot was looking so good, and you can just see his head's down. This is someone who's wanted it for a while. A lot of close calls. Close calls for the Arena Championship, close calls for the PT. And you can see it set in that Keith Capstick will be attending Pro Tour Lauren Eclipse, but it's not the last you'll see of him this weekend. Keith Capstick is going to be the first or the second seed of our top 8, and we're going to get the opportunity to watch him play some more Magic. And for Riley, you can see as he just de-sideboards his deck, 10-4 is an excellent finish, but it just feels, when you know you're so close, you win that game 1, you feel like you're such in a great spot when you get the Whip Flare and the thing, but just, the Affinity deck, it's got some very explosive draws, but it's got some weak cards. And
yeah,
he'll have to try again at the next one.
How is he feeling right now? Have you been in that spot? I know you've won many win-ins before, but have you lost any?
I've lost win-ins of all sorts, and it doesn't get easier. But it's a really, that's kind of the reason that everyone's here. You see Keith's reaction, the happiness. You only get that level of excitement from these big wins if you take the brunt of those big losses. And that's a well-played event from Riley. I like how he played that match. I think his approach to Affinity was very different from what a lot of the ones we were seeing, and it served him well all the way into that last round. But Keith Capstick's Boros Energy deck has brought him into the top 8, and it's looking like the other feature match may have finished up. I'm just going to get a quick check of what the result is there. It seems that Isaac Fox has beat Tyler Anderson, that Simic Titan versus Izzet Prowess matchup. So we'll be seeing Isaac Fox in the top 8 as well. And I believe that is all we have for feature matches before we move on to top 8.
Yeah. The rest of the high stakes matches being draws, them already being locked up. This is shaping up to be an incredible top 8. And yeah, what an event for Riley, so close. Not the result he was hoping for in the final round, but again, the build, the way he played, it looked very good in that game. But at that moment, it's just pure heartbreak. None of that stuff matters. It all, just pure disappointment. But as you said, Keith into the top 8. I couldn't be happier for him, and I'm really excited to get to see more of him in the top 8 as we go along.
Yeah, we got a kind of a fascinating. There'll be a few people who are locked up. Isaac Fox and Keith Capstick are the only ones who are kind of deterministically locked up for that top 8 spot. A lot of draws. There are 10 people who drew their last round, which means some will be in top 8. Some of them will maybe be in top 12, getting that invite to the PT, but no guarantees at who will be making the top 8, who will be maybe slipping out. I know Eduardo already has an invite to PT Lauren Eclipse, so that adds a pass down spot, but there's a lot more exciting to happen, and Liam and I will be back for top 8 very shortly.
shackles on. Time for the showdown. Lighting that fire never goes out. Climbing so high, let 'em know now. Know your name. Are you ready for the call? Feel the urge inside, you want it to win. It's pulling you in, ready for it all. If there's any moment, now is the one. Are you ready for the call? Making history, won't settle for less. The best of the best, heroes never fall. When the challenges are lying, let 'em come. We belong with the fearless. We belong with the brave. When the whole world hears us, let 'em know our name. This is our legacy, this is our destiny. There is no stopping the champions. We will rise, we will rise, we will rise. Today we turn the tide.
Break the gates, break the door down. Whatever's in the way is getting torn down. Then I pit the other side beyond your short stops. If you ain't know it then you should know it now. One tap, one tap, one tap, one dub. My team doing nothing, the fear that's covered. Guess I gotta study all the pressure we apply. Come take a dive in the tides I'm under. Come check the rise and refine my hunger. Here's a little wave on your way down. Everything we try to other mile was apply, my brother. Our time's coming any day now. No winner if it ain't us. Better pay up, made the battle our own. How do I ever show them any fear, but it's still clear. I don't taste the water with the winners all go. Now I couldn't relate to that with my faith. Even if the height's too tall, all those who ain't with me send away. But tell me,
Are you ready for the call? Feel the urge inside, you want it to win. It's pulling you in, ready for it all. If there's any moment, now is the one. Are you ready for the call? Making history, won't settle for less. The best of the best, heroes never fall. When the challenges are lying, let 'em come. We belong with the fearless. We belong with the brave. When the whole world hears us, let 'em know our name. This is our legacy, this is our destiny. There is no stopping the champions. We will rise, we will rise, we will rise. Today we turn the tide. Starting with a whisper, I know I'll find it hard to lose. I'm never missing, 'cause I got something I gotta prove. Taking my power, might hit the ground, but I'll get up. You're counting down hours, but I'll take way less time than that. I've been here before a million times, caught in between the truth and the lies. Can't hold me down for a minute longer. What doesn't kill me makes me stronger. I got a long way left to go. Don't know what I'm doing, but even if I have to go alone, it doesn't matter, 'cause I'm always ready for the fight. And even after I've been knocked down, won't change my mind. I've been here before a million times, caught in between the truth and the lies. Can't hold me down for a minute longer. What doesn't kill me makes me stronger. Tomorrow breaks, so fall the chains, and the one who's caged turns another page. What you thought was lost still remains. Open up the gates, and you'll see its face. I hear the whispers singing, try again. Spread out your wings.
The moment you were all waiting for, we not only know the top 8 of Regional Championship Calgary, but we do have the 12 players who will be receiving an invite to Pro Tour Lauren Eclipse early next year. The interesting situation is that Eduardo already has an invite, so normally the invites go down to 12th place. This time, 13th place will be receiving an invite. Liam, who are the players that have qualified and who will we be seeing in top 8?
Welcome back. So our top 8, number 1 seed, Keith Capstick. We saw him win on camera last round. Impressive stuff. He does earn the top seed for that. Isaac Fox with Amulet Titan, another one. Aiden Mirabelli, Gavin Bennett, Eduardo Sajgalic, as you mentioned, Dominic Harvey, Alvaro de Alvarenga, and Owen Turcotte round out our top 8. So wow, what an amazing top 8 that we have that we're going to be getting to watch very soon. Then the Pro Tour invites do not end there. Spencer Mezzer, master of the Domain deck, has earned himself a Pro Tour invite with it. Eric Chalk, also from what I've heard, a true master of Mono Red Storm, has been playing for a long time, earns an invite as well as Ethan Zhang, and of course with Titan and Nicholas Cosgrove, Mono Blue Belcher. He has been playing the Belcher deck for such a long time, actually made top 8 of the modern RC earlier in the year in Ottawa with Belcher, and follows it up again with this time a top 12 performance, earning himself a Pro Tour invite. And there we go. It's not on screen, but in 13th place, Connor Taylor with Simic Ritual should be earning himself a Pro Tour invite as well, due to that pass down, as you mentioned. So wow, this modern format, for a long time, it has been a format where it rewards mastery, right? You pick a deck and you master it, and it doesn't really matter what you picked, but as long as you really understand that deck in and out, that's good for you. And then that changed a lot, you might think, with the Modern Horizon set. It became more about chasing the meta or playing whatever broken deck is. But it really seems to be that we're back at the spot where Modern is pure. You can play any deck as long as you master it, as we do see some true deck masters earning their spots this weekend in Calgary.
Yeah, I think the 3 to look out for here, and the biggest kind of exemplaries of this is Nick Cosgrove, top 8's the last Modern RC with Mono Blue Belcher. For those who remember that format, there was a Breach deck that was incredibly powerful. That was a completely broken deck, but Nick played what was not the best deck at all at that format, Belcher, in top 8. Now, there are 2 examples in the top 8 they'll be actually seeing in our main feature match. Aiden Mirabelli top 8'd that same RC with Boros Energy, and Dominic Harvey top 8'd that RC with Amulet Titan. So, the decks have changed a little bit, and how they structure the Amulet deck has, different loops and combos and all sorts of things that it did before. But at the end of the day, we're seeing a lot of familiar faces with a lot of reps on their deck, showing that, Modern really is a paradise for those who are willing to put in the work. And, oftentimes people say, Modern just so coin flippy, snowball-y, blah, blah, blah. At the end of the day, you can say that as much as you want, but the same people are going to be showing up in top 8s over and over and over again.
Yeah, when you think about deck mastery, getting our players as they sit at the table and we get the names corrected, but Dominic Harvey playing Amulet Titan, I mean, he's almost synonymous with the deck. He literally wrote the Bible on it. He has a Pro Tour top 8 with the deck, multiple regional championship top 8s with the deck, and has been playing the deck way back on the SCG Tour, a decade ago. Like, it's crazy.
And I think one of the reasons is that these decks are so complicated that the matchups between the decks are also complicated. I don't know if you felt this way at the last Modern Pro Tour, but I decided that I was going to lock in my deck 2 weeks before the event because I just needed to have played every single matchup multiple times to have any chance of holding my own against the field, because the games are so intricate. Every deck has different interactions, different puzzles, minute things that add up over the course of a match, how you sequence your lands, when to surveil, how to surveil. There's so many things going on. And as we get to watch 2 true masters of their craft play in this top 8, I'm sure we'll see some of these micro decisions made incredibly well by these 2 players.
Yeah, and well, that absolutely paid off for you, earning yourself a top 8 in that Pro Tour, having mastered that deck. I can say I played the same thing. I not was not much of a modern player and picked up a deck with barely a week or two experience on it, and not too many games. I played Belcher, and I think suffered from not having that deep deck mastery, even though we came up with a quite a different list. Actually, if you we won't well we won't have to see now, but Nick Cosgrove's Belcher list that he brought today is quite different than the stock one. Not playing any Flare of Denials or those creatures that look for like no Thundertrap Trainer or Philology Archaeologist, playing a different build of the deck, but it's still Belcher in the same way. But yeah, so getting back into our feature match, we have Aiden playing Boros, going to be on the play, which is quite huge in this matchup. Would you say?
Yeah, we've talked about it all weekend, and we'll continue to talk about it. And one of the big appeals of having being that player who got that winning in, neither them, but Aiden with great breakers being in third place. These games are so fast, and the less turns a game plays out, generally, the more important that being on the play is. If the games are over by turn 3, turn 4, which we're seeing a lot of, and this is a matchup that is pretty tough for Boros Energy in game 1. Aiden's list only playing one Blood Moon, a card that is normally played in higher numbers. You're seeing oftentimes 2, sometimes 3 copies in the main deck. So to get a chance to kind of steal this game 1, which is really how it sometimes feels when Boros wins these game 1s against these combo decks, he's going to need a very fast start.
Yes, he has 2 more Blood Moons that'll come for the post-4 games, but as of right now, only access to 1. Guide of Souls a good start. We'll see what he can follow it up with, but even if he has the best possible start, we've seen, even in this tournament, Dominic Harvey win a game on, was it turn 2 or turn 3? It might have been turn 3, might have been turn 2, I'm not sure, but this Amulet Titan is capable of winning so quickly that even going second against maybe the best Boros Energy draw, if Dom has the best his best hand, then he will certainly be able to recognize that he has the kill and pilot it out. As we see, he does start with an Amulet of Vigor, which is obviously exactly what he wants to open the game.
Yeah, Amulet of Vigor is, it's the namesake part of the deck. There are not a lot of answers to that are afforded to Aiden Mirabelli. In the list, it looks like it's just the one of Static Prison, which maybe I'm getting a glance at being in the hand as a potential answer to the Amulet. But apart from that, there's nothing. And Aiden needs to do kind of that double duty where you want to be interacting as well as you can with the Amulet Titan combo, but you also need some level of speed and enough kind of pressure to not let the Amulet Titan deck just get time. Because if the Amulet Titan deck can make a few land drops, even if you have, tons of power, it's still not enough because they can just, if the deck is the reason it's such a powerhouse in the format. It's very strong, it's very resilient. But we'll see what Aiden's got to follow up this Guide of Souls.
An Ocelot Pride, ideal. And another Ocelot Pride, and this is exactly what he needs, barring a Ragavan. This is the ideal Boros Energy start. No sweepers, of course, in game 1 for Dom, so this is going to go completely crazy.
Yeah, and with this incredibly fast clock, this is about as fast as it can go. No Blood Moon for Aiden, but this is an unbelievable turn 2. This is right here is easily presenting a lethal threat by turn 4, potentially turn 3 with a Goblin Bombardment into the mix. But Dom needs to just kind of cross his fingers and try to plan for some way to win the game on turn 3, because I would be shocked if he untaps on a 4th turn.
Yeah, there's no way. On the next turn, Aiden, if he has any sort of follow-up, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, he'll get the City's Blessing even with nothing else, but or
just one
with
land
at least
gets
a
City's
land.
Blessing.
Yeah, but if he has any reasonable turn, he will have the City's Blessing for both of the Ocelot Prides, and that will create so many tokens that you're absolutely right. There is no chance that Dom survives to make it to a turn 4. So Dom, as we see, this Malevolent Rebel being cast, choosing a Spelunking, not exactly what he needs, because he just needs to go so fast, and already having an Amulet, a Spelunking does not help.
It does not, and Dom has a 0/1 blocker that is really not going to change much. Maybe even gets removed by Aiden to take him off any amount of mana. But you got to assume that this, with any reasonable amount of follow up, Aiden will be presenting the kill, and Dom getting a Spelunking doesn't really generate much mana once you already have the amulet in play. You're looking for basically that second amulet is what Dom's looking for. Maybe a land into Escape Shift to get some Lotus Fields to get up a ton of mana, but right now it's looking very tough for the Amulet Titan player, assuming Aiden has that Static Prison, which I believe he does.
If that is, yeah, that would be. I mean, at least Spelunking would be able to kind of replay the and it is Static Prison. Wow. So the Spelunking will be able to cover the amulet effect, but that's at most one copy. You're absolutely right. Dom's going to need 2 copies of amulet if he's going to win on the next turn. And not only does he not have that, he needs to spend 3 mana playing his first copy if he only has the Spelunking.
Yeah, it's looking Dom, at least the only saving grace will be that this Eldrazi spawn is going to stay in play. I think his out to win needs to involve something like Amulet of Vigor into Crumbling Vestige to make green mana, into Sack the Spawn to get the ability to cast Scape Shift away the 3 lands, and hopefully has enough follow up there with what he has in hand. But it's going to take a very tall task, and because of Dom didn't play that second amulet last turn, you got to think it's not in hand.
Yeah, absolutely. And we see not enough tokens in the room to create an all those cats. So we see a dice of 6 cat tokens being created on the end step. That is, I believe, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So only the second Ocelot Pride had the City's Blessing. The first one did not, and that's why we have 6 being created. But that's still a huge number. And with the Guide of Souls getting up an additional 6 energy, we'll be able to give another creature flying, which means that, Dom, the scenario is coming true where Dom needs to win the game this turn.
Yeah, and you could see that the head on the hand with Dom Harvey, not exactly the posturing of someone who has the kill here. Maybe he has the perfect cards and is just trying to play around something from Aiden, maybe seeing if he can play around a Galvanic Discharge or maybe a Thraben Charm. But in reality, you got to, and if you're Dom, you can even be concerned that Aiden didn't tap those last 2 mana. Good chance there's more interaction to follow it up. But looks like a Spelunking is going to get cast.
Yeah, and at this point, a Galvanic Discharge and would be able to take out a Primeval Titan on its own with so much energy created. But yeah, then there we go. It ends right on the spot.
And when you think about this matchup, this is one that is just Boros gets so much post board in more Blood Moons and answers to Urza Saga and answers to Amulet of Vigor. So when you're Aiden, getting to get that game 1 has to feel incredible.
Absolutely. There we go. We do see even the surgical extractions in a sideboard that might come up and might be able to interrupt a Scape Shift combo if a Dom is trying to go for that. So that's and even the Orum's chance. So he gets so many ways to interrupt what Dom is doing that he could break up any of Dom's fastest starts.
Yeah, Aiden's list is, game 1 is not the most respectful for Titan, but post board it very much is. And, you got to think you're in a tough spot being Dom Harvey to win 2 games in this post board configuration. Hopefully he's got some good tools to maybe, some Pyroclasms we can see are going to be huge from his end to just be able to sweep up some of these cheap creatures. And in these games that are, these post board games are going to go longer. You aren't going to get, hopefully for Aiden, these incredibly fast starts, you've got to think they're both able to interact with each other a little bit better. So these games are going to go longer, and hopefully Dom can kind of leverage that on his side to, have some removal spells, to have some more grindy threats and angle himself better for the post board game.
Well, I will never count out Dom Harvey in a match gathering, but as you say, Aiden's list less respectful of Amulet Titan than maybe some others. Well, it doesn't matter if you have Guide of Souls and Ocelot Pride. Well, I mean, in this game, the Static Prison was quite big, and the other tools that he could have thrown into the mix to interrupt what Dom was trying to set up. But really that's the core strength of the Boros Energy deck, is that it has a bunch of on paper bad matchups. Amulet Titan, a bad matchup for Boros Energy on paper, but every game you have a chance. You can just explode onto the board and do something that no deck in the format can keep up with without a sweeper in that spot.
Yeah, we call these decks the, Boros Energy, even like the Simic Birthing Ritual deck that we're getting to see a lot of in this tournament. We call them fair decks, but the fair is really in quotation marks because there is nothing fair about Guide of Souls into Ocelot Pride. There's nothing fair about Ragavan into a turn 2 Blood Moon. Nothing fair about a Johnny Goblin Bombardment. Even these decks that are the quote unquote mid range decks of the format, Jeskai Blink, same thing with, Riddler Ephemerate, these are not fair interactions. And to compete with these incredibly fast combo decks that are attacking you from so many different angles, you can't just afford to only be answering their stuff, because you're going to play against Amulet, you'll play against Storm. They're all trying to do different things. And at the end of the day, you just need to be able to provide a clock. And if you catch them stumbling at all, you can put the game away very quickly.
Yeah, and from Dom's side, we do see, as you mentioned, the Pyroclasms improving, but he also has a Dismember, so a well-timed Dismember would have really slowed down Aiden in that other game. And as we jump over to our backup feature match, Eduardo Gallic on the Simic Birthing Ritual deck, playing against Gavin Bennett on Affinity, and this spot looks absolutely amazing for Gavin. 2 Kappa Cannoneers in play, 3 munitions tokens with an engineered explosives, just against 2 lowly 1/1s. I mean, this one, yeah, feels like could reach a conclusion soon as well.
You'd have to assume so. These Kappa Cannoneers, this Civic Birthing Ritual deck puts in a lot of crappy blockers that are sometimes great with dealing with these large creatures, but you gotta imagine it's a very tough time to see that against the face of any artifact. Gives them unblockable, grows them a bunch. There's an engineered explosive in play as well, and as powerful as Fibblethip the Lost is, it's not exactly looking like it's going to be able to compete, and Eduardo quickly picks up the cards.
Yeah, and we saw, well, we didn't get to see it because the Kappa Cannoneers alone were probably enough to take the job down, but Engineered Explosives being one of the cards that Izzet Affinity played, even before they adopted weapons manufacturing, just as a 0 mana artifact that sometimes does something, now they do so much more when you can sacrifice it for 2 mana to destroy all your munitions tokens.
And this is a matchup we've seen before. We talk about this being one of these kind of prototypical tough matchups for the Simic Birthing Ritual deck. But Eduardo gets some good tools of the sideboard. What is he working with here?
Yeah, well, as we saw Eduardo earlier in the tournament make that play of evoke the subtlety into use it to flare to counter a Kappa Cannoneer, I believe it was, but that's just some of the things he gets to do. But in terms of sideboard cards, there are those 3 Force of Vigors, which are totally key against Urza Saga, weapons manufacturing, and the Affinity deck as a whole, as well as the mystical disputes that we know he'll be boarding in. Dispute being able to hit that Kappa Cannoneer as it attempts to come down.
Yeah, it's one of those matchups there. It's very tough for the Simic Birthing Ritual deck. The interaction you have does not line up super well against these big cards like Kappa Cannoneer. It doesn't line up super well game 1 against Urza Saga, but post board you have a lot more tools, and you got to hope that Eduardo can take this game 2, and then maybe looking at potential game 3. Obviously, don't want to get too ahead of it. He's got 3 Gemstone Caverns in the sideboard to steal the play in some of these matchups where it's so incredibly important to be fast, and you're willing to give up some cards for that velocity, which is kind of a hallmark of the Simic Birthing Ritual deck, packed with cards like Subtlety and Force of Negation. It's all about getting rid of cards to exchange for tempo, because all of your cards replace themselves or more.
Yeah, and from Gavin's side, we saw he only has 1 mystical dispute in his sideboard, but has supplemented it with 2 copies of Force Negations. So a different mix of interaction, and it'll be interesting to see how he actually chooses to attack the ritual deck. There's also a Whip Flare that probably won't be coming in, but could have a spot where it is good. So yeah, actually quite unsure how he'll choose to sideboard, and will be interesting to see how that game plays out post board as well.
I'd like to highlight the most out of Gavin's sideboard is this one of Grafdigger's Cage. We saw it earlier when this matchup played between Brett Steele and Eduardo. It shuts off a lot of the deck. Kind of unintuitively, it shuts off both the Birthing Ritual, the card itself, but also Abhorrent Oculus, making those 2/2 manifests. It's a very powerful card, and the reason there's only one in the sideboard is it's also an Urza Saga tutor target. So that card, it is a one-on-one with quotations, because if Gavin wants to get it, it's pretty easy to get it, assuming those Force of Vigors aren't drawn. Maybe looking at an Emery matchup, as this one kind of gets slower and grindier post board, you got to imagine that's something he's considering, but not a ton of cards that stand out outside of that Mystical Dispute in the Grafdigger's Cage as excellent in the matchup. But you saw game one, it looked, pretty dominant for Gavin, so you'd be hard pressed to want to change too much.
Yeah, Emery, maybe being key at recovering once you lose multiple pieces to interaction, but notably it can't return the two best Force of Vigor targets, being Weapons Manufacturing and Urza Saga. However, it can recast a Kappa Cannoneer over again to fight through Mystical Disputes. And as we jump into game two, with Dom now on the play against Titan, it looks like he's on a Mold of 5, and his turn one is just a Wooded Foothills and pass.
This Amulet Titan is a deck that we've seen that could battle back from Mulligan. The bounce lands are a form of card advantage. They're really effective. But in these post-board games, it's a lot more punishing to take these mulligans because, in game one, you wouldn't really imagine that there are many hands that Aiden be okay keeping that don't have a one-drop. But post-board, there are a lot of them. There's hands with Blood Moon. There's hands with Wear Tear, Thraben Charm. A lot of interactive hands that Aiden might be okay keeping, and with him just saying Marsh Flats go, you got to expect that there's not just a 2-drop coming. There's got to be some amount of interaction for Dom, and that's a tough thing to push through on a multi-5 already.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we see, Tanks on the Surveil with what looks like a Scape Shift in hand. Now, Scape Shift, one of the best cards at enabling fast kills, but against something that he knows a lot of Aiden has interaction. It's one of the more vulnerable combo pieces. But there you go, Simic Growth Chamber, unmulliganing Dom a little bit, returning a land to a hand. But it's a turn 1 tap land into a turn 2 tap land, returning a tapped land. So definitely a slow draw from Dom, but we don't know if Aiden will be able to punish.
Yeah, that's the big thing we're seeing here, right? Dom's hand might have some powerful threats like Escape Shift, but it's unclear if there's an Amulet of Vigor or Spelunking, and that hand that was picked up was a tap land. So if there's no Amulet or Spelunking, Dom, the problem with this Amulet Titan deck is that all the cards synergize with having these lands that come into play tapped, but if they only come to play tapped, there's a reason that no one else is playing Simic Growth Chamber in their modern deck. It's not a great Magic card, and compared to this kind of fetch shock mana base they're used to seeing, and this gives Aiden an opportunity to put on a lot of pressure, and there's tough to find a 2-drop that does that better than a Jonny Nicodle Pariah, which is hitting the battlefield.
Yeah, the only one even remotely close is Voice of Victory, both threatening 3 power on their own, but each potentially much more with the threats that Aiden might have to follow it up with. And we'll see if Dom does have an untapped land here. We don't know if he has a Spelunking, but if his only other land is that tap source from the commercial district that was fetched off the Wooded Foothills, then that would be a really slow development from him. But there are lots of lands that are allow Dom to have 3 mana on this turn, Crumbling Vestige or Forest or Waseju or any of them, and it's going to be pretty big for him to have one. But as it looks, like trying to get a peek at Dom's hand, it seems to be full of more of the expensive spells. I think there's Escape Shift, I think a Primeval Titan, but I could be completely wrong. But Forest is played, and then a Green Sun Zenith cast. Looks like for 2.
And the options for 2, you'd have to expect that that's a Aftermath Analyst hitting the board, another kind of value Aftermath Analyst.
Yeah, that's Aftermath Analyst may be trying to block the cat and kill it, but that seems tough against a Jonny. So yeah, I'm interested to see what he grabs here. I would have thought he could go for Arboreal Grazer, but then we would only see that Simic Growth Chamber tapped. And yeah, it is Aftermath Analyst. That's probably the idea behind putting that Wooded Foothills in Dom's deck, because he knows that in game 1, Analyst, just a combo piece. But in these post-board games where if he's mulligan, if he's grinding, that value Analyst is clearly something that he has right at the forefront in his mind, and he went for that Green Sun Zenith right away. So yeah, having his deck building set up to support that plan post board, that's probably why he has the fetch lands in his deck that maybe not very many other people have.
And there you're seeing that the secret text of that Aftermath Analyst, it's a 1/3 that's blocking, doing a bit of, preservation. And here we're looking at Aiden is going to need to have, some level of follow-up if Dom is just
Well,
able to
the
untap and
plains
play
is
a
a
land.
tell.
Yeah, what do you
Fetching
think
a
that
second
follow-up
plane.
is?
Yeah, we'll see. It might not be the most effective thing to slam it right now, but it's going to be enough. It's going to, because Dom did play that forest, but yeah, it immediately removes 1 mana as that Simic Growth Chamber will only tap for red, so Dom won't be able to activate the Aftermath Analyst right away with another untapped land. So even though Aiden would probably prefer to deploy more pressure first and then Blood Moon on a more key turn, he goes, okay, I need to do this right now.
And kind of a bit of a nice, using Aiden's Blood Moon against him. That gives Dom the untapped red mana that he previously didn't have access to and gets his Jonny off the table, the Lithomantic Barrage. Dom is not really developing much of his own game plan, but nor is Aiden. And Dom has bought some time to hopefully make some powerful things happen, but we'll have to see what he
Is
follows
this
it
a
up with.
Flage?
That would be an excellent way to push through some damage here.
It is a Seasoned Pyromancer. Interesting. So this means that with any land, Dom can next turn and Orm's Chant and a Sacred Foundry discarded for Aiden. So a sideboard card that is effective against Titan's fastest draws, but maybe in this slower game, Aiden, Orm's Chant buys just 1 turn, and that's not enough when Aiden doesn't have any real pressure going on yet.
Yeah, Dom is sitting there. There's a couple lands in the graveyard. At least has the option of trying to sacrifice the Aftermath Analyst. If he has any land in hand, all of the non-basics in his deck will be coming to play untapped because of that Blood Moon. So Dom, we talk about it. This guy's been playing Amulet Titan for a very long time. It's not the first time he's seen Blood Moon hit the battlefield on his opponent's side, and he clearly has a plan to beat it. And the key oftentimes involves being able to not assume that your opponent's Blood Moon draws don't also contain a ton of pressure, and this 1/3 is blocking Dom's board or Aiden's board incredibly effectively.
Yeah, and one thing that's key about Dom's deck building is that he has 4 Green Sun Zenith in there and only 1 forest. So this Aftermath Analyst, if he has another land, gets him to 6 mana, which would be enough to cast a Primeval Titan, except that he only has 1 green source. However, if he plays a 7th mana source after that, then a Green Sun Zenith can get a Primeval Titan into play through a Blood Moon off only a single forest.
And with just a Guide Sold from Aiden and 2 cards in hand, you do feel like Dom is going to have the time to, we call it manually put a Titan to play. Maybe getting these bounce lands in before and having some way to remove the Blood Moon, getting to kind of remove the ability that you're forced to bring them back to hand and cheat out some mana. Dom feels like he's in a pretty good spot, even though Aiden has the card that we've talked about as the most important one of the matchup in Blood Moon. But Blood Moon is incredibly effective when it's combined with pressure. But I don't see a lot of pressure.
You don't like this
From
attack for
Aiden.
3 is a lot of pressure? Get in for 1?
This is the hardest working Aftermath Analyst you'll see in a long time. Second Blood Moon, and Dom just nods because he's like, yeah, well, who cares about Blood Moon? I have this 1/3 that's gonna give me some more mountains. I already have my basic forest, and we'll see what's going on.
It's an Ocelot Pride. Now this completely changes things because even if Dom is able to put a Primeval Titan into play, it's going to search for 2 lands that are mountains or forests. So the Primeval Titan, without an amulet and with double Blood Moon in play, is just going to be mostly a 6/6, right? And then Aiden will be able to easily overpower that with that Guide Pride combination that he's now established.
Yeah, we joked about Aiden's pressure, but we can see the power of that Boros Energy deck. It doesn't take a lot of cards to make an incredibly powerful board state, and this Ocelot Pride is incredible in the fair games here. Dom, you're hoping you'd see one of those couple pyroclasms or a way to maybe get rid of these Blood Moons, because this board state that Aiden is presenting feels like it's a lot stronger than any of his fair game plans.
Well, it just got much, much, much stronger with that Ocelot Pride following up being play. We're correcting the number of cat tokens at this point. Yeah. 2 were created because we have the City's Blessing. 1, then it's copied because we have the City's Blessing. Dom with a Spelunking in his hand. That one just trying to dig for either some way to answer the Blood Moons or some way to answer Aiden's board. But he's trying to find a better option, as that would be a pretty weak turn to have that be your use to the green mana, but might be difficult for Dom to find.
if you're Dom Harvey in the spot, you might be thinking that your only out is to draw Force of Vigor to answer both those Blood Moons at the same time, because it doesn't seem like their deck is capable of doing anything powerful enough outside of maybe, drawing into Force of Vigor or Pyroclasm, and that might be why he wants to go for the Spelunking, because he realizes he needs one of these powerful cards. But
Yeah,
that does not
absolutely.
look like a Pyroclasm to me.
It looked like a Green Sun Zenith to me that he has, and that means that next turn he could Green Sun Zenith and Summoner's Pact in hand for Dom, and those are cards that are good once you have the Spelunking in play, but not because of these Blood Moons.
And this is threatening lethal for next turn easily for Aiden, and with a card like Goblin Bombardment, that would just end the match on the spot and send him to the top 4.
Yeah, we now have enough energy to give a creature flying, so it's gonna be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 11 damage on this combat. And then, so you're right, with those amounts of creatures, Bombardment ends it on the spot, and it's going to be almost impossible to recover from without a sweeper for Dom.
Yeah, it's looking tough, and the jumping of one of those creatures, Pyroclasm, is now no longer a perfect answer to the board. Even with Aiden just had a land, that would be probably just almost enough to threaten lethal again next turn with a grown Guide of Souls and 2 Seasoned Pyromancer tokens. And here come a lot more cats, and it feels like this draw needs to be huge for Dom Harvey, or else Aiden will be going to the top 4. And that's
there
a
it is.
second Green Sun Zenith, not it. Wow.
Convincingly defeats the master of Amulet Titan. Aiden Mirabelli moves on to our top 4. And this game on our backup feature match looks to be going a lot better for Eduardo, although there is a Grafdigger's Cage in play, so those 1/1s he has on board have to do some work, but nothing particularly powerful going on Gavin's side either.
Yeah, it's not looking great, but you kind of look at games where nothing is happening to be good for the Simic Birthing Ritual deck. You're the slower deck with more inevitability, with way better top decks as the game goes along, and you got to assume those are some sizable constructs coming in. I have to guess what those tokens are.
Oh yes, I didn't even clock them as constructs, but if that is, then that is certainly something powerful going on Gavin's side. And we do see a Urza Saga in his graveyard, so constructs by far the most likely thing for those tokens to be.
But you can see a Sink into Stupor in Eduardo's hand, a very powerful card against these gigantic tokens. And assuming Gavin's got no interaction, that would be a great way to buy Eduardo a lot of time. But otherwise, a Shadow Speared construct is going to get in for a lot of damage regardless.
Yeah, absolutely. And we see the block made. And Metallic Rebuke coming down on the sink, and the Ice Fang trading with this construct. So Eduardo was trying to remove all of the constructs right away. And the reason he cast the sink before that was to save 1 point of life, to shrink the construct by 1 to try to remove the other.
Yeah, and again, as we've seen from Eduardo all weekend, it's making these small little decisions that add up. That's a part of having success in one of these modern events. And you got to think he has to feel like he's turned the corner here. There's only one construct left, but there's a good chance that Eduardo's hand is full of cards that are just completely hosed by this Grafdigger's Cage.
I believe I saw multiple birthing rituals, which is, yeah, nothing in this spot.
Yeah, and that's the key card from Gavin Bennett out of the sideboard. You could have to assume that either that or the Shadow Spear came from that Urza Saga, and they're both putting in a lot of work here. If either one of those cards wasn't on the board, you'd have to love Eduardo's spot, but as of now, he might even though he's got a handful of cards, they don't have a lot of text on them. It looks like 3 birthing rituals, unless he's just too good at hand shuffling. But that is not a pretty sight to see against the Grafdigger's Cage.
No, and he could not have very much time to get out of it. That second Ice Fang Codal will be able to trade with the construct, but at the cost of taking a lot of damage. And at 7 life, at 7 life for Eduardo, he really needs to get something going as fast as possible.
And that is looks like, what is that, the 4th copy of Birthing Ritual? That is not what you want to see.
But he does draw another
And
sync, and I think a correction, that is a coiling oracle, not an ice fang, because we played a second copy and revealed it. So
but I believe
no,
that's a flare of denial, not the sync, and that's not something
oh,
that can deal with this construct.
yeah, very tough spot for Eduardo to be in here.
Yeah, you just looked at it with so many cards, and Gavin, it kind of looked like Gavin might have only had one card in hand, but he's got some good looking ones with you
Oh,
can see a Kappa Cannoneer, the Shadow Speared up construct is a huge threat. Eduardo's being attacked a lot of axes, and without an answer to that Grafdigger's Cage, there's not really an obvious way out.
yeah, it's going to be very difficult for him. I mean, even if it was just a sport, it might be hard for Eduardo to recover. But that Thoughtcast resolved, drew 2 more, drew a card for turn. Looks like if it's Kappa, that's a huge follow up, and then perhaps another Thoughtcast in hand too. And that means that Eduardo could cast a Wrath of God that comes from the skies, and then he still might be losing this game.
Just from the Warp Zone, just another powerful threat that you got to think Eduardo can't let resolve, but that's going to clear
No.
the way for whatever Gavin wants to follow it up with, and it looks like a Kappa Cannoneer.
Yeah, Gavin using that card as bait, but Eduardo couldn't afford to let it resolve either way.
And now I guess there's the option for Gavin may have to choose between developing a Kappa Cannoneer and attacking with this construct, and prioritizes getting into the red zone, realizing that Eduardo clearly has no answer to this big construct.
Yeah, absolutely. And if he has a Metallic Rebuke, it's not like he used his entire turn. Some life totals being checked. The power of the construct. It is a 1, 2, 3, 4. It's a 5, 6 power construct. So Eduardo needing to put the Shardless Agent in play in order to live. And Emery is a follow-up, which promptly eats a Mystical Dispute.
But this may be Eduardo's last dross of the tournament. It looks like a breeding pool, and I don't see a single answer in his hand. There's a Quantum Riddler in exile, but that's not enough. And Eduardo scoops it up, and Gavin Bennett, playing as an Affinity, moves on to the top 4 of this event.
Yeah, that Affinity deck, we've seen it a lot on stream, and this is just, well, we knew it was a tough matchup for Birthing Ritual. Eduardo's beaten it before, so never counted out, but this time the draws really did not line up against what Gavin had. That Grafdigger's Cage completely nullifying it, no Force of Vigor that would have gotten Eduardo back in it, and he falls in 2 games to Gavin Bennett, who will be moving on to the semifinals.
Yeah, it's just one of those games that shows the incredible, staying power of this Affinity deck and why Urza's Saga is one of the most powerful cards in the format. Urza's Saga not only created a board that Eduardo could not handle, but also tutored up a Grafdigger's Cage, which shut down his entire game plan, or perhaps it tutored up the Shadow Spear and he already drawn the Grafdigger's Cage, but those 2 cards working in tandem are incredibly powerful against this Birthing Ritual strategy. And, that's Gavin Bennett poked the right holes. He dodged the Force of Vigor, which is, part of the success of winning with this is an Affinity deck, and he punched a spot in top 4.
Yeah, I've had this take for a long time. You talked about the power of Urza's Saga. Modern Horizons 2, a set full of very many powerful cards. In my opinion, the number 1 card from Modern Horizons 2, Urza Saga.
Yeah, and that looks like a pretty reasonable take there. And it looks like we do not have the results from the other 2 top 8 matches. We might have to take a brief respite before we move on to the top 4. But some exciting stuff, those 2 matches. We got to watch some, very, very, very powerful draws. Aiden kind of grinded out Dom in our first feature match, and we got to watch Gavin with a very powerful game 1, and then a game 2 almost prison strategy that locked out all of Eduardo's cards, and that moved Aiden and Gavin onto the top 4. And when we come back, we will have the results of Isaac Fox on Simic Titan versus Alvaro on Grixis mid-range, and Keith Capstick versus Owen Turcotte. We'll see you soon.
Do you walk in the meadow? maestro, conducting the show, commanding my heart to tear me apart. Maestro, always in control. You chose the melody and play me like your symphony. Maestro, conducting the show. Now hold the tempo and start to crescendo. Maestro, always in control. You chose the melody and play me like your symphony. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4, it's about time to let your expression. 5 and 6 and 7, 8, I'm coming for some recognition. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4, I'm feeling
make it, but I couldn't let go. The dream inside is all I've ever known. Run till I gotta walk, crawl till I hit a wall. Never see me fall, I'ma get it all. Climb till my feet are up, push till I see the top. I won't ever stop, never see me drop. I was born to be a legend, and I will not surrender. My legacy remembered. I was born to be a legend. I'm a legend. Time is running out. Don't waste another second. This is the moment. You gotta take it. Come on. Fly till I'm out of faith. Die on another day. Still I'm not afraid. Scars on my runway. Never been man-made. God-like renegade. Fire in my veins. I was born to be a legend, and I will not surrender. My legacy remembered. I was born to be a legend. I'm a legend. Come on. I was born to be a legend. Come on. I will not surrender. I'm a legend. Come on. I'm a legend. Come on. I was born to be a legend, and I will not surrender. My legacy remembered. I was born to be a legend. I'm a legend. I was born to be a legend. I wanna feel a rush, tell them turn the pressure up. I'll be setting fires for
the crack of dawn, sworn to survival, even with your shackles on. Time for the showdown, lighting that fire never goes out. Climbing so high, let 'em know now. Know your name. Are you ready for the call? Feel the urge inside, you want it to win. It's pulling you in, ready for it all. If there's any moment now, it's the one. Are you ready for the call? Making history, won't settle for less. The best of the best, heroes never fall. When the challenges are light, let 'em come. We belong with the fearless. We belong with the brave. When the wrong one hears us, let 'em know our name. This is our legacy, this is our destiny. There is no stopping the champions. We will rise, we will rise, we will rise. Today we turn the tide.
Break the gates, break the door down. Whatever's in the way is getting torn down. Then I pit the other side beyond your short stash. If you ain't know it then you should know it now. One tap, one tap, one tap, one dub. My team doing nothing. The fear that's covered. Guess I gotta study all the pressure we apply. Come take a dive in the tides I'm under. Come check the rise and refine my hunger. Here's a little wave on your way down. Everything we try to undermine was apply, my brother. Our time's coming any day now. No winner if it ain't us. Better pay up in the battle our own. How to ever show them any fear, but it's still clear. I don't taste the water with the winners all dope. Now I couldn't relate to that with my faith. Even if the height's too tall, all those who ain't with me send away, but tell me,
Are you ready for the call? Feel the urge inside, you want it to win. It's pulling you in, ready for it all. If there's any moment now, it's the one. Are you ready for the call? Making history, won't settle for less. The best of the best, heroes never fall. When the challenges are light, let 'em come. We belong with the fearless. We belong with the brave. When the wrong one hears us, let 'em know our name. This is our legacy, this is our destiny. There is no stopping the champions. We will rise, we will rise, we will rise. Today we turn the tide. Starting with a whisper, I know I'll find it hard to lose. I'm never missing, 'cause I got something I gotta prove. Taking my power, might hit the ground, but I'll get up. You're counting down hours, but I'll take way less time than that. I've been here before a million times, caught in between the truth and the lies. Can't hold me down for a minute longer. What doesn't kill me makes me stronger. I got a long way left to go. Don't know what I'm doing, but even if I have to go alone, it doesn't matter.
Throughout the day and weekend at the Calgary Regional Championships run by FacetoFace Games, there are all sorts of incredibly high stakes matches being played. There's the match to lock up day 2. There's even matches in the LCQ to get to even play in the event. There's PT win-ins, top 8 win-ins. But in terms of high stakes, there's nothing as big as this semifinals match that decides whether you get to go play in the Magic the Gathering World Championships next year or not. Liam, who are our semifinalists?
Oh yeah, welcome back. We're about to start coverage of our semifinal match. We have Gavin Bennett, who you saw on stream, take down Eduardo in the quarterfinals. His Izzet Affinity deck has brought him into the top 4. He will be paired against Jeskai Blink, and that is a match we have seen a few times before on stream. And your other match will be a rematch of Boros Energy against Amulet Titan. Aiden Mirabelli playing against Isaac Fox in the semifinal match. That'll be your backup feature. And of course, it is Owen Turcotte who's playing the Jeskai Blink deck. So that's going to be our main feature match. Owen Turcotte against Gavin Bennett. Izzet Affinity against Jeskai Blink. Playing for Worlds. Playing for money. You're right. It doesn't get bigger than this match.
Yeah, they're playing for Worlds glory, a lot of money that fortunately pays out in American dollars, which is always good for us Canadians. And
absolutely.
It is going to be exciting. We have on one hand this Jeskai Blink deck and the Izzet Affinity deck, two decks that we've seen a lot throughout the weekend, but I don't think we've seen too many of them playing against each other. A very interesting match where you kind of get that similar dynamic that we saw in the Energy versus Affinity matchup, where you really need those game ones can be tough Blink decks, but post board you add in all these Wrath of Skies. You can see that Owen's got 3 of them in the sideboard, incredibly powerful, and some powerful main deck inclusions for the matchup with a couple March of Otherworldly Lights, 3 Prismatic Endings, some Strict Serenades, a lot of kind of effective counterspells for the matchup. So you got to think he doesn't hate his chances with a sideboard and a main deck kind of very much geared for the Izzet Affinity strategy.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen on stream Affinity just be absolutely explosive in those game ones, take those games down easily, and then try and win 1 of 2 in the post-board games. But in this matchup, Owen has quite a good all the tools that he needs in order to be able to win a game 1 in this matchup. And before we get too deep into this, I just want to give a shout out to our other quarterfinals players. Number 1 seed Keith Capstick, hard fought, loss. Congratulations to him for the top 8. And Alvaro as well with Grixis midrange. What an interesting deck to bring to this tournament. And he had an amazing success for it. Would have liked to be able to see it on stream at some point, but unfortunately he did lose the other quarterfinal match. But a good tournament for him as well.
Yeah, just some unbelievably, and you get when you're one of those quarterfinal players who lose, it's you got those interesting emotions. You're so happy for what you've achieved, but you also knew that here you're only 2 matches away from the Magic the Gathering World Championship, which is an incredibly massive achievement, a massive accomplishment. But you can't take much away from them. Top 8 in an incredibly stacked regional championship with over 300 players, an incredibly difficult field. But now we are down to only 4 players. On the other side of the bracket, in our backup feature match, we have Aiden Mirabelli trying to slay the Titan again. We saw him beat Dom Harvey 2-0 in what we thought was a pretty difficult matchup for Boros Energy. But this time, a big shift is happening, which is that Aiden is going to be on the draw playing against Isaac Fox, our 2nd seed in the tournament.
Yeah,
It looks like we're already getting into it with the main feature.
Oh, that's great. And we get to see turn 1 Pithing Needle. That's exciting. What would you name? Turn 1 Pithing Needle. What are you naming against this Jeskai Blink deck?
Against the Jeskai Blink deck, you have 2 options. You have one, which is, or you have 3 options, I guess. You have Teferi Time Raveler, of which there are 2 of. You can choose the backside of Fable, the reflection of Kiki-Jiki. But if I'm Gavin, I'm picking Arid Mesa or Flooded Strand, the 2 fetch lands of which there are 4 of, and I am crossing my fingers.
Yeah, absolutely. Those cards to fairy is okay. Reflection, okay. So slow to get to it, but if you manage to snipe a fetch land that is in Owen's hand, that is absolutely massive. And we see Scalding Tarn played on turn 1. Likely not the one that was named because, again, that one does not have 4 copies in the deck. So you want to remember this is an open deck list tournament. We know that Owen's list has 4 Arid Mesa, 4 Flooded Strand, 3 Scalding Tarn. So Scalding Tarn, probably not the name if Gavin is playing the odds. And that's why Owen plays at turn 1, as it probably was not the one that was named. But looking at his hand, if we do spot a fetch land in there, and in a game, if it goes long, it absolutely will come up. But Gavin, not doing too much other than this. He's got a Memnite on board, another Memnite, and a Shadow Spear. This is not the explosive start that we're used to seeing from the Izzet Affinity deck.
Yeah, even getting cast a Thoughtcast on 2, it's a hand that can set up for some big future prospects, but you don't. Thoughtcast it's good. It's one of those solid cards, in between cards that can bridge you from these small threats, or from the small little artifacts into the big threats, like that Kappa Cannoneer, like Urga Saga, like Pinnacle Emissary. But it's not a threat in its own. Again, if you're just casting Thoughtcast and drawing into more Memnites, that's not a winning strategy. And Gavin, you gotta assume because that Mishra's Bauble has not been sacrificed yet, that he has some powerful cards in hand already. Otherwise, you'd think he'd be cycling to look for new things. But so that's got to spell a little bit of alarm bells going off for Owen, who you hope has some level of interaction for some of these artifacts that are going to come down from Gavin.
Yeah, Kappa Cannoneer coming down next turn could be devastating, but Gavin, knowing the matchup, could go, okay, maybe somewhere else you just mulligan to your most explosive draws. You want to put Kappa into play on turn 2 if you're playing against a deck like Amulet Titan. But knowing Jeskai Blink, he wants to be able to grind. He wants to be able to just do something solid, make sure that his draw is functional, try and use that Pithing Needle to slow down Owen, and then maybe a turn 3 Kappa Cannoneer is good enough, could be good enough because of that massive Ward 4. It would take Owen a Solitude on turn 4, paying the entire Ward cost in order to answer a Kappa Cannoneer.
Yeah, and there's one of those threats we talked about in the Urza Saga. We also did just get confirmation that Gavin has named Flooded Strand with the Pithing Needle, so we'll see if that ends up being relevant. But Gavin is putting in a lot of artifacts in play, Engineered Explosives on 0, and looking to tap those things sideways. And that Pithing Needle is not attacking. This has got to be the Kappa Cannoneer.
Oh yeah, it's coming down. Owen knows it. That Engineered Explosives resolving. But now a little bit of a think from Gavin after it goes into play.
Maybe
But
some
ultimately,
fear of the Strict Serenade from the Jeskai Blink player.
that is the one main deck way that Owen could have that would completely change the game. But no, there is no Strict Serenade, and it looks like it's just going to be a Felia coming down. That it gets countered by Metallic Rebuke. So now, not only has Gavin been able to deploy his own super powerful threat, but has totally prevented Owen from developing any of his own.
And possibly a slight misstep from Owen not playing the Felia with the Kappa Cannoneer on the stack, giving Gavin Bennett the ability to use that for the Metallic Rebuke, may end up being kind of punishing here. And now if you're Owen, you really need something to get off the board. I'm looking at the main way that these Jeskai Blink decks can deal with Kappa Cannoneers. You can go Evoke Solitude, target the Kappa Cannoneer, and then you can consign both the Solitude Evoke trigger and the Kappa Cannoneer Ward trigger, and that lets you keep your 3/2 lifelink and get rid of the big turtle. But it is threatening to close the game very quickly, and even if Owen's able to get rid of a bunch of cards to take it off the board, there's still an Urza Saga there, and that's threatening to make some massive constructs.
Yeah, good shout out. Otherwise, if he does not have that Solitude consigned play, he's taking at least one big hit from the Cannoneer before, and then it's an Arid Mesa that Owen played. So a little bit unlucky with the name that Gavin did. He named Flooded Strand, and then Owen goes, okay, I'll play Scalding Tarn and Arid Mesa. It was the right one to name, I guess, but as it turns out, wrong as Owen's hand has actually turned out. And he's fetching up planes right now, which means he might be going for one of those plays that you mentioned, or it could just be something like a Flage or a Fable setting up to be able to do something powerful on the turn later and take a big hit now.
Yeah, if you're Owen, you're gotta look for something a little bit bigger than just playing a Fable, just playing a Teferi. These are two small ball plays. You've got to hope that your turn involves something. In this Teferi Time Rebel, yeah, you can bounce there's a Saga, but that is, that is a small bandage on a huge problem, and Gavin is looking like he's in an incredibly commanding position.
Well, that's true. Yeah, this Kappa Cannoneer is guaranteed getting in one hit now. But if you do only have the Solitude and nothing else, Teferi is kind of the best card you could have here because it just delays that construct coming in one whole turn. So the Saga comes down, then the Solitude answers the Cannoneer, and then you have one turn break from getting hit with something massive.
Gavin, no cheap artifact, or perhaps attempting to. It looks like he's choosing to go with two Memnites at the Teferi, really prioritizing getting that creature off the board.
Yeah, because the usual trick is to attack the Teferi with +1 creature needed to kill it, just to play around the possibility of Owen having a Solitude. Now, I'm sure that if Owen does have a Solitude, there is no way he's using it on a Memnite to save his Teferi. So Gavin playing a little cautious around Solitude, but if you manage to bait out a Solitude on a Memnite just to have a Teferi stick around, I would say that you would be very happy that Owen is using it in that way.
Yeah, a pretty conservative play that I'm a bit surprised of by Gavin Bennett. I wonder if that one life point is going to make a difference. You got to think if the Kappa Cannoneer sticks on the board, it's not going to. But some of these games where you can see a lot of them where Affinity gets in with the big creatures early, and then the control or mid-range deck's able to stymie the bleeding, and a couple drones or Memnites get in for those last few points of damage. It is often a matchup on these big swings, but anything can really happen in terms of these little points mattering. So you gotta have to see if that one life point's gonna change things up. And another scalding tarn. Gavin feels cursed by the choice to name Flooded Strand. You can see him give a bit of smile there.
Yeah, always nice that you still can keep the humor of it in this high pressure spot. A mountain being fetched out as Owen realizing that his life total is paramount, can't afford to take any additional damage that isn't absolutely necessary. And if you look at 4 mana plays in his deck, there's not too many. So I think it's reasonably likely we're just seeing a Solitude ward, and that's all for Owen's turn. But unless he's
It's not a great answer, but you've got to do
But we're not.
something.
He taps 3. He taps 3, so it's going to be a 3+1 that he's going to do instead, and that means that the Cannoneer is going to stick around for another turn. Flage comes down. Maybe he can consign his own Flage, and that would be something powerful to stay on the board.
You guys, he's not reaching to put in the graveyard just yet. I spoke too soon.
No.
And you see a Solitude in hand, but perhaps no other white card. No, I see it looks like a March of Otherworldly Light. Maybe deems that doing that on the Urza Saga is too important.
Yeah, Urza Saga, if it can make a construct, you
Looks
you, you
like
take.
an interesting choice from Owen, choosing to go with the upkeep of the March of Otherworldly Light. That did give Gavin the window to crack that Fiery Islet into potentially drawing a Metallic Rebuke, but ended up not having it. And Gavin may be getting kind of close to running out of steam here if he can't get lethal this turn.
Well, he drew a card off the islet this turn, but that podcast completely changes that. Now he's back up to 3 cards in hand, and if he finds a Metallic Rebuke, that would completely shut Owen's way to get back into this game.
I think it's one artifact off lethal already. This looks like this is 6-7 damage, putting him to 1 life.
Well, he must have drawn either a lot of lands or a rebuke, and Owen must be praying that it's lands.
Yeah, he doesn't have much. And we see here, Owen is at 1 life. If that second Memnite went upstairs, this game would be over. It may not matter, but that these tiny things could make a huge difference. And Owen is maybe manages to get a Solitude here. That could be enough. Even plays through potentially a Metallic Rebuke. Who knows?
Yeah, that's true because of the way that the consign replicate works, if he manages to assemble that combo. But given that he didn't have consign last turn, it is just going to be a Flage that he's going for now, which gains 3 life, and there's the rebuke, and that ends the game.
Yeah, you'd have to imagine Gavin had to have something there, and it wasn't all the Affinity deck plays a famously low amount of lands. Most of them either cycle into other lands or get to, have backside abilities or Urza Saga, and you gotta assume there's something. And you can see Gavin, I assume, still chuckling about that flooded strand name, but I'm content having a blank card in my Affinity deck if I'm putting a Kappa Cannoneer into play early. And we'll have to see how these games progress into sideboarding. What is Owen looking to do here?
Yeah, so we have these 3 Wrath of the Skies. Basically the Ashiok, the Surgical High Noon, not for this matchup, because of how Affinity can deploy their entire hand to High Noon would not be effective. It could come down too slow. So probably not what he's looking for there. However, the Strict Serenade, Mystical Dispute, March, Wrath of the Skies, these are real game changers, and probably boarding down on some of the more clunky threats or interaction spells that don't actually stop Gavin's creatures as well. So probably some number of all those 3-mana things, Flage, Teferi, Fable, trimming on those a little bit, perhaps Ephemerate coming out, Consign doing the job a little stronger there.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. You got to think if you're Owen, you don't hate your chances to win a couple of these games down one with a full suite of Wraths, March. But we've seen there's a reason this Affinity deck sticks around and is so powerful, is that just because your opponent puts 3 Wrath of Skies into their sideboard does not mean the game's over. We see some alternative threats here from Gavin. Emery is such a classic way for this deck to fight through disruption. He has his own counter spells with some Mystical Dispute, potentially bring in this Force of Negation. I would assume it's probably going to have to come in against 3 Wrath. Fable the Mirror Breaker seems like a pretty solid card. And apart from that, it doesn't seem like you want to make too many changes. The Affinity deck is so powerful that it has sometimes a cap on how many cards it can bring in, because you start to really lose that velocity when you replace cheap artifacts with, blue counter spells.
Yeah, absolutely. The Force Negation probably chosen because of its power against the Wrath of the Skies, allowing you to fully deploy your board, overextend into it, completely tap out, and that player thinks that they're safe. They cast the Wrath, you have the Force, and then you win the game. But something about Wrath of the Skies is Kappa Cannoneer, if you can get down Kappa Cannoneer before the Wrath of the Skies comes in, sometimes it's enough on its own. You lose everything else, but those 5 artifacts that you put into play to cast the Kappa, well, they've done their job already.
Yeah, I know a lot of people I've talked to who are really interested in Affinity, who played at the last Pro Tour, said they weren't actually that scared of Wrath of the Skies because it was just too slow, but Meltdown was the real killer because of how cheap it was. So, the Affinity deck can be so fast and get these permanents of pretty high mana values into play quickly, and it's not like the Boros Energy deck where they can generate energy from a ton of different places. It's a lot more limited coming out of this Jeskai Blink deck that doesn't play, any copies of Galvanic Discharge or Guide of Souls.
Yeah, I would be almost more worried about Strict Serenade and March to Otherworldly Light answering the Kappa and the Saga, and then only fear Wrath of the Skies later to clean up the board. And we're going to take a look into what looks to be game 2 of our backup feature match. Aiden on the draw did lose game 1, as it seems, but he opens game 2 in a powerful way with the Plains into Guide of Souls.
And you always see when the Plains comes off that first fetch land or the second fetch land, it's a telling story that Blood Moon is likely in the future, or at least Aiden's planning around drawing it. And we'll have to see, this Titan deck. We talked about how powerful it is. This matchup can be really tough for energy, especially on the draw, but Aiden has set his deck up pretty well post board. Nice little attack there. Excellently done block from Isaac Fox, and we'll have to see how Aiden follows up, because you need to combine that pressure with disruption. If we get a nice 2-drop, we can get a bit of that pressure, but you also really need that disruption, and that does not look like a lot of pressure because that's Marsh Flat's pass.
Yeah, maybe the lots of 3-drops in hand does have that disruption, perhaps, but yeah, nothing to follow it up with Guide of Souls. And Guide of Souls, of the trio of Boros Energy 1-drops, is the one that's the weakest on its own. It really is there to support the other cards that energy plays, and alone it's just a 1/2, and it's quite difficult to get to. More difficult with this iteration of the deck to get to 3 energy than before when you had Amped Raptor. I guess we're going quite a bit back now, but the Boros Energy deck is a little bit less explosive and less playing into energy, and therefore that Guided Soul suffers as a result. I would say personally, I think it's the weakest of the 3/1 drops that energy does play.
Yeah, you can see it here compared to that. To be an Ocelot Pride on turn 1, you'd already be developing, and this is the Thraven Charm to get rid of the Spelunking, but that still is a 2-for-1. Isaac still getting to replace that, still getting to get a land to play, and Aiden has a little bit of that disruption. It's lined up okay, but not perfectly.
Lithomantic Barrage takes down the Guide of Souls off the mana from the Crumbling Vestige. Wow. And Amulet is ahead on cards, on board.
And on life total, which is not where you want to be if you're the aggressive deck. You're going to hope that Aiden has maybe a Blood Moon or some incredibly powerful threat. That's basic planes. You'd have to assume no Seasoned Pyromancer is being cast off of that mana, and this looks like it's got to be a Blood Moon.
Absolutely. Simic Growth Chamber turning off after this Blood Moon. But Isaac does have a forest, so the game is going to continue.
Yeah, he's again. We've is it Tales all this time. This Amulet deck has existed for a long time, and so has Blood Moon. And yeah, you've taken him off 1 mana for that Simic Growth Chamber, but he still has access to green mana. He has Green Sun Zenith, a threat that plays excellently into this Blood Moon, only costing 1 green to get threats.
We're going to see it again, and we're going to go for another Aftermath Analyst. Now, this is actually one that's come up over and over and over again. The Green Suns for 3, getting the Analyst. This is how the Amulet Titan grinds through this 8 piece. That's how they Simic Growth Chamber is turned down from 2 to 1, and Amulet needs a lot of mana, and this is the way they do it. This 1 card, depending on how the mills go for Isaac Fox, could be bringing him straight up to 6 mana.
Yeah, it's looking tough, and we've got to hope that's not a great mill, only 1, but Aiden's looking to have some pressure that turn, or else it's going to be over pretty quickly. But we're going back to our main feature match. Owen has a pretty proactive start with the turn 1 Ragavan, which sometimes is pretty good in this Affinity deck, sometimes gets stonewalled by a Memnite, but it's kind of one of those high-risk, high-reward cards in the matchup that you can see that he chose to leave in, maybe just because he's on the play this game.
Yeah, absolutely. I was going to ask you about that one in sideboarding with the Ragavan. I recall in an earlier feature match where we did see the Is It Affinity against Jeskai Blake matchup, where Asha was playing Jeskai Affinity. They kept in Ragavan, and in the few moments we got to see of that game, it looked quite effective against the Affinity deck. We see Owen agrees, leaving in the Ragavan on the play, and it is getting it in for 1. You talked about the Affinity deck boarding out some number of 0 mana artifacts. Memnite is one of the weaker ones, so perhaps they're trimming on that, and Owen is taking advantage.
And there are a lot of 0 mana artifacts that you can hit off this Is It Affinity deck, and this Mox Opal is only 1 treasure away from being able to make mana, so not the worst hit in the world for Owen. And you got to think that maybe the Ragavan, the appeal of it is kind of, we talk about, is it having the slower posturing in the post-board games, more counter spells, maybe trimming on zeros. Maybe you expect some of these cards to be less played. Maybe you expect there to be less Memnites, less cheap cards, less explosive games. And in that, Ragavan is kind of a powerful threat in a box, which pairs really well with a lot of interaction.
And we see, wow, this Fable of the Mirror Breaker, an ideal follow-up after the turn 1 Ragavan, but it does eat a Force Negation. Gavin realizing, well, I can't say this Force to protect against the wrath of this guy's. Owen is the one who's ahead on board. So he uses his Force Negation, which is actually huge, setting Owen down a treasure, further away from getting that Mox Opal active, which is hilarious that's the one that's the hit. But he doesn't have any play. It's just Urza Saga and then go.
And this Ragavan looks absolutely incredible. It's not every day that you see the Is It Affinity deck having 2 less artifacts than the opponent. Is that potentially another artifact thing to be cast, or that looks like a land that was moved away into exile?
Yeah, moved just off the table, so we don't see. But if it was 1-0 and could play, then we would have it closer on the board.
And now with that Force of Negation gone, there are so many answers to Urza Saga, including this one, which is the March of Otherworldly Light, which is now being cast during the main phase. There's no second copy of Force Negation from Gavin Bennett. And he's correct. There is no second copy, and this game looks excellent for Owen. Gavin has nothing going on, and Owen's got all the permanents.
You still have to be scared because this Affinity deck so explosive. We know that he's holding for something, but what is it? And it's weapons manufacturing.
And this is one that gets around a lot of the counter spells from this Jeskai Blink deck, right? It gets around Consigned to Memory, gets around Mystical Dispute, and this might be the swing that Gavin needed. Maybe they're see what those last couple cards are. Hopefully they're some amount of follow-up, maybe an Engineer Explosives to leverage all these tokens. But for now, the board looks a lot more appealing for him than it did the turn before, but he still needs some way to get these tokens sacrificed or tapped to cast a large creature.
Yeah, you would wonder about which tokens that Gavin plays out. If he had an Engine Explosives, would he play it out or would he hold it even longer? He's played the minimum number of artifacts necessary to hold up a Metallic Rebuke. Now, Metallic Rebuke fast expiring, as Owen now has access to 6 mana on this turn and a 7th if he plays a land. However, there's no reason for Gavin to rush on the munitions, as there's no immediate way to make use of them. So he could have more zeros in his hand, or it could be payoffs or interaction. We are not sure.
Yeah, you have to think there's a reason why that Tormod's Crypt and Mox Opal were played there. And yeah, I think you're saying it. The Metallic Rebuke seems very likely, but there's a Mishra's Bauble in Exile that Owen can cast as well. So the
Mishra's
amount of
Bauble
artifacts are just fantastic.
If a Mox Opal is not the best hit, Mishra's Bauble certainly is, and you see it being used for mana here, potentially along with some treasures. Owen could be using those to Wrath of the Skies to get rid of the board here, as he knows his Wrath of the Skies will destroy his own one. That looks to be what he's setting up, potentially. But yeah, Gavin, he would want to play out after his weapons manufacturing play some amount of artifacts to guarantee some number of munitions because of the March of Otherworldly Lights that are in Owen's deck. He's already used one, and it is the Wrath of the Skies that he plays, so giving up those treasures, that was Ragavan and that Mox Opal to take care of Gavin's board. So yeah, Gavin needed to play a few so that the weapons manufacturing would do something if he had March, but not too many that he doesn't waste resources against Wrath of the Skies. And maybe he's found the sweet spot with 2, but with only 2 cards left in hand, we'll see if he'll be able to recover.
Yeah, it's looking like we're gonna hopefully Owen make sure to cast that Mishra's Bauble, but it seems like he forgot to cast it, and that could end up being a huge punish. But Gavin seemed to have kind of got into back of a more reasonable spot here with that weapons manufacturing trading off the powerful board of Owen, and now the Ragavan's on the board. He's lacking in a lot of pressure.
Galvanic Blast taking down that Ragavan, not one that I expected. I did not shout that one out in his sideboard, but Gavin's saying, okay, you have Felia, you have Ragavan, I'm trying to play a slower game. I need to answer these creatures.
But at the end of the day, this Affinity deck makes a board of nowhere when it has artifacts in hand. With no artifacts in hand, it's really tough to imagine Gavin kind of grinding out this board with only 2 cards, and this Fable the Mirror Breaker is threatening to close the door, if not literally, but figuratively, very quickly.
Oh yeah, this Fable Resolve, no Force Negation left, and it's going to be tough for Gavin to recover because this card, maybe more than any other, is one that can snowball quite hard.
That's a Mishra's Bauble. That's drawing into a new card. And the look on Gavin's face, whatever that top card is not something that he wants to have to deal with. And we'll see what it is. Owen's probably excited to draw it based on the reaction from Gavin. And table tips up to 2 here.
Well, in the spot where you have to pray your opponent has nothing, but you see a good one from Mishra's Bauble, and the other bad ones, Fable of the Mirror Breaker, going to be cycling them away. But no, it looks like Owen is playing a land. He's keeping all of the cards in his hand. That must be like rough from Gavin. Whenever your opponent Fable Chapter 2 and they keep everything, you know you are not in a good spot.
And that is probably the card he saw. You can see the nod of effective resignation from Gavin Bennett as Owen cast the Riddler.
we see Riddler and a card immediately being picked up. Gavin saying, "Oh, maybe I have a response." We're paused. The card suspended in midair. Players talking to each other. Not sure exactly what it's about, but again, Affinity is a blue deck. It has responses, so you can't just pick up your card right away.
Though
Gavin seems to be.
I guess Gavin's considering Mystical Dispute is the card he was thinking about cycling into.
Yeah, and there is a treasure on board for Owen, so Mystical Dispute wouldn't prevent the Riddler from coming down, but still, you need to give your opponent a chance to respond. So Gavin seems to be thinking about what he wants to do here, or maybe calling a judge to sort this situation out.
Yeah, there maybe was some, there's oftentimes why it's so important when you're playing these paper Magic events to be crystal clear with your communication about whether you're, when you're letting things resolve, the kind of verbiage you use. Maybe Owen thought that Gavin had said something, that indicated that, but see, we're moving on to back to our backup feature match. And Aiden seems to have, from a spot that looked pretty dicey before, where Aiden had effectively zero pressure against Gavin against Isaac having a bunch of mana up, and that Blood Moon was his only saving grace. He is cobbled into a pretty impressive looking board.
Yeah, absolutely. Those God of Souls going down, pairing extremely well with the Voice of Victory. Yeah, quite a turnaround. And here you have to think that's the same Aftermath analyst still on board, was never able to sacrifice and return lands from play. That's because it was only one Boseiju that was milled over, if you recall, on that analyst trigger. So Isaac always having something else that he'd prefer to do with his mana, leave the analyst on board as a very vital 1/3 blocker. But now with these Guide of Souls, it's not going to be blocking for very much longer, as we've already got at the very least 2 triggers from those. I'm wondering about exactly how much energy Aiden has and when those God of Souls were played. But yeah, I'm surprised that maybe some creatures didn't have any 1/1/1 counters placed on them.
And you can see a Force of Vigor in hand from Isaac Fox. You have to assume that this was the draw.
Fire Spout.
And
wow.
That's another powerful one. Getting rid of everything, including his own Aftermath analyst. The only thing that's going to be left over, I guess, is that Voice of Victory. It looks like it has some dice on it.
Oh, I guess I couldn't see the dice on it, but yeah, that would make a lot of sense if there were some placed on it, as with the double Guide of Souls, just a Voice of Victory attack is enough to jump that creature, as you can stack the triggers in a way such that the God of Souls are under it and the 2 tokens are created, and then you get enough energy to put the counters on it there.
And it does appear that Isaac has, it looks like there might be a Force of Vigor in hand as well.
And that's going to be quite a turnaround if he has a green card to pitch to it, plus a great follow-up play. Really turning a game where Aiden had looked like everything he needed into one where he could be falling behind very quickly. And there we finally see the dice moving back now, covering the Art of the Voice of Victory. It looks to be a 4 on it, so that is a 5 power Voice of Victory plus 2 mobilized tokens, getting in for 7 damage.
Yeah, but the Voice of Victory in play might be just the nail in the coffin here for Isaac. It doesn't enable a window for this Force of Vigor to be cast.
Oh, of course. Wow. What an amazing ability. And Voice of Victory coming up again. I completely missed that part of the card. Good catch. Yeah, Voice of Victory preventing spells, your opponent's playing spells in your turn, and that is huge against the Force of Vigor, as Isaac doesn't have the 2 green mana in order to cast it on his own turn.
Yeah, this is one of those games that looked like Aiden had interaction but no pressure. But it almost seems like the interaction was so good that it didn't matter, and Isaac and it drew the answer to the Blood Moon far too late. And you have to imagine this Voice of Victory's attacked a few times. We saw some other creatures in play. It'd be surprising if Isaac gets many more draw steps.
Well, we saw it got blocked once and then get in one hit, and there's another grazer there, so maybe he's just trying to stay alive 1 or 2 more turns, but he definitely doesn't have much time. And as we return to our main feature match, it looks like the Quantum Riddler did resolve, did draw some cards. Gavin likely responded by cracking that Fiery Eyelid, but did not find what he was looking for, and he goes to his turn facing down a Ragavan and a Goblin Shaman and a treasure with that in Warp. And Strict Serenade catching this Pinnacle Emissary is going to leave Gavin in quite a poor position.
Yeah, the 2/2 can trade off with the Ragavan or the Goblin Shaman. That it does seem like that is not nearly enough for Gavin Bennett, who cracks another smiles as he kind of realizes that this is likely going to be going to a game 3. You see the Affinity deck can put so many powerful things in play, but it just has a really hard difficulty catching up once it has, once it's in one of these spots with no cards in hands. You just can't turn things into more things, and you're hard quality off the top. And this might be an exerted Quantum Riddler, as Owen
Wow.
goes for possibly lethal here, or close to it.
It'll be 8 attacking, and we do have a bird to block, but that's another 2 cards being drawn, falling further behind on board, more treasures being created, and this Jeskai Blink really does, things get out of hand once you have Fable going the whole distance.
Yeah, you have to imagine that this game might end before Owen even gets the opportunity to activate that reflection targeting the Quantum Riddler. And yeah, Owen's spot looks excellent here.
Yeah, we do have confirmation that Aiden took game 2. They are headed to a game 3, and this one is headed to a game 3 also. So game 3 in both of our semifinal matches. That means both of them will be playing one single game to determine who gets an invite to World Championship 2026.
And what more could you want as a spectator? What more could you want as a player? And what more could we want as commentators getting lucky enough to watch even more high stake Magic? It's really all what you want. And as we look back into the sideboards, maybe Owen's considering cutting those Ragavans, bringing them back out. Maybe they're much worse on the draw, but they looked incredible this game.
Yeah, we didn't see any Mem Knights played from Gavin, so if he's banking that those Mem Knights are gone, then I could see Ragavan staying in. That mana advantage is huge. If we know that some of Gavin's best interaction is Metallic Rebuke, which is based off of the amount of mana, like even into the Wrath of the Skies, that Ragavan gave Owen enough mana that he could develop immediately afterwards, also holding up that Strict Serenade.
Yeah, and another kind of point in favor of the Ragavan is when you're playing against a deck like Is It Affinity that has very, very few lands and a ton of zeros, there are so many reasonable incidental hits that you can get off it. We saw the Mox Opal doing work. There's a Mishra's Bauble that can be great. Ether Spellbomb could be powerful. You can hit a Memnite to add to your own board. So there's a lot of these kind of hits that aren't insanely game breaking on their own, but maybe add up to something a little bit more powerful. And this is another point in Ragavan's favor, because you can Ragavan connect and hit a Mishra's Bauble. That's drawing a card and making a treasure. That's a huge, huge swing in his favor.
Absolutely. It could be a hedge against Blood Moon also. Affinity probably not boarding in the Blood Moon, although we have seen Blood Moon be effective against Jeskai in the past, sometimes out of that Boros Energy deck. Maybe it's a little different for the Affinity, but I'm not quite sure about that. But yeah, the Mishra's Bubble, like the Ragavan, even against, say, an Emery, like that's going to attack through. If you force Emery to be blocked, you can trade off, and then you can Wrath of the Skies the rest of the board. The Ragavan seems still pretty good to me there.
Yeah, and it'd be be hard pressed to want to change how that game went. It went fantastic. But as we've seen, this Is It Affinity deck is a menace on the play. It's got to be one of the decks that leverages that the best. You can oftentimes put a nearly insurmountable board before your opponent gets a chance to untap. But here it looks like we are going back to our backup feature match, and Isaac has what looks like a very good start with Amulet of Vigor and Spelunking, a couple of crumbling Vestige.
Yeah,
The
shout
mana
out
seems
Crumbling
to be there.
Vestige. what an amazing card. Both allowing Isaac to cast that Amulet of Vigor on turn 1, so acting as an untapped land on turn 1. Then, since it enters tapped, it's acting as a bounce land almost on turn 2, allowing him to have 3 mana on turn 2 and 1 mana on turn 1. So really working hard this Crumbling Vestige. I know the rest of the cards get the attention, but that land is putting in a lot of work here.
So that's an interesting one. Isaac tanked a little bit and then chose not to put a land in play off the Spelunking. You have to think that if there were no lands, it would have been a bit of a faster pass. The kind of land that sticks out to me as something he could be considering is maybe the only land in hand is a Lotus Field. What other lands would you not look to put in play there?
Yeah, well, a Lotus Field would be almost a disaster to put into play if you can't use that 3 mana right away, because the power of Lotus Field in this deck is really the explosiveness. He wants to have those Crumbling Vestiges untapped to go with it to bring him to 5 mana. I mean, 5 mana not the best number for Amulet also, but not only that is if you put a Lotus Field into play too early and then Aiden does have a Blood Moon, he won't be able to play it this turn, but maybe on turn 3. Now, Blood Moon is the most effective against any land is Lotus Field. It's the land it's the most effective against out of all of the lands in the Amulet deck.
Yeah, and we're looking at another double basic planes fetch from Aiden Mirbelli. You've got to think that's indicating that there's very likely that the 3 mana red enchantment is coming down next turn. And if you're Isaac, you're hoping that you can do some development before it gets a chance to take over the game. But with likely only 1 land or less in hand, it's hard to make some great things happen. If you have that Lotus Field only gets you up to 5 mana, it seems difficult to find where that 6th mana is going to come from without something like a second amulet.
Yeah, and that Voice of Victory being the turn 2 play, this could be the exact same pattern Aiden setting up that he had in game 2 that strangled all of Isaac's outs.
Yeah, and Aiden might be squeezing out these two post-board games off that combo. There could be a chance there is no Blood Moon in hand, and that these are kind of preemptive fetches hoping to draw one. But there's a real cost of getting 2 basic planes, and you've got to think there's a very high chance that the 3 mana red enchantment is going to follow up.
Absolutely. So I think it is almost certainly to be a Blood Moon. The reason being that if Aiden had no other lands in his hand, he would probably fetch a Sacred Foundry here to be able to, cast any red cards that he might have or draw, such as Ragavan. And if he has other lands in hand, they're either additional fetch lands or it's going to be an Arena of Glory, right? And if it's an Arena of Glory, you're not fetching Plains. If it's an additional fetch land, you can go Plains Foundry and then use that 3rd fetch land to fetch your Plains on turn 3. So I think this means this fetch for a Plains basically, to me, it tells it for sure that there's a Blood Moon in hand.
Yeah, and with another pass from Isaac, you've got to think if Blood Moon comes down here, the window closes rapidly. Guide of Souls plus Voice of Victory, that's already going to get a jump going this turn, even without any other creatures played. And that's 6 damage. That's
I would be
few turn clock.
To jump in that, I would be afraid of playing Blood Moon here if I was Aiden, just because of that Lotus Field. You mentioned Lotus Field. Imagine if Isaac has Lotus Field in hand. Aiden plays Blood Moon. Isaac plays Lotus Field. Now it does not trigger. Okay, because of the Blood Moon's in play, it's just a mountain. You don't have to sacrifice. And then if Isaac has something like a Fire Spout in hand, that could clear Aiden's entire board. Now it won't because of the Guide of Soul trigger this turn. He will have enough energy to put +1/+1 counters on at least one of his creature. But that could be some way for Isaac to get back into the game. You know that the amount of mana that Isaac can make next turn without a second amulet is not going to be too scary for you, right? Like he didn't do anything there. And so if you put a Blood Moon into play right now, you actually could be helping Isaac in the long run.
I'd be relatively shocked if there's a Blood Moon and it didn't get played, just because Isaac has no basic forest. Isaac has basically no land except for potentially a Lotus Field.
Yeah.
And if you can get that Blood Moon, but with knowing that your opponent can't play the Force of Vigor on your turn and also doesn't have any green mana, That's a
Yeah,
tough place to be in.
exactly. When describing it, I guess I didn't follow the line all the way through to the end. Is what you're playing around is fire spout plus force of vigor plus the lotus field. Then you're actually covered against that. So it doesn't quite work, but there are dismembers in the deck, which could take out that voice of victory at any time. But again, that dismember would have been cast if he had it. So yeah, I guess the Blood Moon there, but it's just something you have to be wary of because I've seen Lotus Field punish Blood Moon before in many spots, but there, based on the particulars of the game, it actually does seem safe to deploy. And moving back to our main feature match, we have a Urza's Saga start, double Memnites from Gavin. So maybe Gavin boarded those Memnites back in after getting brutalized by the Ragavan in game 2, or more likely had them in the whole time, but just did not draw it.
Yeah, and we can see Gavin again, not the fastest start. It seems like a couple of lands, a couple of artifacts put into play, and then an Urza Saga. And that Urza Saga was protected by the Metallic Rebuke, but that doesn't do anything against the second copy of March of the Otherworldly Light. And now Gavin is kind of in the squeeze. He needs something powerful to follow it up with. Only 2 cards in hand. You've got to be happy if you're Owen here.
Yeah, I was counting to see if that meant a mulligan from Gavin, but no, just going first and then casting all these zeros and then the rebuke and getting your Saga exiled. This is a normal hand from him, but Owen has been able to answer the main threat. So it's really on Gavin to play a strong follow-up here.
Yeah, and it looks like Owen might be casting that Ragavan, but possibly just as something to trade off with, or no, that's the prismatic ending. Owen knows how scary it is when the too many artifacts can come to play, wants to keep Gavin off that Thoughtcast, off that Kappa Cannoneer, and Gavin with another Fiery Islet and attack for 1.
It'll
It's
be
not
interesting
looking
to
good.
see what Gavin does with his Fiery Islet. It'll be telling about his hand whether he cracks one of them or not. And he does not. So yeah, likely a big payoff in hand. That's why that prismatic ending on a lowly Memnite, a heads-up play from Owen.
Yeah, and then now kind of asking another question and following that line, if Owen's got a consign here, it does feel kind of reasonable to cast it, but chooses not to, lets that Mishra's Bauble resolve, might not have an answer, and now the Thoughtcast hits the stack. That's the card that Gavin was setting up for, and the 2 cards are coming. Gavin is starting to rebuild.
Yeah, Gavin, of course, waiting after that Mishra's Bubble in play, aware of the interaction that Owen might have and giving him a chance to respond. And that Thoughtcast resolves, turn passes, Memnite not attacking into potential failure, and it looks like a Plains being... Is that a basic Plains? Or an island?
Looks like it. Looks like a
Plains.
basic
It was an
Plains
Arid
fetch.
Mesa, so it must be a Plains of the fetch. Triple white in play. Now this is we're Plains going back
Potentially not.
to the hand. We'll see what it fetched, but triple white might indicate the need to Wrath of the Skies plus cast another white spell in the same turn. It does end up being a Thundering Falls being fetched on the end step.
It does feel that the chances that a Wrath of the Skies is there. Owen had no proactive play on turn 3, didn't interact with either of Gavin's spells, and now is just fetching a Surveil land. The hand's got to have something.
Yeah, absolutely. And the Plains could have also been, there are Blood Moons in Gavin's sideboard. We're not sure if he is bringing them in, but it's something that Owen has to be aware of. Ophelia going to the graveyard off of this Surveil. No Felia playing end of turn, but Felia going to the graveyard. So that does say a little bit about Owen's hand.
Yeah, it does. It does. It says that there's a copy of Felia. And Gavin, you saw a little bit of the reaction from Gavin when he saw that top card, just like it did in the last game. And that is a very powerful one. Quantum Riddler to pair perfectly with the Felia. And this game is going from bad to worse for Gavin Bennett, as Owen now has not only had the interaction, but has the pressure. And
oh yeah,
these 2 cards close the game quickly.
Yeah. So there was a Felia end of turn. I don't know why I thought there wasn't. He was just surveilling first before deploying it, and this makes a lot of sense. Now Owen is a dominating board position. no land played this turn. That means that he could have quite a big amount of interaction that he's representing here. Mystical Dispute in the hand, I believe, and this is a very difficult position for Gavin.
You're looking at Gavin's hand, you can see there's a Blood Moon, but no, it doesn't seem like there's any way to get that third bit of mana. And the Nod of Resignation,
Wow.
and wow.
Wow, Force Negation, Weapons Manufacturing, another Force Negation in hand, and no Wrath of the Skies needed. Just play creatures onto the board, and that was all it took for Owen to secure his spot in Worlds and make the
Yeah.
finals of this regional championship. And he will be playing Aiden Mirabelli in the finals, who with his Boros Energy deck defeated Amulet Titan to claim his Worlds invite as well. Wow, what a tournament for both Owen and Aiden.
Yeah, that game, it kind of shows you how you beat this is an Affinity deck. If you can interact with the one key piece, Gavin kind of bet it all on an Urza Saga, 2 March of Otherworldly Lights, one got Metallic Rebuke, the other one resolved, and there we go. Condolences to Gavin Bennett. 4th place is an excellent finish at the regional championships, but he will not yet be attending the World Championship. That reward goes to Owen Turcotte. Congratulations to him, and that's a huge win. And I'm excited to watch some more Boros versus Jeskai in the finals.
Yeah, and this is still such a good result for Gavin. He's been at these regional championships for a long time. I know he's lost win and ins before, so he'll still be extremely happy with this result. Losing playing for a Worlds invite is very tough. I've been in that spot also at a regional championship, losing playing for Worlds, but it'll come for him eventually, and he's in a good spot to try and play for it starting next year. Playing the first Pro Tour of 2026 means that if he can chain a few good results, then he can earn his spot into Worlds anyway.
Yeah, it's really, it's a tough place to be. You can look and see how close you are. But if you came into this weekend knowing that you'd get that PT invite and get the top 4, you'd be thrilled with that result. And I'm sure, it might sting for a little bit with Gavin, but he seems like a good sport about it. And I'm sure we'll see him back near the top tables. I feel like I see his name near the top tables at every one of these RCs, and I would be surprised if that changes in the future.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. I have had the experience of playing against him at an RC, very gracious opponent. So yeah, best of luck to Gavin at the Pro Tour coming up, as well as to Isaac Fox, who fell in the top 4, but will still be playing Pro Tour Lore and Equipped. What an exciting event that's going to be.
Yeah, it's going to be an unbelievably exciting event. And just another quick congratulations to Aiden Mirabelli when we're talking about names that is always near the top of the standings at the RCs. This is 3 consecutive RCs that he's gotten the Pro Tour invite at, but this is the first time that he's been able to get that qualification to the World Championships. We'll be seeing him at many more events to come in the future. It just doesn't, it seems like he is on a complete roll and is just not losing at these events.
No, I mean, why would he? Yeah, no, absolutely. An incredible run for Aiden at the playing Boros Energy. He made the semifinals in Ottawa. It was losing in such an incredibly long semifinal match, playing against the white black Blink deck. But this
That was
time he's
Simone
managed to break
Pichet.
free and get a Worlds. I was against Max Doré.
Oh, nice, right.
Pichet won in the
Oh,
finals actually. Yeah.
okay, there you go.
Yeah, exactly. That's some lore. But we will be taking a quick break, and then we'll get the finals for you very shortly. And yeah, stay tuned for that.
I am flesh and I am bone, rise up, ting ting like glitter and gold. I got fire in my soul, rise up, ting ting like glitter, yeah, like glitter and gold, yeah, like glitter. Do you want
It all comes down to this. We are approaching the finals. It looks like we are starting the finals, so we're going to jump right into it between Aiden Mirabelli and Owen Turcotte on Boros Energy versus the Jeskai Blink strategy, the kind of two premier decks of the format.
Yeah, this is going to be a slugfest, really. That was the longest match of the quarterfinals, was Owen's match against Keith. So shape up for this one to go potentially a long time. Maybe a sleeve getting replaced or something going on here, but shortly they're going to get into it. But this is the epic conclusion to Regional Championship Calgary, fighting for the title of Canadian champion for the rest of the year.
Yeah, you can see those two trophies, the larger and smaller one next to them. You want to be walking home with that larger blue mana symbol as opposed to the smaller one. And these players are playing for, they've got the Worlds invite. There's a bit of that pressure locked up. You've got your PT invite locked up. But at the end of the day, you don't show up to these events just to qualify for future ones. You show up for the glory of the event you're at right now. And these are two excellent players who have played a lot of Magic and have not taken many long breaks today. It's been a grueling day, and we'll have to see who has the kind of mental and physical fortitude to stay locked in for this last match.
Yeah, exactly. And you see from this angle, most of the center, the Big Four Roadhouse, probably getting dismantled here. Uh, the crowds of people that were here playing all types of events this weekend thinning out. This is late on Sunday, and really all we got left is this match.
Yeah, as we're getting into it, it looks like they've both taken a mulligan. Aiden inspecting his 6-card hand or 7-card hand, seeing what he wants to put back, or if he wants to go down to 5. He will be on the play. Owen was the 8th seed, and this is a matchup we talk about play draw all the time. This is one, to me, you can correct me if you disagree, Liam, but it's obviously important, it always is, but it's less important than some of these incredibly uninteractive matchups involving decks like, Amulet Titan or Affinity.
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of, I go first? Sure. Who cares, really? It can be nice in some recommend games, but, uh, you know, eh, both of these decks have the interaction to neutralize any of that super strong start, and the Plage is really the equalizer when it comes down to it. Yeah, Mull to 6 for both players, also on Pride to start. And Owen draws his card for turn. Yeah, that angle we were on before, showing off the full Cosmos jersey for Aiden. Got to give a shout out there. Owen immediately cracking the fetch land, trying to potentially answer the Ocelot Pride right away before it can start snowballing at all.
Yeah, this is one of those spots where this Boros Energy deck, it asks a lot of very good questions. Owen's deck has 3 prismatic endings, which are the kind of efficient answers to an Ocelot Pride on turn 1, but the card's so powerful that sometimes you might be forced to March of Otherworldly Light, pitch something to deal with it on turn 1. Owen's own
Wow.
Ragavan just looks embarrassing against it, but you have to hope that, with this plane effect, you got to assume that it's either of the white removal spells, and if you're Owen, you've got to hope you have prismatic ending here.
Yeah, March would be devastating, but it is a prismatic ending as it comes down, thankfully for Owen. But planes against planes here, Aiden only with 1 Blood Moon in his list, so I'm not sure if Owen is giving a nod to that by fetching a planes right away, or just realizing, hey, I'm on the draw against Boros Energy. I don't want to take any more damage that I don't need to.
Yeah, a very, reasonable decision. Things, we see this Jeskai Blink deck, it can take a lot of damage, it can fetch, it can shock. These 3-color mana bases in Modern sometimes feels like they're free when you have this kind of fetch, shock, surveil land mana base, but it's a real cost, and it's part of the reason why a lot of people choose to bring a deck like Boros Energy as opposed to a deck like Jeskai Blink. So you can see Owen very heads up understands the importance of keeping up your life and keeping that, posturing a little bit better to buy you some more time as Aiden gets that Elegant Parlor out of his deck.
Yeah, interesting. We see the God of Souls played on turn 2. And maybe if Aiden had both, you would expect normally the God of Souls gets played first, with the Pride following after. But either he drew the God of Souls there, or had a difference of opinion on which ways to sequence those creatures.
Seems to have a pretty tough decision on this Surveil, deciding where this one's going to go. You get a lot of these spots where, you're looking at the 3rd land, but you don't have a 3-drop. You're looking at a marginal spell.
Wow.
That's Goblin Bombardment. Very powerful card, but without a Jonny, it does lose a lot of its luster, and you have to expect that putting the Goblin Bombardment to the graveyard after a bit of tanking, unlikely there's something like a second Goblin Bombardment in hand, then it'll be kind of sent straight to the graveyard. But maybe if you're Owen, you got to
Maybe
use
he's
this
hard selling it.
information. Yeah, you
Would
never
have passed
know.
him.
A bit of Hollywooding, nothing wrong with that. Aiden goes to the attack, which is kind of indicating high chances of a removal spell being in hand, because if you just get flash ambushed by a Felia and have no answer, that could be pretty disastrous to lose your Guide of Souls. But we'll have to see. Again, it could be some more Hollywooding from Aiden.
Yeah, well, it seems like the likely cards, given maybe he needed the land that land there, but Seasoned Pyramids are less likely to be the follow-up, given that he binned a bombardment, sorry, because those two play exceptionally well together. Flage, no good targets yet. We'll wait for that one a little bit. The removal spell, either the Thraven Charm or the Discharge. Hopefully the Discharge would be better here, but it could be either. So Aiden having more of a reactive hand after that double one drop that he started off with, one of them being answered and the Guide of Souls alone being kind of weak means that he just kind of has to pass and is not building to too much, but that could change real quick if it is, a Flage that's in the hand.
Yeah, you've talked about it before, and kind of ever since the removal of Amp Raptor, Guide of Souls does seem to be the weakest of the one drops, and you kind of compare it. Imagine if there's a Ragavan or an Onslaught Pride in play; those are a one card build a board. This Guide of Souls is fantastic in conjunction with some other cards, but it is the worst one on its own. And a 1-mana 1/2 is not where you want to be in this high powered format. So you got to hope that Aiden's going to have something to follow it up, but there aren't a ton of instant speed proactive plays available to him. There aren't any, so you got to imagine that his hand is land and removal.
Yeah, and a Flage would be an excellent one from Owen if he had access to that. We see a Flooded Strand going to the graveyard from the Meticulous Archive, so likely more lands to follow up for Owen. We see a Mountain being played, and is this a Quantum Riddler that he's going to go for? It is.
Quantum Riddler looking to be showing an Ephemerate, which is a card that, but was not in hand. Maybe a little bit of sigh of relief from Aiden, because Quantum Riddler Ephemerate is incredibly powerful against this Boros Energy deck.
Yeah, but it's kind of a smart play from Owen, knowing maybe it was his only option, but it could have been that he's like, okay, I think you have cards like Flage in hand or cards like Galvanic Discharge in hand. I'm not gonna play out something good to kill, and I'll just take my card while I have the time to do this now, and then play more reactive stuff later. But this Ocelot Pride coming down is what we need to just get the ball rolling for Aiden. We'll see if it's still around on the end step.
It seems that it is, and this is, or maybe not, considerations from Owen, but it looks like it's going to the end step as cat tokens coming, and that's a pretty important one because we talked about the Guide of Souls. It doesn't apply any pressure on its own, but now with the
Now we're
Oslo
up to 2
Pride,
energy.
this is a board that can take over the game incredibly quickly, and you have to guess that Aiden, without playing that land drop, has got to have some form of interaction. Galvanic Discharge, Thraven Charge, something in hand.
Yeah, I feel like it's probably a Flage also somewhere in there.
Yeah, very possible. Flage with the Arena of Glory, incredibly powerful card, often is kind of the trump card of these matchups, and this looks like a Flage consigned to me with an Arena of Glory, and that is going to be a huge swing if Aiden doesn't have exactly a Thraven Charm right here.
Yeah, and it does need to be Thraben Charm because Aiden is only
Discharge
on 2
only goes to
energy, so
5.
a Galvanic Discharge will only go to 5, exactly.
And the secret's out. Aiden kind of knows there has to be consigned. You're not exerting this Arena of Glory to cast a Flage for it to just go to the graveyard, but Aiden looks like that card is going to the graveyard, and this is going to be a huge swing for Owen as he clears off both the powerful threats, and Aiden's just saying, watch his board get massacred by the Flage, and this game is looking excellent for Owen, who already has a Riddler in Warps. We know there's going to be some follow-up coming, and Aiden's board is gone.
Yeah, and there is no recovery from the spot. Now, note on the turn before, when Owen had that Quantum Riddler, he didn't have the double blue to go for Riddler consign, but maybe he wouldn't want to anyway because he knows that this play is what's going to win him the game. A 4/6 Quantum Riddler, super powerful, but this is it's not even close in power level. It's killed 2 creatures.
Yeah, now Aiden, you probably have to jump in front with this cat token, knowing that's going to save you life. You talk about the Flage, maybe that's Aiden's out back into the game. Something like cast a Flage on this turn, and then next turn you can kind of get your Flage Arena to get your opponents. But by then, they already have the mana to get you back with their Arena will be unexerted, and his spot's looking very dark for Aiden very quickly.
Yeah, exactly. And it's discharge, double discharge. It looks like.
No, it's a
No,
single
just single
discharge. The
discharge.
block
Sorry,
with the cat
sorry.
is dealt the first damage, so this is going to kill it. Do the last 5.
Oh, there we go. Exactly. That's using up all that energy. The cat getting in the way. There was no way for Owen to play around that though, as he did need to attack with the Flage in order to be able to kill both of Aiden's Premier 1-drops.
And you see, it's you're Aiden. You've dealt with the first Flage, but there's a reason that card's so powerful. Is it keeps on coming back, and Aiden basically has this one turn to do something quite powerful.
It's his own Flage.
Because next turn Owen only has those 3 lands, but the turn after you can kind of expect that Owen's just going to exert that Flage. Maybe Aiden needs to draw a Thraben Charm to get rid of the graveyard, but
Well, he will be able to haste his own Flage first. He will be first to get on the board with that. However, he's so far behind on cards that if Owen is able to interact with his Flage at all, then yeah, leaving up 3 mana for any possible sort of interaction, it could be March, that would be devastating.
yeah, we see Owen not playing the land, not playing any proactive card. You know there's got to be some interaction, and being first to the Flage Wars isn't always the
Bad.
perfect place to be. You end up with your Flage being the one in the graveyard and your opponent's being in play. So even if Aiden has the option to bring back this Flage, he might have to just eschew it and just try to play something else because you just being the first of the Flage is so dangerous unless you're exactly killing your opponent.
Yeah, and given that Owen has already gained 6 life off of that Flage, that's not going to be the case for him.
Yeah,
So
you got to look for something like a Thraben Charm. Feels like that's how a win starts for Aiden Mirabelli here, but exerting Flage just feels like a path to defeat. Tapping 3 lands, maybe a Seasoned Pyromancer, maybe something like a Blood Moon, possibly, that would turn off the ability to cast the Flage from Owen.
and it
And
is a
that's a pretty
Seasoned
powerful
Pyromancer.
card.
Land Thraben Charm. That's, pretty specific, but it's something.
It's something. You got to think Owen might be looking at Strict Serenade here. Yeah,
And it is
there
a
you
Strict
go.
Serenade.
Passing with interaction, the main kind of face-up culprits or semi-face-up culprits would be the Strict Serenade and the March of Otherworldly Light. So you got to assume that one or both those cards in hand. I think I can see a flash of the March as well. And this spot is looking very good for Owen, who if draws a land can say, I don't want to be the first to flaging. I'm happy to just play Quantum Riddler and force you to make some action.
Yeah, exactly. Although it does look like he is exerting this, and he's going to go for that Flage line, opening himself up to a Flage of his own from Aiden, but maybe he has that Solitude in hand or a Consign that would stop that in its tracks.
Yeah, and this is a big life swing, but maybe if you're Aiden, you see some you know that Owen's hand might be a little bit clunky. Exerting that land's not free. You really get burned by having that tap land next turn, but Owen with another land does really open the amount of possibilities. You know the rest of those cards are spells, but Aiden will at least to get that one turn of Flage kill your opponent's Flage, but
Well,
he might need to draw another Flage very shortly.
yeah, it kind of has to be a Solitude of his. Like Owen is quite likely to have a Solitude given that he made this play, right? And that would
It's
do, but
possible Owen
there's
can
no
also
way to
just be
play
content
around.
with the March. Yeah, there's nothing you can do here from Aiden.
You're
You
just
might just be
forced.
expecting that Owen's showing like what's likely March of Otherworldly Light or Solitude, but can't really beat either. At least Owen is kind of down on cards in the graveyard. Notably, that 5th land was a Hollowed Fountain, not a uh, fetch land, which kind of reduces the amount of cards. So Owen's not guaranteed, and there it is, the Solitude,
Yeah,
and that
the shrug as the Solitude comes down, and that will probably do it for this game in short order.
yeah, it's looking very tough for Aiden here. Is any spell is great for Owen. Any land allows the Riddler to be cast, and you got to think what could a draw look like for Owen that gives Aiden a chance in this game, and it's not very clear to me what that looks like. This Flage closes the game out very quickly.
It looks like Fable to draw that coming down, setting up Quantum Riddler, but choosing to just go for the Riddler this turn, shocking that Sacred Foundry. Makes a lot of sense. Draw 2 more cards. 10 power on board. Your Arena of the Glory tapped, and Boros Energy doesn't have the tools to recover from this. It doesn't play Solitude. So, yeah, this game is is done.
Yeah, when you look at the Boros deck, it's got the more more cheap cards, more good proactive plays. It gets on the board better in the early game, but and it has the Flage to kind of keep parity, but it doesn't have these great exile tools, especially available to him game one. Post board, he might be looking at a grindier game, but Aiden's discarding two
He's fighting. He's
useless
fighting with this
card.
seasoned Pyromancer. I admire it. I would maybe be scooting it up, but we're in the finals of a regional championship. If you have a chance to win, you play out the game, and that's exactly what he's doing.
Yeah, I love to see it from Aiden, and maybe
It's-
I'd say Aiden's best out from my point of view would normally be okay, surveil Flage into the yard, and you can Arena of Glory Black the Flage, and that's something that you can do. But with the two Elegant Parlors already in play, that out is no longer an option. So it really diminishes the number of things, and it looks like Aiden will be falling down very low. And you got to
Yeah.
assume Owen drawing a bunch of cards with this Riddler. His hand is unlikely to be empty.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, if we jump block with the seasoned Pyromancer, and then we draw land, and then we go Static Prison plus Haste Flage, and then Owen has nothing, that would be that would you know that'd be something. That's
Yeah,
the
but
perfect
no
draws, but
Flage
that's
is
something.
no Flage is a little tough there, but I have to draw the Flage first.
I believe we have a
yeah.
Flage in the graveyard discarded to the seasoned Pyromancer, actually.
Oh, that's a Flage. Oh, I thought that was a land. Okay, that's
Uh,
something. Owen menacingly passes with 5 mana up. You have to imagine that there's
Yeah, I see him
something
flicking
there,
a white
but
card in his hand.
there's not many white cards that Aiden can beat in the spot. Felia may be the only one that is an option, but every other white card in Owen Turcotte's deck, I think, would have
Well,
either been cast or beats
even
Aiden
even
here.
Ophelia would kill his Flage on the next attack.
Yeah, it's looking tough. I assume Aiden will just be, checking things around. It's tough to imagine a play that gives a higher percentage chance of winning the game. Then bring back this Flage. Maybe you go after the Quantum Riddler this time.
The Quantum Riddler does attack in the air, where you do have these two 1/1s that can block on the ground from Flage, but it's hard to, yeah, he goes for the Quantum Riddler, but
And
there's a
there we go.
Solitude, and yeah, this one will not be possible to recover from, even if we have, say, a Static Prison as a follow-up or anything.
Yeah, and this game kind of shows how the Flage is so incredibly important in these red-white X mirror matches, but the Jeskai Blink deck has the ability to answer a Flage, at least in game one, very effectively with a bunch of removal spells that exile, and that's just like the Boros Energy deck, apart from a Static Prison, a couple Thracian Charms, does not have. We saw in that one key pivotal spot where Owen had the Flage consign, and Owen was with a Galvanic Discharge in hand, not a Thraben Charm, and that kind of made the whole difference. So now if you're Aiden, backs against the wall, it's been a long day. We know he's been in this position before. He lost game one of the semifinals match. What's he looking at in the sideboard to help kind of bring this one back?
Well, a new card from Avatar: The Last Airbender, we have the Legend of Roku. That's kind of the new Showdown of the Skulls. That's going to come in. Maybe we can see some new Avatar action in that game. But yeah, just before we beyond that, it's not too much. Maybe you could look for Celestial Purge to answer only opposing Flages, but that's so much more narrow than it is in some other matchups. So it's really not too much. And also, you don't have too many cards that are bad. That's kind of the deal with the Boros Energy deck, is that it's like main deck is playing all the good, fair cards, and so you don't improve your deck that much. Well, first of all, you don't have slots in your sideboard for more just fair matchup cards, but then also your deck is kind of best positioned already for that. So probably not going to be seeing too many changes from Aiden.
Yeah, the ones that stick out to me as interesting question marks. We saw how important the surgicals were in a bunch of these kind of Boros versus Jeskai Blake matchups. So that's one that's incredible against Flage, but it's a blank otherwise. You also have the Blood Moon. Maybe that's a play that you like always. Maybe that's a plan that you really like game on the play, but don't like as much on the draw. Again, you're where you find these slots. You have to cut, you're bringing in,
Voice of Victory, yeah.
yeah, you're cutting good cards for maybe slightly more good cards. Sometimes the Celestial Purge hits a Fable, but it only hits,
That's
one
boring.
piece of the Fable. Seems kind of fake to me. And yeah, you got to assume it's going to be, apart from that Legend of Roku, which is the obvious slam dunk, but in a format with so many different unfair combo decks, these fair decks don't really have the sideboard slots to devote to the other fair matchups, right? If you look at the sideboard,
Yeah.
Wrath the Skies for Affinity, Orm's Chant for combo, Surgical for combo, you don't really have the choices, and you see a kind of similar story here from Owen. Maybe the Wrath the Skies are a plan that you like post board against Boros Energy if you're going to really posture as that control deck. Another March of Otherworldly Light, and potentially some Surgicals, but again, there's not a ton of stuff that you're looking at here.
Yeah, exactly. And it's going to be Static Prison coming out for Aiden because of those those Wrath of the Skies that we expect Owen to be boarding in. Jeskai does take that kind of role. Aiden is Wrath of the Skies on his own, but of course they're not there coming in. And Voice of Victory. I just want to expand on that for a moment. We saw Voice of Victory putting in incredible work in his semifinal match against Amulet, but it's the rare creature that's actually, worse against the fair decks and much stronger against the unfair decks. Here, it's just Flage Food.
Yeah, it lines up incredibly poorly against the Flage. You talk about having kind of in these games go grindy. You're not about trying to sequence this kind of lock prison situation, so that makes sense with the cards to come out. And it looks like they're shuffling up. Sideboard decisions have been made, and Owen Turcotte is one game away from being the regional championship of round 10 Calgary, which is something that a lot of you are watching are Canadian. Some of you may not be. If you are Canadian, you should head out tour your regional championship qualifiers, try to get those invites to play at these future events. And if you're not, come February, in me and Liam's home city of Toronto, Ontario, Canada, there is a spotlight series that is going to be Lorwyn sealed and is going to be incredibly fun. So I highly advise you to come check that one out. It's going to be an incredibly exciting event, likely getting to watch or play against these two finalists. I'd assume they'd be there trying to retain some home turf dominance.
Oh, that is the event I'm most excited for coming up. Hometown Spotlight finally happening in Canada. FacetoFace can be running it. Yeah, and the Lorwyn Eclipse, we've seen only a few cards from the set so far, but it looks like one that I'm just really excited to play, especially in its limited format.
Yeah, sealed hometown event. You can't ask for much more than that. I believe the commute for me is about 20 minutes door to door for the event, which is a lot nicer than having to trek out all over. And yeah, it's going to be an incredibly exciting event. But right now, we're not focused on sealed. We're not focused on the Spotlight Series. We're focused on the finals of the regional championship. It looks like Aiden Mirabelli and Owen have both kept their opening hands. And there's, just like the last game, Aiden on the play, turn one, Ocelot Pride.
Yeah, Fable of the Mirror Breaker in the hand for Owen. A little slow on the draw. No Prismatic Ending. Does this mean that this is going to connect? We'll see very shortly. Owen pausing and then taking the damage. Taking the damage. We'll get to see some cat tokens coming out. And that's exciting news if you're a fan of Aiden.
Yeah, you just got to think, you talk about these threats from Boros Energy are so incredibly snowbally that it doesn't take too many attacks for them to make a huge threat. If you don't have the single target answer for them already, they get to the point where they're kind of asking you to have a wrath very quickly. And Owen, just starting from turn one, we see why this deck's so powerful. He's in the squeeze a little bit.
Yeah, although Wrath of the Skies looms over the game, even starting from turn one. Aiden, passing the turn, no follow-up threat. If he had one, it likely does get cast here as he wants to create more significant pressure, but he could just be slow playing this out. Go, okay, I'll play one threat at a time. Ocelot Pride snowballs so much on its own that you actually need to dedicate an answer to it, and I don't need to do anything else.
Very interesting play I'd like to point out from Owen. Choosing to not crack that flooded strand. You got to think 90% of the time people are thinking, okay, the obvious decision is to crack my flood strand and get a surveil land. But Owen's saying that he knows that Blood Moon is a possibility coming out of this Boros Energy deck, and maybe wants to wait on this, defer that decision. Maybe he wants to get a basic land, maybe he wants to get a shock land, maybe he wants to get surveil land. So he's costing himself a little bit in the present by not doing that fetch. Might pay some extra life, but it's really insulating himself more against the potential of that Blood Moon coming down.
Yeah, and we see against the marsh flats in play, that's meaning that Aiden could potentially fetch planes with it and then play another planes and then be totally covered against Blood Moon. So, but now that it's an elegant parlor that hits the board, Owen might be more likely to start looking for other sources. Maybe he goes for shocks, maybe he goes for surveillance. Depends on if he has a Thalia this turn. I have to imagine if you do have a Thalia and you're intending to play it on this turn, you're probably more likely to just fetch a surveil on end step. But if you have a more reactive hand, you can wait. You can afford to just play wait and see with what you get off of the Strand and the Tarn.
It looks like Aiden is fetching that basic planes. You get that niceness where if you cast the Blood Moon here and Owen has the Thalia, you do force him to cast it before, and you can kind of inform whether you want to attack with your Onslaught Pride or not. So it's a nice decision if this is what Aiden's going for. It does feel like it's very likely that a Blood Moon hits the stack here.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Owen will just have to use his fetch lands. It's a Seasoned Pyromancer. Now that the Seasoned Pyromancer's down, he's agreeing not to attack with the Ocelot Pride this turn, or he would have done it first. Yeah, Seasoned Pyromancer on the stack. Actually, this makes sense, even if he does want to attack, because if Owen chooses to Strict Serenade this Seasoned Pyromancer, then Ocelot Pride and the token can attack safely.
Yeah, and it looks like Aiden's got a lot of lands in hand. That's 2 lands hitting the bin off that Seasoned Pyromancer, perhaps a bit of flooding going on. And this is not the most, menacing board presence compared to what things could be, no play on turn 2, Pyromancer making no tokens on turn 3, but he's still applying threats, but he's the threat of that Thalia is keeping the Ocelot Pride back for winning a turn.
Yeah, is it bad that I wanted to attack? I think it's probably bad to attack. I think it's Aiden making the safe play, probably making the smart play. And I don't have that good of a read that he doesn't have Felia. Very well could still have a Felia with this sequence. So
yeah, maybe you have the read that if they had the Thalia, they never. It makes no sense to, but it looks like with the basic planes coming out of the deck.
Yeah, the basic planes coming.
There's a reason. I've waited a long time to get to use the line. There's a reason why they're playing and we're in the booth. But
there we go. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh.
Okay. And then Liam wins again. Must be nice.
I'm +1 token, +1 life total, +2 damage. Thank you very much.
Liam has now earned the ability to dagger Aiden after this match, which is obviously the real thing everyone's playing for.
Oh yeah.
Maybe Owen's just sandbagging the Thalia.
He gives me plenty of opportunities anyway. I don't need this.
Well, it's nothing wrong with one more opportunity. And yeah, it's would have been a bit of an aggressive attack, but if you attack before playing these cards, you're kind of representing that you have a removal spell. It makes it pretty tough for Owen to commit to that Thalia, and could have been attack for 2. These games are sometimes won on massive margins, but some of them are on small margins, and it appears that.
All right, now we go back to Aiden being right, because Aiden, you would have lost the cat token.
That Aiden was actually correct all along. Well, actually, the cat token is gone anyways, but he would have been taking a hit for 3.
Oh yeah, a hit
drain for 3.
I don't know. Maybe Owen prioritizes a lightning helix to the face over a cat token.
Does not seem to that priority. And yeah, that's a huge way to get back on board. And we're looking at Owen's hand.
Double fables. Oh, that is nasty.
This spot looks excellent. Owen's looks like he's up on cards, up on board. Aiden is really on the back foot, and it is hard to recover in the back foot because Fable is such a great way to apply pressure. This Solitude Ephemerate just swung the entire board state around.
Yeah. It's okay. He's got a Flage, surely.
That's starting to look like one of the only ways, Owen's got a basic and a Goblin Shaman in play. So the Blood Moon that might be coming doesn't really seem to do much.
A pair with a discharge on the shaman, and then it looks okay. But again, you're going to need to do something really powerful, as you'll soon be facing down reflection plus solitude. One of the big reasons why Fable of the Mirror Breaker is played in the Jeskai Blink deck and not in the Boros Energy deck is this Jeskai Blink deck just has way better cards to copy with that reflection. Boros Energy, I guess Seasoned Pyromancer is okay, but not much other than that. But here it is Blood Moon that comes down. But Reflection Solitude puts kind of a time limit on this game. And if the
Yeah,
Goblin
you've
Shaman
got to hope.
attacks, then the Blood Moon's useless.
Yeah, it's not looking good for Aiden. You've got to hope that a Flage is somewhere in the near horizon. Is that's kind of the way you get back into these games. But Owen just has so many cards. Looks like a second Fable's probably gonna hit the stack, which basically is ignoring the Blood Moon. Makes it seem like Aiden spent 3 mana his whole turn to do nothing.
Yeah, Treasure getting in there, taking 5 damage. 3 cards in hand, but what could they be? Like,
They
I
can't
don't
be
know.
discharged. They can't be good threats.
They can be useless Thraben Charms.
There's a good chance they're lands, and
You know what?
those are not looking impressive.
Maybe Aiden boarded in Wrathus, guys. Imagine that. Land 5, Wrathus, guys. Take out your Fable.
Take
Both
out
your
your own
Fables.
Blood Moon. That could be nice.
Well, the Blood Moon was just a bait for that. It was just a
Yeah,
little setup.
exactly. To get your opponent to develop. Well, it's starting to look like the only way for Aiden Mirabelli to become to even get to a game 3 is going to involve a card that is about 0% chance is currently in his 60 card deck. But it's gotta be the Miracle Wrathus guys or maybe Flage. And now Flage Arena of Glory not even an option. The Blood Moon in play. It just seems like
Owen is the one with the Arena of Glory. I mean, Aiden's got mailed on turn 2 by his Surveil land because he was already so flooded. And I can see another land in his hand. And then is that another Blood Moon? I don't know. Just
get that Charmander off the board. It's a Magic tournament. And yeah, we got maybe a Ragavan coming down. Maybe a dash. Maybe that's the line. Ragavan. If we can get the Ragavan to connect and we can take away Owen's Wrath the Skies. But that is
okay. Golem Bombardment. There we go. And just notice, of course, Owen again. Chapter 2 Fable. Nope, I'm keeping my hand. All right.
Yeah, that is gonna be one of the biggest signs of strength in a game. And Owen is untapping, and I think Aiden sees the writing on the wall, and so does Owen. He wants to make sure he doesn't make any catastrophic blunders in this position, but this game is close. That could be another Fable. Only discard 1, maybe. Maybe you can just keep it all just for the Trubbins.
Is he discarding a Fable? A Flage.
Oh, discard. Yeah, nice. The only card to discard is a Flage. That one's
even better than that. I don't know. I think Aiden just played out the bombardment just to sell the Wrath of the Skies even more.
Yeah, that starting to look like it may not be enough. Sadly, Owen has the Arena of Glory set up to play around the future Wrath of Skies, but I think we are incredibly close to crowning a regional champion, and it looks like it's going to be Owen Turcotte.
Yeah, and he's doing it out of 8th seed. I mean, that happened. Oh, Surgical. There we go. That's what one of the cards could have been. And it gets a nice little play from Aiden. And
that
there
card
we
advantage.
Go. At least he got to Surgical the Flage.
And that is it. Congratulations to Owen Turcotte, your regional championship, as well to Aiden Mirabelli. Second place getting the significantly smaller trophy, but still nothing wrong with that. An incredible weekend for both of them. They'll both be going to the World Championship. P-Tarts hugged in a truly beautiful moment.
That's what Magic's about, really, yeah.
There's nothing like a really nice. That's awesome.
Yeah.
You know what they say, it's tough not to be romantic about Magic. Congratulations to Owen Turcotte, P-Tarts to win on the internet. And yeah, we'll be seeing both these incredible players at the World Championship next year. And just a hard-fought tournament. Some of these modern games, they go by quick, they're over, but both of these decks play long, grindy games a lot of the time, and just fantastic sportsmanship from Aiden Mirabelli, clapping for his opponent. That's what you want to see at the tournament. That's what separates a Canadian Magic tournament from the other RCs. Just a couple of beauties on screen.
Yeah, a little bit of chatting about it. I guess not too much to say about that game in particular, but yeah, congratulations to Owen doing it out of 8 seed, proving that Modern is not a play draw format. He can win in any scenario, and that wraps us up. Thank you guys for watching. It was a privilege to come. This is my first time as a commentator, so I really was excited to do this, and it was amazing to be able to get to watch these matches and get to commentate over. Thank you so much, Ginky, for doing it with me. It was a pleasure.
Yeah, no, thank you very much, everyone, for watching. Thanks to everyone who played, who shows up to their RCQs, who shows up to the RCs, who shows up to their local game stores to keep this incredible culture of Canadian Magic going. You can just see excellent sportsmanship from the players. That's Canadian Magic in a nutshell, and I am honored to be a part of it. And I think with that, we will see you all in Toronto. I'll be there. Liam will be there. I'm sure
I will be
Aiden and
there.
Owen will be there.
I will not be in the booth for that one. I will be at the tables.
Yeah, there is 0% chance I would pass up the opportunity to play some incredibly fun sealed tournaments. That is my favorite format, followed second by draft, which hopefully we'll get the opportunity to. I highly recommend you all watching, whether you're from Canada or from abroad, to think about it. Toronto, no bias at all, is the greatest city in the world. I highly recommend you check it out and enjoy the Spotlight series there. And from all of us in the booth, thank you very much for watching.